proudly presented by Saudi Airlines, the Riyadh Masters 2022.
أعزائنا الحضور والمشاهدين، بكل فخر نقدم لكم كأس رياض ماسترز 2022 الدوتا 2.
Hello and welcome to the last day of the Riyadh Masters. Today we have 3 best of 3s that will determine our final winner. We only have 4 teams left. Currently competing is going to be OG and LGD. That's going to be the first match of the day, which is why we brought the expert insight of someone with some insider information. It's JMR Luna, the CEO of OG Esports.
Hello, sir.
Thank you for coming on the panel.
I was like, the expert is coming after me, or? Yeah,
the expert here. Actually, the real reason why we have JMR Luna is because we had the most biased panelist for LGD last time. That's Danog. Hello, Danog.
Hello, hello. I'm doing well, well. And it should be a great series, absolutely.
Yeah,
I mean,
amazing.
When we came into this one, when the brackets were being formed, when we saw who was on what side of the bracket, I'm going to peel back the curtain a little bit here. Seb's like, oh, which side's OG on? And then he looked and he's like, the winner of the LGD series is going to be facing them. He's like, oh, damn it. But he really obviously values LGD. Like, he thinks that they are a fantastic team. And honestly, I think that's the sort of attitude that you want to have. You want to be playing against these international teams because it's going to be such a different experience for a lot of these young players, right, Jay?
Yeah, I think that for us, when we look at LGD and we look at Enigma, we're like, wow, we think we have the 2 strongest opponents in our side.
Yes.
And LGD, obviously, there is a different roster and it's completely different than the team that we beat back in the day, but they are incredible.
Yeah.
They're really, really good. And they have a different meta of how we play, so that's going to be really fun as well.
Yeah.
Do you guys ever consider the idea of like you're playing against experienced, like for example, Team Spirit, right? Some experienced players with a lot of new blood, much like you guys. LGD is quite the opposite. They're all of these experienced players. Is that ever a threat to any of your young players in the team?
I think that one of the fun things about our team is that they are completely fearless. They don't care who is in front of them. I don't think they're thinking about the money. They're thinking about the points. It's more like, okay, this guy, how do I wreck this guy?
That's cool. Yeah, the what is it, the passion of youth or whatever it is they're saying, but it's just like you just feel like you're invincible, I think, is the big thing that drives a lot of these young players. You know, they just want to play Dota, they want to beat whoever's in front of them. And again, I feel like, yeah, it would have been great to see OG take on Nigma again. Obviously, tons of great players. It would have been great to see them take on Secret, but a completely new experience with LGD is just going to be so invaluable moving forward.
But this format, of course, does not allow for invincibility. There have to be some losers, and we're going to check it out now so we get the format on the full screen. This is a format that we've seen this whole tournament. Today is the last day, so if you've missed it, we're sorry. 2 groups of 5 teams, all best of 2 round robins. 2 teams get eliminated from each group, and now we're in the playoffs. 2 teams made directly to semifinals of playoffs. One of them OG, the other team, Team Secret. And now we go into the single elim playoffs. There's no second chances. It's all best of 3s. The only second chance you get is the second game of the best of 3. That's it. You lose 2 in a row, you're out. So despite this boost that they get going to the semifinals, it's not going to help them too much just yet. Prize pool, this is what we got going for us. $4 million at stake, and the winner will take $1.5 million here, with a couple other extra prizes as well, you know, given to players for great performances, interviews, etc., etc. But this is the actual prize pool just for winning at Dota.
Yeah, and everyone that's playing today essentially has already qualified for one of those top 4 spots. So having a minimum of 425k, pretty nice.
I mean, it's insane because we just won the major, and by placing 4 here is like winning 2.5 majors just now already.
Nice.
So imagine like the scope of this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely.
You also get a trophy with it, right? Which
We get a
can see
trophy,
here.
yeah.
That's the big part of it. Woo-hoo. This trophy, of course, this is an AR rendition of the trophy, but they will get a physical trophy, which some tournaments don't always give out. But this one, I guarantee they will, won't they, JMR?
Yeah. Look, for us, we were trying to put like a trophy case last year, and we realized that some of the trophies of the past were never sent to us. So we're trying to track them down.
Yeah. Well,
Do you think it'll need to be a big case though? Because OG, over its history, has won a fair few titles.
I think that one of on this slide we have like the 5 majors and the 2 TIs, but there is this legend that we were like dominant for the whole time, and we were not. We were more like the first iteration, was very dominant, and then we had the second iteration. But then it was all about picking, How do we pick on TI? We're obviously known for the long breaks, and the relaxing seasons, then to come and pick on TI. But now the whole system is so different that you really have to grind the whole year. So I think this is very rewarding, seeing the boys perform season through season through season. And now this, which is like a pinnacle in the middle of the season, which is really cool.
Now we can see how this performance went, seeing the bracket for this very tournament. As you can see, and we explained this earlier, OG and Team Secret, they went directly to semifinals because of a great group stage, 7-1, 6-2, and 7-1 respectively. And then we had PSGLGD, Nigma Galaxy, RNG, and Team Spirit all competing to get to those spots. In the last matches, or the matches yesterday, we got to see PSGLGD 2-1 Nigma Galaxy and Team Spirit 2-1 Royal Never Give Up, which means that both those teams, unfortunately, are going to be out of the tournament, but PSGLGD and Team Spirit continue. Now, we're going to watch OG versus PSGLGD. A grand final rematch for TI. A rematch for the ages, honestly. 2 of the best teams, historically speaking. And here is the schedule. First, it's OG PSGLGD. I already was pretty clear about this one. But afterwards, we get Team Spirit Secret. Secret, a team that's only lost a single game this tournament to Team Spirit. And it was a best of 2, 1-1. What's the final game going to look like? We don't know. Then the grand final, of course, we'll get the winners of each game for an epic show-off of Dota, with best of 3 format, of course.
Yeah, it's going to be real exciting. I think you mentioned the rematch of OG LGD, but it's really only Arme that's the last man standing left from that epic standoff.
And CL8, right?
No, I mean,
hey, give the director credit. He's the guy that controls.
Was he with them at the time? I thought it was QQQ that was the
I'm
coach
actually
at the
unsure.
time.
That's a good point, actually.
I feel like it might have been QQQ coaching them at the time. So, yeah, Arme, obviously he's achieved so much, but he always seems to come so close yet so far. So this might be the big international tournament that he just breaks out and has that superstar performance.
Yeah. Everyone's talking about his hardworking nature, his stoic nature as well. In a way, a little bit similar to your Ana, wasn't he? This guy that just keeps on grinding. He peaks at the big tournaments, but this consistency is what differentiates him, perhaps.
Yeah, and I like to add what you were saying. I think it's really cool that these 2 organizations get to meet together again with completely different rosters, It really shows the dedication that they have and that we have to this game, that we work so hard with the new roster, that here we are again,
Right.
Yeah. It's going to be exciting.
It's going to be very, very exciting. It's a long day at Dota, but I think it's well worth it. I only wish we could have more games. Maybe next time we got to put the lower bracket in. Just like slide it in this tournament.
Nice.
Yeah, that would be very nice. But we're excited about this first match, OG versus PSGLGD. Let's talk a little bit of the history of the teams. We have an OG expert here, but I want to start with PSGLGD actually. Danog is also a PSGLGD expert, aren't you, Danog?
Absolutely. No. I mean, what can we say that hasn't been said about them already, right? Superstars across every single position, the pedigree of someone like Xiao Wei, a TI winner, being able to come in and provide that guidance, that drafting expertise, bring a completely new style of meta, heavily based around the team fight and baiting and survivability. They're just so strong across all different aspects. If there's one area that I think you can beat LGD, it's crush them in the laning stage. And that's what Team Secret did in the group stage. That's what I thought Nigma Galaxy might have been able to do, but it just doesn't happen sometimes. Sometimes you just fall a little bit short. There's a tiny little mistake, but OG, their playstyle to Nigma Galaxy is very similar. So I think maybe they'll be able to see what went wrong for Nigma Galaxy previously and maybe tinker with that a little bit and take the W.
LGD has been known for their adaptability. That's how they beat Nigma Galaxy. We'll see if they are able to adapt the OG playstyle and manage to win a major. But before we get to see that wonderful encounter, we're going to take a small break and come back with game number 1 between PSGLGD and OG. Stay tuned. Welcome back. A quick break for an exciting series. You know, we gotta get right into the action. Of course, the teams are still getting ready. You know, getting their favorite mice and their keyboards. I know you've had some interesting requests about that in the past, haven't you, JMR?
Yeah, just the guys are always special. Our team actually is not really picky with things. You know, we have 2 players that play without mouse pads.
Oh. Who plays with that mouse?
Animals, ECM and Taiga.
Right. Okay. I thought it would be Amar actually.
No. Amar has like different keyboards requests. When he plays, you can hear the tack, 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 tack. I think he doesn't play with the hand on the keyboard. He plays with the hand 4 centimeters the keyboard because he needs the speed. That's how he feels like he's in the group.
Like being aggressive with the keyboard, basically.
Yeah.
Does that link in? I know you were sharing with us a little bit his music choices as well, with the style that he likes to play. I know. It's a little.
So Amar plays sometimes with the headphones on the desk, and he's blasting heavy metal out of the headphones, so you can hear the the whole time, and you hear the. He's hilarious.
It really fits his playstyle, doesn't it? Just like full-on aggression. This is my lane. You're not going to take it over. I'm the man.
Yeah, I mean, literally, I'm imagining him when he plays Timber Song. We're talking about this. Like, you can tell how some players play in lane. They have like a certain swagger to it, even though they're just clicking buttons. I think this is the perfect analogy for Amar, who though is an identifiable playstyle for LGD. Would you say?
I would say Xingqiu. You know, he's always everyone's favorite. You know, he's just always up in your face, you know, creating a ton of pressure. And we always talk about these +1 impacts in a lot of team fights. Xingqiu is the guy to be able to do that, right? Because Faith Beyond, he tends to be playing a little bit more of that like passive pushing style where the team groups up around him. It's not his job to go for the 1 extra. That's all on Xingqiu.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he has become an international symbol. I think it all started with a little belly rub that we got at TI.
The Buddha pat.
The Buddha pat, yeah. And then ever since, you know, people have been spraying his face all over the world. I have not talked to a player in any region, that does not know Xingqiu and his playstyle, which is incredible for him. But on the OG side, you know, you have also an incredible 4, but also a very wholesome 4, isn't it, Taiga? One of the nicest people I think I've ever met.
Yeah, the story of how we end up with Taiga is that when we put the team together, there was not a lot of people that wanted to play with Misha. People were like, well, we don't really know him, or is Johan, or is Seb. And Taiga was able to, he was our first signing. And he was like the gel, you know? He's old, veteran compared to the kids. He's super loving. He has a nurturing personality. And he was okay, you know, playing with the younger talent. And every day he provides a lot of leadership for the team and for Amar.
Yeah, for sure. We've been talking about in the past where at the Stockholm Major, when OG were able to lift up the trophy, you could tell Amar was maybe a little bit shy, but it was Tiger as well as Seb that really just pushed him there to say, look, this is your moment. Make sure to enjoy it. And that's the type of nurturing personality, that you keep talking about.
And I think for us, there's always this, you know, you guys know this better than ever. There is who they are when they're playing and who they are outside. They're 16, they don't have a lot of experience outside of the game, but inside the game, he's fearless. If you hear the comments from Amar, it's like, no, we're going to kill this guy right now. He's not getting away with this. So it's really funny to see the dichotomy between the inside and outside the game.
Who would you say in the team is the most different from inside outside the game?
Probably Amar. Amar is one of the funniest people I have ever met in my life. He's hilarious. Like, during the major, we have the step buff, okay? Seb comes in, he's like, okay, guys, we're going to play like this. We're going to be great. We're going to be friends. And Amar is like, dude, you're so cringy. Like, no, thank you.
The old man, like going up against all these teenagers, you know, it's like, oh, no, am I out of it? Am I out of touch? But clearly not.
And in Discord, they all change their names to Grandpa Seb or like Grandpa's son, like grandson. So it's really fun. They make fun of him.
Nice.
Yeah, actually I have a little video to meet the OG roster a little bit more closely as well. So let's check it out.
I think the video just played.
Okay, sorry. We were promised a different video. We have a roster that's going to show up on the screen to know all their faces and their peoples, their tags exactly as JMR talks about them. So we got to meet Amar a little bit, but I think some of the 2 players in the team doesn't get talked as much about because I guess their personalities are quieter. One, the actors in the back is Uragi and BZM. I know BZM got selected by Amar, and that's one of the reasons why he's an OG, isn't he?
Yeah, the stories are always going to be very fun. So after we got Taiga for the roster, the next piece was Amar. And we went to talk to Amar, and I don't think that maybe I made a mistake of not communicating properly, but during the interview, he's like, okay, Johan, Seb, then me, And I was like, no, so Johan and Sepp are not going to be playing this season. Okay, no worries. So Creepwave and Misha coach. It's like, no, dude. So Misha is playing, Taiga is playing, and you're going to be playing with us. And he's like, okay. How about BCM? I was like, yeah, we like him. You want to talk to him? So they played together in Creepwave. They have a great feeling for the game together. Also, Chu, our coach, was playing with him in Creepwave. He was laning with Amar. So I think that they brought this synergy and friendly that they built into this roster, and it's like working really well for them.
I want to ask about that. Like, obviously, it is very appealing to be able to go for... A lot of teams might pick up one or two of these younger talent, these unproven, because Creepwave, while they were a solid team, they showed their potential a lot of the time. They were, at the time, a Division 2 team. They were putting together pretty solid performances. I think they finished 3rd or 4th in Division 2. So what about these players in particular really set them apart, where you're like, these guys can actually make that transition to Division 1 and be the best in the region?
I think all credit to Misha. Misha was the one that believed in them, and he said, look, I think these kids are like one little help from just blowing up. And he was the one that crafted the roster. I think Johan and Seb were just watching who he wanted to bring, and we saw some of the replays, but credit to Misha.
It shows that there's a lot of talent that gets discovered as well through the DPC system, right? These guys get chances. Creepwave was historically one of our favorite teams. We got to cast a lot of Western European DPC, and if you guys don't know, the name actually comes from Fishmen. There's a story in a pub where Fishmen, they're position 5, which I know is good friends with all these, with all the players in Creepwave. Someone told them, I forgot, it was a famous pro player, I think it was Ramses, who said, "You're so useless, Fishmen, I would rather just have an extra Creepwave." And that's where the whole name comes from.
Oh dear.
Fishmen, unfortunately, did not get ported to OG, but I think Amar was a big fan of getting Fishmen on OG as well, right?
Yeah.
He did try to sell him a bunch, yeah.
I think he brings it up once a week.
They're still good friends. It was really nice to ties. You know, when they left, the social media manager from Creepwave still talked about BCM and Amar. They were very proud of them. So it's nice to see that Division 2 teams still supporting their own, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But they do have the opponent. We just saw them there, LGD, all those lovely faces, those veterans coming up. But Jay, I know you were saying previously that it does feel a little bit like they've got...
Let's see them walk out on this stage.
The time is upon us. The games are almost ready to begin, and our first match is bound to entertain. That's right. What we have come to the stage is a beast from the EU region, someone all too familiar with their performance recently in the Stockholm Major. Hot off a win and now at full power and looking dominant out of the group stage. Welcome to the stage, the one, the only, Team OG.
فريق OG وصل للمسرح، وزي ما احنا عارفين توهم جايين من فوز في بطولة ميجر جدا كبيرة، لكن خصمهم ممكن بدأ بداية صعبة في البطولة، لكن قدر يستمر لما وصل لمرحلة انه يتأهل الى النصف النهائي بعد مباريات كانت ثقيلة، وهو يعتبر الامل الاخير للجمهور الصيني انهم يمكن يقدرون يكتبون اسمهم على كأس رياض ماسترز لأول مرة ويصنعون التاريخ معنا في رياض ماسترز. اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، رحبوا معنا فريق PSG LGD.
The stakes are high. This is a single elimination. Lose here and you are just out. On one side stands the final bastion of hope for the Chinese region. On the other, possibly their biggest kryptonite. All too familiar, OG versus LGD, time and time again, blocking their way. Can they finally overcome their demons and take the win? Let's find out as we prepare for the games.
مباراة فريق OG وال جي دي مو أول مرة نشوفها وقد شاهدناها مرات كثيرة، لكن هالمرة هذه تبي تكون الستيكس جدا عالية، لأنه في حالة خسارتك للجيم ما عاد بيكون عندك فرصة أنك تكمل سنجل إليمينيشن ماتش، وخطوة أخيرة قبل ما يتأهل فريق إلى الجراند فاينل، بيكون أول فريق معنا يوصل إلى الجراند فاينل في الرياض ماسترز. مباراة بتكون ثقيلة. خلونا على طول أعزائي المشاهدين نروح للاستوديو التحليل على طول ونفتتح اليوم النهائي من بطولة رياض ماسترز.
We've gone to watch the teams walk out on that stage, and everyone's talking about, the storylines. Oh, OG always beats LGD. That's the one thorn. Is that really true, Dan? Do you think LGD sees them that way? I know you do, JMR.
I don't know. I think LGD are going to take a very similar attitude to OG, that this is a good learning experience for them, because we always talk about, we have a bit of a Western focus when we think about all these things. It's like OG's first chance to play this Chinese juggernaut, right? Whereas it's also LGD's first chance to play OG in quite some time. They're going to be able to take that back.
Everyone, right? LGD is like, finally, we can play international teams. I'm curious on the other side. Everyone's talking about how this is the big test for OG because they get to play against the Chinese teams. Is that true to you, Jamar?
I think that for us, there's specific learnings that the team has to go through from now until TI to be ready. And this is one of them, Okay. You have to go internationally to play a tournament. You have to feel what the pressure it feels when you play with these guys, because it's really big.
Right.
And whatever they win or whatever they lose, they're going to have that experience, because you don't want to learn that during TI.
Yes.
Yeah, even for the Chinese teams, right? Like LGD or Chinese Dota in general, there is a bit of a stereotype that they're kind of a little bit too stubborn when it comes to these lands. They stick with what they know for too long, whereas other teams are known to adapt a little bit, bring out something new mid-tournament, which for something like TI, which this year it's a multi-week tournament, might be a little bit more challenging. I think flexibility is even more at a premium. And Jay, I want to ask you something as well. You were briefly talking to me about before how OG might be viewing this, like you said, as a learning experience, but how do you feel the pressure is going to be on them versus, let's say, LGD?
I think LGD has to have more pressure, I mean, if they get beat by a bunch of 16-year-olds, I'm going to be tweeting on them. It's like, oh, what's up, bro?
What happened? What happened? I thought you guys were the kings, yeah.
What do you think, LGD expert? Do you think that the age matters to them? The experience? Do you think they value that a lot? Or is it just Dota? Good Dota is good Dota.
Bro, Dota players are Dota players. They have pride. You don't want to get stomped by anyone. Not to say they will get stomped, of course, but I think that they're definitely going to get it from their fans if OG are able to come out on top, and that's not what anyone wants. Everyone wants to be the big dog.
Sure. Have we had that experience? Because I know, for example, the other Chinese coaches, right, RTK, was very vocal about his beefs with literally half the scene at this point. Very passionate man. Do you think Xiaoba also has that kind of attitude, or do you feel like he's just game at a time, play the best Dota you can?
He seems a lot more measured. You see a lot of these teams, and sometimes it's good for the performance in terms of just keeping your emotions steady,
right.
Not riding too high, not going too low, because then you can have dips and all that sort of stuff. But it's just so entertaining to see those really explosive, fiery personalities, which is why someone like Amar obviously has such a big fan base. Or honestly, he's a little polarizing as well. Some people love him, some people love to not love him so much.
I think he's the funniest guy we have on the roster, and we're very lucky to have him. He's amazing, and he's grown a lot,
Yeah.
He used to be a little bit more of the challenging punk when he joined the roster, and now he's really understood what it takes to win and how you need to really harmonize with everybody else, and he's been lovely to work with.
I want to ask at one point, now it's long past that, but there was a little bit of beef in the Stockholm Major with Amar with a couple of players.
Beef.
Yeah, beef. One particular one was Matthew from Thunder Awaken. They said some words to each other in a pub, and Amar actually apologized as he progressed to the Stockholm Major, which I thought was interesting. He won the game. He's like, very sorry for what I said. Didn't mean to be mean. Was that something he had planned the whole time? Do you guys know anything about this storyline for Amar?
No, we really don't try to control who they are or how they're going to be. I know that Amar is just a competition. He's 16-year-old and he's constantly, bouncing, and he wants you to bounce back. He doesn't want just to run you over and how he plays and how he talks. But if he feels or he ever felt that somebody was taking offense, it's not his objective, you know? He will apologize if he have to.
That's very nice. To apologize on the big stage takes a lot of guts. You know, he seems like a very shy person. So to do that, I feel like that's a test of courage for him, right?
He's great. He's a great kid.
It's always a bit of fun, right? Like you don't want to be this one-way street where you're just like giving a lot of this banter, giving, and getting nothing back. You know, that's what I was saying before about these more exuberant personalities. You want that showmanship to be able to come out. And honestly, LGD probably one of the more calm, cool, collected teams that are less likely to be able to give a little bit back. But, you know, we saw in their series, even against D-Boosters, when they were able to get that level 1 Roshan, we saw a few smiles go across the LGD, and, you know, they were happy. They were bantering in the all chat, which is always great to see. But we're into the draft, and, well, speaking of Amar, he has been able to pick up that Viper for himself. So clearly a lot of attention being given to him with those first couple of bans, the Timbersaw and the Razor. Obviously, Amar Timbersaw, very fearsome. Razor seems a little bit like the hero of the tournament. Something's got to slip through.
Yeah. I'm curious about the Viper, because all the picks that we've seen for Amar.
Ooh.
Now, who's playing what?
Okay, never mind. Maybe it is Amar Slaughter. This is interesting. What do you think of the deviation is? I mean, Viper clearly a flex still, but could Slaughter be played in other positions, Daniel?
I'm not feeling quite as strong about it. Back when he was playing on Liquid, Tiger as the position 4 sometimes switched up roles with Boxy at the time when there was a Slaughter in the game.
That was
and it was a little bit more likely. Yeah, so I'm keen to see how it works out, because Nature's Prophet, it's one of those heroes that's good at bullying out people in the lane. You've got a lot of ways to be able to just deal quick physical damage to the heroes, assuming it is a position 1. Arme's played it a couple of times, POS 1, so it could certainly be the case, but I think they're just wanting to leave their options open. We've seen, you know, Viper paired with a Dragon Knight a lot of these other times, and clearly they're just thinking that the minus armor against someone like the Tiny, if it is indeed going to be a core at some stage, is going to be a little bit more valuable.
JMR, one of the brands, I think, for OG, for all Dota fans, has been the idea of like never giving up, right? There's one of the best teams historically at coming back from lost games. Do you feel like this current iteration also has that spirit as well? Or do you think they are very much of a snowbally kind of rotation, winning lanes?
I think we're a little bit greedier than we were before. I mean, understatement. We're the greediest team in the world. And I think that, look, when we see the draft here, the fun thing that I can add, you always start thinking, oh no, this is for sure the carry player, the carry hero. In OG, you don't know. But we don't know, they don't know, and BCM definitely doesn't know. He's like, okay, what am I going to get stuck playing, you know?
Who's the person that decides how everything works together at the end? Is that Misha or is that Chuvash?
I think Amar has a lot of impact with it, and obviously Misha and Chu as the captain and the coach. But I think everybody gets a feeling of what's happening, you know? We practice so much, you know, you've seen already the iterations, and we know what kind of hero pool everybody feels comfortable playing.
And when you flex a pick, when does the Amar test happen? Is that after, when they're deciding it, or before?
Okay, so the Amar test is that Amar will check your level in Dota buff of a hero. And if he doesn't like it, he will just disregard anything you say. So there was like a moment on the major where Seb was like, oh, I think this is a good AA pick. And Amar went to Dota buff. And he clicked Wind Ranger. He didn't say, no, I think, no, you're playing Wind Ranger.
What is it? It's like Dota Plus, it's like gold or above, basically.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but if you don't pass it, you're not playing the hero.
I think Seb in your podcast said it was first they would check win rate, then last few games, right?
Yes.
That was it, and of course the level was the first thing. I think it was like level 10 or above, but you're not playing it, right?
Yeah.
Really high standards for him. LGD also has high standards, but those are decided by the director, as we like to call him, right? Whenever he has a plan, he tells his players to practice this beforehand. That's why they're always ready. That's why they're so versatile. What can you tell me about this plan you're seeing right now? Actually reminiscent a little bit of the RNG lineups we saw with this early Furion.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just... Viper is one of those heroes that is not very mobile. That's its big weakness. You want to stand there, you want to be a turret, you want to force down towers, objectives, be a beast in a lot of these team fights. If indeed it is a core Viper, we still don't know. But we've got this Furion, of course, very mobile, able to move around the map, and they are kind of single target focused as well on OG at this point in time. So that's why it's really important for them to take away a few of those easier opportunities to be able to dominate the lane. Of course, a Warlock Bristleback against an off-lane Nature's Prophet is a fantastic lane. Bristleback back once you hit level 25, honestly, even level 20, level 18, these big power spikes, all that physical damage from the Quill Spray is just going to be amped up by the Corrosive Haze from the Slardar. It just means that you can continue balling on forward. And, new hero Pog Champ. We've got a Dazzle coming out here. Again, it's all about the burst damage, and it's all about the single target burst damage that OG have right now. So someone like a Dazzle's pretty good, but it's kind of just like delaying the inevitable, you know? It's not actually going to save you unless you have a way to disengage and be able to come back after a team fight. So right now, they don't exactly have that. Like the Tiny, if he's the one getting gone on, then probably you don't have a way to be able to follow up on that.
And it's fascinating as well because we've seen LGD being the team that always runs team fight 5s, right? That's been the big thing they've been doing this tournament. Last match against Nigma, they go for the Enchanters, more lane-oriented, and the Dazzle is also lane-oriented, right? Do you think there's a shift in their strategy to adapt to the OG?
Possibly. I mean, Dazzle Nature's Prophet is a really strong lane together. Like, I know they're two range, which isn't typically the way to go about it, but if it's going to be, you know, a Viper or if it's going to be a Slardar, that's exactly what you want. And this is what I was thinking. Illusion heroes against this very single target focused lineup. It's going to be great. You know, Naga Siren, Phantom Lancer was potentially an option as well, but yeah, I don't hate this Naga.
I'm curious now, but because I'm sure you've seen them play, right? And you just like witnessed it. Yeah. When you get to, they're going for strong lanes now in LGD, right? So it's not going to be the usual destroying MR lane. What happens when the lanes don't go their way? Like, what is the recovery like? How's the attitude in OG? Do they concentrate a lot? Do they maybe try to have a lighter atmosphere?
I think that you always, if you watch all of the MR games, you see that he's going to try to find farm that makes him happy and makes him feel the vibe of the game.
Right.
And I think the most interesting thing right now is all these heroes can be very greedy, but who is playing what? Right. I mean, in my 2K pubs, you know, all these are core players. Core heroes, sorry.
Sure. What better way to scale? You know, if it gets to 50 minutes, they're like, we got this. We have that late game potential. But
that is the OG strat, though. Until now, I'm pretty sure it's all carry.
I think that's to say, like the open AI, you know? Okay, how about we play like this? We all play Midas, you know? We all get cores, and we just have to make an hour game, you know? And then we'll be ready.
And that's where Taiga comes into play, right? His experience and his ability at cutting lanes. That's where he has shined and where shown, and he has been able to kind of delay the games for OG to scale as they want to.
So I'm just trying to think what OG are looking to go for with this last pick of the overall draft. I wouldn't hate something like a Death Prophet, for example. You've got some percentage damage, you get that Spirit Siphon onto the real Naga Siren. Even if you're going to use the Mirror Image, it's still going to be able to follow you. Some extra tower push. Roshan just melts even faster. You probably don't even need to pop the Exorcism for it. I really wouldn't hate to see something like that. And again, it is still kind of flexible, right? You can toss it into multiple different lanes.
Where would you put it, though, the Death Prophet?
I don't think OG knows where they would put it if they would have picked it up. But
musical chairs. We're gonna play music and we stop.
Yeah.
Are they the only team that's also played the Viper 4, I believe? Like, they're one of the few teams that actually wants to flex it as 4, at least in the tournament.
Yeah, you don't really often see it as a 4 because obviously 4s want to be rotating. They want to be making sure that you're able to assist with those water runes, those power runes, because, you know, I guess maybe that's a little bit less of a factor now, considering we're seeing the heroes that like to go for those power runes drop off a little bit. Not so much Ember Spirit, not so much Storm Spirit. Those are the big two. Obviously,
Puck's fallen off a little bit, though.
A little bit, yeah, for sure, and that's really because of the Tiny a lot of the time. So, but Tiny likes to use those water runes as well. So maybe OG just aren't valuing the rune rotations quite as much, and they just want to focus on dominating the lanes.
Right. And now OG, they currently have an issue with this Naga, right? You have a lot of minus armor, which is fine, but Naga also known for having one of the highest base armors in the game. Great agility gain. You have the help from the Dazzle as well in that regard. What is the final pick, or what do you think they need for this to answer them?
So as you can see right now, it's actually Chu and Amar that are drafting right now together. So Amar has the papers, which are also a staple for us.
Yes.
So he's drafting right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit different, right? Obviously, Misha's like the captain of the team, and by the way, just a little bit of extra info, 24th birthday for Misha, so happy birthday to him. But maybe that's one of his presents, you know? Obviously, Amar has a lot of addition to the draft, but they're just like, you know what? Take it easy this time, Misha. We're going to let you sit back and relax.
There's the magic damage we were talking about, right? To deal with the high armor, and a favorite of them, the Puck. Does the Tiny go mid now for LGD?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I think you absolutely want to be doing this. I mean, Nature's Prophet is able to rotate through, right? And a Winter Wyvern coming through. Okay.
Ooh.
I mean, up against a Dawnbreaker, it's a really solid lineup. I was thinking this is what I wanted with that turnaround potential, right? Dazzle could do the initial save, but it's what you do after that that's going to be the big turnaround potential. So against a lot of this minus armor, Winter Wyvern, of course, great against physical damage. If you're looking to ball up and just go with a Dawnbreaker, fantastic too. So two really different styles of lineups. I'm wondering if they might be just going a little bit too defensive on LGD's side. I think outside of this Tiny, they don't have the greatest ways to be able to make plays.
Does OG have ways to make plays? Are you excited about this game?
I'm very excited. I just still don't know who's going to play what.
Yeah, sure.
You guys want to take a guess?
We never find out on this panel, so you know it's
it's
been a staple of this. Yeah, sure. You want to take a guess? What? Let me just give me one. Like, what does Amar or BZM play?
I think Amar plays so I think Tiger's going to play Viper.
Okay.
And obviously TA.
So Misha 5 Dawnbreaker?
Misha 5, yeah, Dawnbreaker.
And then Amar 3, and then BZM on the... Sorry, Amar
On the puck.
Slaughter, and BZM on the puck.
Yep.
Classic. BZM puck. That was the hero with his Invoker when he was back on Creep Wave. That's always very exciting to see. Oh, the Viper.
The Viper.
Oh, no. Anyway, what about... As we get into this first game, will LGD's more defensive lineup be able to work? Will this new Dazzle strategy be successful? Or will this scary Viper that takes over the panel take over the lane as well? We're going to have to find out as we go to game number 1 between OG and PSG LGD.
Thank you, Arvo. Right, here we are, game 1, OG, a classic for them, right? Lots of brawling, lots of team fight and catch, but LGD with more reset tools than I've ever seen in a Dota game.
It's a lot of healing. It's like, if we talk about their lineup, you have Nature's Prophet deeping back, you have Dazzle with the heal, Song, Winter Wyvern with the curse to the heal. This is going to be a very, very difficult game to just because, I mean, if you look at the OG's lineup, they do have explosiveness, they do have what it takes to isolate and bring down the hero, especially with Slaughter and TA. This is a lineup that's going to threaten Roshan at every single stage of the game. I'm a little worried that this Naga Siren pick caught them a bit off guard, because in terms of the AoE control and damage, once Naga Siren gets to like 2-3 items, it's going to be very difficult. But yeah, we can hear the crowd clapping. It's time. OG against PSG LGD on the main stage. This is what we wanted to see. You know, some international Dota, 2 big orgs, 2 big teams playing against each other.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like TI Grand Finals quality of teams and players at this point. As we get ourselves into the first game of this series. What kind of build are we expecting from the Naga Siren? Because she's kind of been in and out of the meta from time to time. We've seen them move away from Diffusal into that kind of Manta Skadi early scaling. Do we go back to the Diffusal now? It's
definitely a good Skadi game we're talking about, especially against the Templar Assassin. So Manta style going to be your farming tool into Skadi, into one more item. Most likely going to be like Aghanim Scepter to be able to deal with the BKB. Also laning stage. I'm looking at Naga Siren plus Dazzle. So, you know, having this heal bomb, something that has been popular.
With the illusions.
Absolutely. If we talk about like Naga, PL, super potent, a lot of healing coming out, and they wanted to sustain. Taiga's going to be playing Viper, something that he has done before a couple of times. I remember a few games where he like just went full tank mode and went for a Crimson Guard, but also more utility, going for Raid Pact, Force Staff, whatever the team is needed. They do have a lot of silences, and as I said, they do have like a bit of a global presence, especially if we talk about like the later stages of the game. Dawnbreaker ulti, Puck showing up, like Templar Assassin potentially getting Aghanim Scepter later on, but still. I think the fights are going to be very difficult. PSG LGD, they are known for good positioning, and now you have like 2 saving supports on top of your core also having a save. Even a tossback, that's also a save.
Yeah, you've got so many layers to that, don't you? You keep looking at this and it develops further and further as you think more about it. If someone gets gone on, they've got Curse to reset, Song to reset, Dazzle with the Grave, of course. We'll see how they do in these lanes, though. Early days, like you were saying, the Naga with the Dazzle, it's physical damage from the Shadow Wave and minus armor from Riptide. So that damage can quickly add up if you're caught unaware as OG, an incredibly strong safe lane. But on OG's side, it's a Slardar Viper, right? They've got aggression and the potential to dominate a lane of their own. Great ways.
It is a lot of healing. It is a lot of confusion because Slardar wants to lock onto target. Same goes for Viper. So using these illusions is going to be A bit difficult, I would say, for OG in the laning stage. Also, value from Dawnbreaker. They do have like good ways to reset the fight with Naga Siren ulti. We've seen Wyvern as a counter to Dawnbreaker. You just ulti whoever is getting ulted by Dawnbreaker, and you know you have like a pretty good setup overall.
And there are quite a few counters out there, right? You're talking about the Wyvern against Dawnbreaker, but there's also this Tiny against Puck that we've seen a lot of players not want to pick Puck into Tiny because it is the lane counter and also the mid game counter with the nuke damage you have.
Yeah, you're always going to be able to threaten and kill on Puck with Tiny. They don't have that much lockdown on the other heroes. The other one that Puck is going to be afraid of is Winter Curse. Other than that, he should be okay. I also want to see what item build on Fate Beyond's going to be, but we're talking about the Orchid, which is not that popular, but if they feel like they need more to be able to lock down Puck, you should go for it. Usually we see the Maelstrom into Gleipnir Shard build to be able to scale, and also, I mean, this is also a root mechanic, so really good against the Puck.
Yeah, more disables, more pushing power, always helpful for you, as we do get 3 bounty runes grabbed up by OG. Tiger there with the follow Alan Cook, Bonkers, one of their managers of OG. We're giving a shout out by Tiger and his team tag.
Oh, yeah.
He's the bald one with a big beard. He's a good lad.
Gotta give a shout out to all the people who are making this happen. And top lane, Jinkyu is going to be playing Wyvern, known for going extremely greedy. So I want to see what this time around he's going to be going for. Like we're talking about scaling item build most of the time. There's going to be harassment already. Couple of treants, something that Templar Assassin does not deal well in the laning stage. Misha already down to 60% HP.
Yeah, incredibly irritating. And double ranged up against double melee, basically. Templar Assassin, before she gets levels up in Side Blades, is basically a melee hero. In fact, she's worse than a melee hero at level 1. She can barely de-ward up high grounds with her base attack range. It's that bad. And Misha, for now, is contending with treants for the most part, throwing that Celestial Hammer to make sure they aren't chipping away at the TA and giving Yuragi that early space that he needs.
Misha starting with Ring of Protection, understanding that a lot of damage is going to be coming out from Nature's Prophet and the treants. Jinkyu stops the pull.
Very good.
A lot of denies on the mid lane. 4 already on Nothing to Say. 7 and 4 and only 3 and 2 on Puck.
Yeah, I was just looking in there because we know that this Tiny can handle the Puck incredibly well. So it's going to come down to BZM and trying to outmaneuver the Tiny, get those water runes. And did you expect OG to try and help him out? Because Viper not really the best hero to rotate, and Dawnbreaker, is she going to be controlling runes for the Puck as well? Or is this just down to BZM, you're on your own?
Probably we're talking about like 4 minutes to rune rotation. He's going to be the one calling the shots, whether he needs some kind of a help. And also if PSG LGD supports decide to move around, that means that potentially he's not going to be able to pick up one of the water runes. Tiny already has his bottle, and so does BZM. So let's see. They are deciding who goes left, who goes right.
Oh, BZM was right.
BZM was right indeed.
I do get their water runes for themselves. Yeah, very, very laning focus from both teams. All the supports, not the most ideal rotators or gankers. As Tiger looks for the Courier Snipe bot, going to miss out on it. Trying to play forward and harass back White. But it looks like so far, LGD coming out on top in the regen trade in that Naga Dazzle lane. Slardar doing well with the CS though, 14-2. And Naga's 11-0, having a little bit of a struggle, but now we're level 3, we're going to have the potential for the kill threat and aggression from LGD if Viper ever oversteps his bounds.
Slardar Amar going for what he's known for, just a casual 1 Bracer power treads into Mask of Madness. He wants to be able to scale, and we see the power whenever Ame uses his illusions into heal. Why? A little bit low on mana. Has 1 mango only to work with, so got to be a little bit more careful.
Well, he will get a pull off into the Kobold camp. That should leave a couple of creeps to come back towards OG, but this is going to drag the wave back for Ame under his own tower. Give him that safety he requires. And Misha looks like he's going to go deny himself to the tier 2 tower. He's expended all of his resources. Drops the voice line.
But the TP from Fate Beyond.
He comes in. Gets the first blood. He saw that coming. Well-deserved tip. Misha thought he was just going to be absolutely fine to deny himself there.
That's big. Getting solo XP and getting the gold for that kill. He's almost as farmed as Templar Assassin, but a lot of denies. 9 denies on Tiny, 9 denies on Nature's Prophet.
Why is sending Amar back? Tiger really struggling to deal with these illusions, though. Every time Arme pops them out, there's one illusion going to Viper, one on the Slardar, and another couple as he farms the creep wave.
And it gets more difficult as you get levels on Naga Siren, because the cooldown goes down by 5 seconds with each level, and once you have it on level 4, that means you're going to be able to permanently have illusions.
Yeah, the wave also dragged back by LGD top. Nice cold embrace there, but down the bottom lane, Amar, the poison touch on him. Arme and Y nearly able to bring him down as Misha runs it back from top. And it seems LGD having the better end of the stick in terms of controlling the wave in the area they want it to be. They're closer to their towers. They're getting more safe and secure farm. OG not being allowed to be as greedy as they wanted to. As JMR was saying on the panel, right, they are much greedier than the previous iterations of OG. Primarily down to Amar being the position 1, basically, in a lot of these games.
He's 1 from the offlane, no doubt about it. Taiga.
Oh, nothing to say. Tiger, all dropping very low. Viper is able to create a gap between himself and the Naga illusions. And needs Amar's help.
Of these illusions right now, they don't have AoE to deal with that. Yeah, the constant sustain. I also see that Ame is going to go for a Ring of Bassi, so extra mana in the lane, wants to finish off power treads first, of course.
Yeah, we see it quite a lot, right? You've got this position 1 that wants to spam, you buy the Bassi. We've seen a couple of mid players buy the Falcon Blade as well. I think it was Somnus buying it on the Lina.
On Lina, yeah. I didn't see other heroes, other players going for it, but yeah, he's extremely greedy whenever he plays Lina, because he wants to be able to constantly get those stacks up, you know, have that permanent 7 on Lina. And yeah, both of OG members on bottom lane very low.
Actually, continual victory for LGD.
Start was really good. Like in terms of CS, Amar's doing pretty good. He has what 32, and Naga Siren at 26. But as time goes by, it's just gonna get easier for Ame to play the lane.
Man, you keep looking back at that Tiny though. 45 and 17, not top of the net worth because Furion obviously got that first blood, but sitting close to 3,000 net worth as they bring Jinkyu mid, along with a catapult wave. A very early push, 6.5 minutes in from LGD. A cold embrace and the glyph.
4, do I see that correctly? 6 minutes in, forcing a glyph, and nothing to say. Does have invis, but there is sentry plays by Misha.
Well, this is very aggressive, isn't it? What's the plan here for LGD? You're just trying to force OG to react. A toss back. They'll find Tiger. An easy one for them. Steps a little too far forward, and nothing to say will punish that.
Damage was done. Half of the HP on the tower gone. Ame feels safe on the bottom. They cannot kill him. They need to have Puck rotate the bottom lane to be able to kill Ame, but might not even get the kill because Y is level 4. He does have a point in Shallow Grave, so could potentially buy some extra time. We're talking about the Templar Assassin as well. No stacks being made at the moment. Yuragi gonna stack for himself potentially because Triangle is not stacked at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good move by LGD as gonna bash it onto the Naga, but look at that damage coming through from the Wrath of Nature. Y and Jinkyu helping out Arme to pick up a kill, and maybe Misha, yeah, TP back home successfully. But it's such a swift move from LGD. They bring 4 mid, they chip away at the tower, but they don't stick around, right? They are immediately back into their lanes, missing out on maybe half a creep wave. On the other side, OG didn't overreact.
Oh, he's gonna
get
pick it up.
He gets the regen rune.
That's a big one. Stealing it from Puck and also having it on Tiny means that you're going to be able to play much more aggressive.
And now Tiger.
Combo on cooldown for a couple of seconds.
The Arctic Burn and the Poison Touch so much slow onto an already sluggish hero. Tier 1 tower now wide open, getting pinged down. OG want to defend this. I don't know if LGD will go all out to try and pressure it. It looks like they're sticking around with the 3 here, and the Treants arriving in from the northern side. Well, they're like
Fate Beyond is not here, but he sent the Treants. It's all about these like small plays that you do. Fate Beyond even gets the last hit. This is going to be really good timing on Orchid for Fate Beyond.
And he preemptively sent them, right? They were already halfway through their duration when they arrived, so he sent them.
That's called communication, Gary. These are professional e-athletes. So.
Talking.
We heard your comms yesterday.
I'm jungling, I'm jungling, I'm jungling, I'm jungling, I'm pushing, I'm pushing, I'm pushing.
This is not how the professional teams comms
I had Beak up in my lane.
sound.
I had to say everything 5 times so he would listen.
Siren doesn't have a point in ulti, but nothing to say.
There comes Tiny. Avalanche toss, Faith beyond TP's in. The numbers are here. Everybody brought into the mix bottom lane and 2 heroes down. LGD.
I see 5 heroes from PSG LGD here. And look what Jinq is doing. He's the one who's using the Cold Embrace just to have some extra damage, just popping on the tower. Nothing to say, he's not done yet.
He's found Tiger.
And that's another one.
Toss him back across to Arme. The Shadow Wave bomb and a kill on him. 7-0. PSG LGD not mucking around. They came here to dominate, and so far it has been a clinic. Look at this building damage. 0 from the members of OG, tons from the Nature's Prophet and the rest of the squad.
Have a 0 near his name. That's nothing. We don't expect Viper to deal any kind of tower damage unless he picks up the shard, which is going to be tough in this game. Siren, she's going to go big. Ame completely free farming in this game, going for the Manta style. Like, I don't see how they're going to be able to kill Naga with all these heal. Most of their damage is physical. We're talking about Templar Assassin Slaughter. Puck does have magical, but Cold Embrace, Dazzle, and also just reset from Song of the Siren.
Yeah.
And also having the Dispel mechanic. We're talking about Mirror Image, Manta style. PSG LGD, they're going to hit a really big timing. And if they are able to steal Roshan from OG, because OG's lineup is really good at taking it, that's going to be huge.
And it often feels you need it with a TA on your team, right? Yeah. You want that first Roshan to secure you another 3-4 minutes of free farm objectives. Get the gold into your TA so she can accelerate faster than her opponents. Well, yeah, the Viper with no 0, I mean, his building damage is a square root of -1. It's just imaginary. BZM gonna need a lot of outplays in this. We've seen how well he can do on the puck when it comes to these scrappy team fights. And he's gonna need a little bit more time to maneuver on this map though, as it gets smaller and smaller for OG.
OG's not gonna even defend this tower. They are getting the farm because net worth hasn't changed that much, you know, considering that they have 0 kills, didn't manage to deal any tower damage. Not gonna even say kill it because 0 damage.
And all the tier 1s are dead.
Yeah, absolutely. They lost every single tier 1 tower, so this opens up the map for PSG LGD, and here's the smoke.
Where are they heading? I mean, who would they ideally like to kill in this situation? Is it the TA, I guess?
It's Puck, I would say.
Okay.
Because Nature's Prophet does have Orchid coming up to him, so Puck is gonna be food.
The smoke pops. Amar was up on the high ground, aggressively jungling. They'll find him and then stun him with the avalanche from nothing to say. Slardar caught. And how many, Lacoste? Can you count them again?
1, 2, 3, 4. Ame is in the enemy triangle. He wants to be able to steal some of the farm from Templar Assassin.
But there's really no half measures, right? LGD, every time they move, it is as 3 or 4 or 5. There's not a 2-man rotation. It's not one hero left alone. It's Ohana. Ohana means family, and family means no one gets left behind. They are a tight-knit group.
So far, perfect aim from PSG LGD. Moving to the mid lane, getting the numbers, securing the runes for their Tiny.
And a curse. It's in there onto the 2 supports. Misha being hit down by his Viper, and nothing to say arrives, blows them up. 10-0. Spectacular stuff from LGD. 4-0-4 on the Tiny. What do we say about that? Death's not found?
Yeah. It's looking really rough for OG in this game. They don't have like heroes that can make aggressive moves because Dawnbreaker as a 5 is much
fantasy
more
points.
like counter-defensive.
Fantasy points. Oh, yeah, 14. Nature's Prophet right out there at the front.
And Fabian, after finishing the Orchid, which is going to completely cripple Puck, even Templar Assassin, going for a Witchblade to have some extra overtime damage against the Templar Assassin. I think OG should try to farm up Deso on Templar Assassin. Yuragi's relatively close, needs another 2 minutes of free farming, and then go with the... Because Puck has a Witchblade. Right now there's smoke. They're trying to make something happen.
Yeah, I mean, look at that.
I don't think I've ever
everywhere.
Seen, I don't think I've seen heat map like that because they're all around the place. Everyone's moving. They're not static.
Like maybe 60 minutes in, but 13 minutes in, he's everywhere. Faith Bian gets the silence onto the Dawn. Jinkyu is nearby as well. Let's see if he can turn this back. It looks like the Prophet will be slain by Yuragi's TA. A nice streak to be grabbed, and the Wyvern's been left alone. And that Playstyle they were talking about by LGD has broken down a little bit. They've spread the map wide, and they weren't all together this time.
Yeah, it's very important to get that kill for the team, because they were sitting at 0. If you look at the top of the screen, like, it can potentially affect you, so getting a 1 or 2 is pretty big. Nothing to say so far. Pretty much a perfect game. Has a haste rune in the bottle going for the Echo Saber, so they should, like, they could easily also outnumber OG with the global teleport, Tiny with the haste, and seems like they want to make something done.
Yeah, it's a good point by JJ there, just hovering over the 2 cores of OG. They're both 1-0-1. Neither of the cores have died, so all of these kills from LGD have been on supports or less valuable heroes. As they jump in onto the Slardar, this is a valuable one. Amar will get the crush out. Nothing to say, looking to finish him off, but the Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian arriving, and Amar needed to be cursed up. Dawnbreaker will whack him down though, and Misha's arrived onto the scene to be netted up by the Naga Siren and finished off by the Illusions.
And nothing to say, still not done. Getting
Big
another
toss
one
back,
with the haste.
straight into the middle of 4 of them. LGD realizing, right, we can't have these heroes being 2 up top and 2 down bottom. We'll group up again as 405 and show OG what we're made of.
So much aggression from PSG LGD. Every single time they get like another small item, they decide to go in and get another kill. Ame completely free farming on top of the net worth, going Scotty next after finishing the Manta style. Once you get to that Scotty timing, that means that Templar Assassin, like, I don't think she's going to be able to do much in these fights. I mentioned the Deso timing on Templar Assassin. I think they should try to go and potentially get a kill, turn that into Roche, because it takes you like 20-25 seconds to kill Roche with TA and Slardar plus Deso.
Yeah, you can do it incredibly quickly. Amara looking to finish off his blink. Gets away from the grasp of nothing to say. They assume there's vision around there. LGD just wandering into the darkness though. And Armate deep in his own jungle, sitting in the pocket to farm away. Q and Y turning it around on Misha. Getting a D-ward while the Dawnbreaker dies inside the Sprout. Y has his priorities right. Kill the vision before the heroes. Make sure OG didn't have any recourse, no turnaround potential. And nothing to say again. Just jumps straight into the middle of them. Amar tossed back into the Wyvern. Sprout is there as well. And nothing to say is Tiny on the run back. Arme will guard in while they kill the Slardar simply.
There's too much sustain from PSG LGD. They can't go like way too deep, something that Nothing to Say just did, and he knows that he can rely on one of the 2 supports to be able to bail him out, whether we're talking about the Cold Embrace or the Grave.
Yeah, look at that, ridiculous. There was like 8k healing between the Dazzle and the Wyvern. And damage spread very evenly across all 5 of LGD. Amar has yet been able to really stick on a target and get his damage out onto someone.
Well, I heard you saying, Gary, that none of the cores died on side of OG, and I see Amar with 0, 5, and 0.
None of the important ones. No, I was specifically talking about the TA and the puck, the ones they're trying to get a little bit more room. But is this LGD focusing Amar? Like we said, he's kind of the position 1 from the offlane, right?
He is. Every single time Amar is shut down, I feel like OG's having a much tougher game. Nothing to Say was looking for an opening, but could not get it done.
Yeah, he's definitely the driving force of OG, Amar. So good at getting in the thick of things, using his farm very effectively. That's only when he has it. Right now, sat just under 6k net worth, bottom of all the cores. 500 away from Blink, so not too far, but Misha jumped in the mid lane. Sent backwards in towards White. And another kill for LGD, 16-2. Tiger found and netted up. He gets the Tumbler's Toy up towards the high ground, but Arme will chase him to the ends of the earth if need be on a killing spree for the Naga Siren. While Templar Assassin finishes off her ancient camp and runs it back. And while this aggression is happening in the dire triangle, you look at top, tier 2 tower. Chipped away at by the Nature's Prophet.
Can we check the tower damage done by the teams? I don't think... we still might be at 0. Yeah.
That's nutty. They've barely crossed the river, have they? And this is the Roshan steal.
They go. Yep, stealing a Roshan from Templar Assassin Slardar lineup. It's gonna be good. Like, we might even see PSG LGD go for the high ground push with the first Aegis, because they're definitely gonna feel comfortable. Naga Siren needs another 600 gold to finish off Scotty. there's way too much sustain on their side. And also the rune control. Nothing to say, pretty much picked up every single rune in this game.
It's been non-stop.
Another one.
He's going to get caught out here, though. Sprout is there onto Tiger. Cold Embrace to keep Nothing to Say alive. And they've got the curse, allowing the Tiny to maybe slip away. Oh, he's going up aggressively. He wants to try and finish them off. Blowing up BZM. The Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian comes in, but the Grave's on the Tiny now. Nothing to Say. Going for the TP away. He's successful. No, he's cancelled. He wants to fight. They've got the Naga Song. They want to blow up Amar now. One by one, OG will fall with a Cold Embrace as well. They just can't kill anybody. OG are struggling. LGD are dominating.
They managed to completely dominate the laning stage with their heroes, and now you're up to a point where 2 supports plus also having 1 core being able to save people, bail them out of the trouble. And this is what I mentioned, like they're gonna go for the high ground push. And OG just doesn't have what it takes to deal, like they can't even deal with 2 supports. Naga completely untouched. They know that they cannot kill her.
This reminds me of like old OG, where they still had Fly, and they would build up these drafts where they had Io and Dazzle and Huskar, and they'd have Wyvern, multi-layers of support. You go on one that saves the other, that saves the other, and right now, Nothing to Say, he knows he has so much backup. He dives tier 4 towers. He's able to turn and fight, because he's still got the Shadow Wave, the heal, the Grave, everything on top of him to keep him alive. They've killed Misha. Tiger, he's not going to survive. Nagasaran will dive in behind the barracks. They finish off the buildings, and LGD cruising towards victory at this point. OG will now look towards the Nagasaran, eyes on Army. There's the coil snap. They blow up one. Y is dropped, but the Winter's Curse straight onto Amar. Take the Slardar down as Arme stands his ground, healed up by the Cold Embrace, but this time OG.
Big ulti.
They should be able to find a couple of quick kills, but Yuragi, oh, he can't contend with his Naga illusions. Oh, Arme, he just 1v3ing them at this point. Nothing to Say will arrive back in, and Tiny punches down the TA. I don't believe this. Arme's still alive.
This might be, they were not able to take down Aegis, and they're going to call it. What a beautiful performance from PSG LGD in game number 1.
21 minutes.
We had a lot of one-sided games this tournament. We're talking about Team Secret against PSG LGD also being one. But PSG LGD today, they came here to play. Like literally no mistakes being made. The double duo off saves coming out from 2 supports, and also Ame having a perfect game, Nothing to Say, controlling every single rune for himself. I think OG will need to go for different support duo. They're not going to be allowed to play like as defensive. This position for Viper, not too much impact. They definitely got countered in the laning stage with Nagasaran plus Dazzle. They were not allowed to get the aggression done.
Yeah, I think they're going to go back to the playbook and reconsider that Viper first pick, right? Because it's the flex pick they'd love to shift from 4 to 3. Maybe give it to Amar or Tiger. Could shove it in the mid lane, but didn't look particularly good at this game. And I think you were right, honestly. We talked about that Naga Siren, the answer to OG's aggression. It caught them completely off guard. Yeah, that second phase from LGD was spot on, perfect.
They will need to shift things around in game number 2 because this was one-sided. They got dismantled.
Systematic destruction of OG from drafting stage through the laning stage, and stealing that Roshan absolutely helped for them as well.
Also, that first rotation from Fate Beyond, because like Misha did go and try to deny himself. Fate Beyond gets the first blood off to a really good start in the laning stage as well. He was really never threatened. Then he TP's mid. You see 4 heroes of PSG LGD trying to take down the tower. Then Fate Beyond farming on the top lane, sending the Treants to the mid lane just to be able to help out and scout things out where OG members are positioned.
They all click together beautifully, but we can now head back to the panel to think about what OG have to do differently coming into game 2.
Yes, we will be doing a lot of thinking as we look over these highlights brought to you by Aramco. JMR, last panel, you talked about around 16-20, that was their average age, but it turns out it's their average game time.
Oh, nice. You wrote that on the break.
I did.
That's what I saw. You like, what can I say? Well, I would say, boys, welcome to Chinese Dota,
Yes, indeed.
This is what happens,
It's a myth. Chinese Dota is not slow.
If anyone said that in the past, 6 years, you've been wrong, but I think this game is the one to prove that the most. I mean, dead on. I just want you to rave about this. Dazzle, Naga, Winter Wyvern, my man.
Love it. I mean, it's just so many opportunities for the disengage. The lane even is really solid. You were talking about in a little green room, Marvo, that this combination of just the Naga and the Dazzle, right? You're able to get on top of someone with the Ensnare. You got 1 point into it, I think, at level 4 or 5 on the Naga Siren. Poison Touch, Charlotte Wave. Very, very easy to dish out a ton of damage. And it really felt like Amar was not enabled at all. 1, 7, and 0, as we can see. The big issue for mine, even though he's a fantastic player, Tiger felt like he didn't have any impact on the Viper, and that just goes back to the draft. We saw against TSM, OG wanted to flex the Viper a little bit. They wanted it to be the option of the position 3 or the position 4, but they picked it together with a Dragon Knight that doesn't have to be in the off lane. Slardar kind of has to be in the off lane. It's a rare game where you can put it into a position 1 and still have a lot of impact.
Exactly. And PSG figured that out. As you said, the Naga, we talked about the high armor. They also got the good lane of the Tiny versus Puck. It was an interesting bait by OG, right? Forced a Tiny mid. It didn't look like the best Tiny mid game, but that lane went so well, it was difficult to beat, as we have the scoreboard by STC. But now it's important to look at the future. Everyone on this panel wants a 3-game series, but one person maybe a little bit more than others. JMR, what does OG do when they're facing a loss? What's the speech that they're given now?
Look, I think when you look at the scoreboard, you cannot really get too jaded, because there's sometimes these things don't work out, and then you're like, oh my god, we're all bad. It's like, no, it's just the whole draft was disabled. I think now they have to go back and just think, how can we gain the game?
Right.
How can we bring it to them so they feel the pressure that we just felt? Because we do this to every team. In a way, they did to us what we normally did to other teams. And they maybe have not experienced this Naga with the Dazzle, with the NP. Now, I would like them to be confident about what they pick and hopefully think about, we're going to crush you.
Right.
What is the draft that allows you to crush you?
Who's usually the person on the team who takes the reins for that kind of line of thought?
I think that, look, in all the teams, it's like the conversation, you know, like, oh, I think I felt completely disabled here.
Right.
I felt like this. And I want not to feel like that, you know?
Sure.
Because Dota, in many points, is a feeling. How does it feel when you're playing it?
Right.
So for us, obviously, my 2K Dota knowledge is not going to allow me to elaborate much. I just want them to feel confident. Because, you know, you feel the pressure, now there's a lot of money on the line, you just play LGD, you just experience what LGD does to you, because they do it to everybody else. Now what do you do to them, you know?
Yeah.
And on the LGD side, you know, we talked about perhaps some Chinese teams were sometimes lacking versatility in international tournaments. LGD has never been that team, historically speaking. I think we get to see it again. This draft, Enigma Galaxy's last draft in the best of 3, and the first draft of that series, literally all complete different in what they're attempting to do. How do you stop a team that has this many strategies?
You don't. It's as simple as that. I mean,
let them run over you.
Okay, well, thank you so much.
No worries. I mean, you got Faith Beyond and Y, right? TI6, Wings, that was their big thing. You just could not prepare against them. No 2 strats were the same, and it really feels like they're bringing that to the front. I mean, Faith Beyond played the Nature's Prophet. It's nothing like revolutionary that he's doing here, but just the little plays that he was able to make, you know, making sure that he could TP so that you weren't able to, he was actually able to claim the first blood, as we get a nice little close-up on the trophy there, what they're playing for in addition to the prize pool. But I think, again, it's going to sound like I'm a little bit of the fanboy of the second pick.
A little bit of a fanboy.
I'm the second pick.
Okay.
Because I think that's where LGD won this draft. They were able to respond to everything that OG had. You know, they had the Naga Siren, which was good against the heavy single target focus that they were able to pick with the last pick of the second phase, and then ending the draft out with a Winter Wyvern against Slardar, who is all physical damage, against a Dawnbreaker that we saw. You just ulti whenever Dawnbreaker is ulting as well. Easy cleanup. You know, you have multiple ways to disengage, start the fights. I was a little worried that they would have to be a little too passive and reactionary, but big kudos to the way that Faith Beyond, as well as Nothing to Say, played. They were playing so aggressively, almost never playing on their side of the map after the laning stage.
Now we might get the COG on the second pick, right? And they get to be the ones that are reactive. And I'm interested now when that happens. Chuvash and Misha, I think they're also Amar, right? But they're strategists, Chuvash and Misha. I know in the Stockholm Major, they were a big deal. They were always on Discord on Johan's phone.
Yeah.
How does this process work with the rest of the team? When do they reveal those strats? So does everyone know how the best of 3 is going to go in the beginning?
So
or
it's really Amar, the one drafting.
Is it Amar entirely?
So the whole idea is like they have prepared, and you prepare a lot of things during the screens and all that. And Amar is the one with the papers, and Amar is the one I think, okay, how you guys feel about this? And I think that him being selecting the heroes and clicking that, it also allows Misha to just be able to communicate. Because you know there is an element of I have to find the hero, where do I click? And Misha is constantly talking. We're doing this, how about we do this, how about we do this? Hey, they're gonna be doing this and they're gonna be doing that. So
I wonder if there's ever been a younger player that's been put into that role, because that is a lot of
Ramses.
responsibility to take on. Was he 16?
I think he started drafting fully for, was 17, 18?
I think 17,
But still,
18.
like, I don't know Amar's age. I think he's 17 right now.
he
as well.
drafted on the major as well.
Exactly. Like, it's wild. And I do want to exacerbate this point because I know it seems dumb. Like, you think, oh, clicking buttons is just so easy, find the hero. But I have talked to so many teams that tell me that it's such a high-pressure situation. You see the timer constantly. You're like, I need to pick the right hero. I mean, we've seen misclicks happening in the big stage before.
In TI.
Yeah, exactly.
I was doing it in the show match. It was stressful.
It is, right? You see the timer, and there's something about visualizing the fact that you're losing time little by little that really affects them. But Amar seems like someone that would be unfazed by that, right?
Yeah, I think also Amar has a really good feeling for the game. He feels, okay, this is how we're going to win, this is how we're going to do it. While Misha can do a little bit more of the, let's say, mad scientist behind him.
Okay.
He's like, okay, I think we can do this and this and this. And Amar, I think it helps clear the communication.
No. That's fair enough. Well, let's get ready for the break, JMR. I'm sure that Misha will be standing in his pose here. Ready?
Commanding pose.
The commanding pose. We're ready for game
like,
2.
We're going that way.
Commander Misha, can he bring us to a third game, or will LGD show us their prowess as we get into game 2? Before that, though, we will take a small break and come back with the second game of the series.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome back. We're here ready for Game 2 between OG and PSG LGD. And we've made a slight change to our panel. We decided, you know, it's nice to have experts in teams, but it's also nice to have an expert in Dota in general. Misery, welcome to the panel.
Thank you very much.
In case you guys, for some reason, have been living under a rock, you don't know, Misery long history of being a player, and also now currently coaching TSM FTX.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So you guys also got to fight against OG. Yeah.
Yep.
It was actually one of the. I mean, all your seeds were like surprisingly close, right? Particularly in the drafts, I think you guys were the ones that were giving most people trouble in your drafts. Never really got out drafted. What do you feel with OG as a team when you got to play them?
I think OG is a bit predictable in the sense that you can always expect them to pick up Razor, Timbers, or Viper.
Sure.
Right? And everyone bans 2 of the 3. Against us, we kind of did the same as LGD. We banned out Razor and Timbersaw and gave them Viper. Game 1 was really close, and but they managed to still snatch the win in the end, right? I think the problem for OG right now is that they just showed their first pick Viper strategy a little bit against us, right? So LGD has probably been looking at that quite a bit and formulated up kind of a plan against this first pick Viper. And we saw the Naga pick being really strong in this last game. That being said, though, I think the Viper is still good for them, and I think they would pick it again if given the chance. It's just a matter of like maybe mixing up some of the next heroes, right? Like the Slaughter and the TA. Like the problem with that game was that they ended up locking themselves quite a bit when they picked the Slaughter. They're like kind of not really a flexible hero.
Yeah.
Same with TA. It's those 2 heroes gets countered by a lot of the same stuff, like Winter Wyvern, like the Naga Siren in this case, right? And then that leaves Viper kind of on an island where he's like also not really having a place in the game. So I think like if you take last game as an example, I think if you pick the Slaughter, then you cannot pick the TA as well. Then you need to pick the Puck on 17 so that the Naga pick is not as strong because, yeah, their draft is so locked at that point after the 4 first heroes.
I want to ask you how you feel about first pick versus second and Dire versus Radiant. Like, is there any clear advantage that you see having coached not just the NA scene, but also how it works internationally?
I think second pick is probably what most teams favor, just because you have the 2 counter picks. You have the absolute last pick and you have the 18 pick, right? And that's really strong. I think that outweighs what first pick has, which is the 1 counter pick in the first phase, you would say. And as for Radiant Dire, I think Dire has a slight win rate right now, advantage. And,
everything except C and SA, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the sides is always kind of hard to judge. Why is this, right? Might be it might be because some of the heroes that are being played right now, it might be like the Roshan is...
Not as valuable?
It is valuable, but it's maybe harder to take early on. And even if you do take it, it does require a lot of resources to take it. So if the team has a lot of emphasis on taking Roshan, the other team can be like, okay, we just give it away and we farm the map, right? So that's kind of what the Radiant advantage was about for a while, like for a long time, really. But if Roshan is the first Roshan is kind of nerfed, then it's maybe not as important.
It really does feel like a lot of the decisions that you're making are... Farming feels like the better option than a lot of other decisions, right? You know, going and stealing away stacks or doing this. It's just splitting up the map, getting not only the net worth, but also an experience lead so that when those team fights happen, you're in a much more advantageous spot. Like, even if 1 person dies on one side of the map, as long as 2 cores are farming and maybe a support, you're on the winning end of it a lot of the time.
Yes, I also think that speaking of OG, especially, it's like one of the best teams that actually like having 3 cores farming at all times, right?
Right.
They even have a voice line saying like, I don't care, I'm just gonna hit creeps, right?
Yes.
And that is, one of the absolute strengths of this hero, this team.
We get right into the draft. This time, PSG LGD will get rid of the Viper and the Timbersaw because OG gets rid of the Razor, as LGD has first pick, and Chinese teams, they love that first pick Razor.
I think everyone loves first pick Razor. Like, there are so few ways to be able to counter
100% win rate, though, on Chinese teams, and Secret, which is now an official Chinese team as well, due to the first picking of Razor.
I mean, Zeus is another one of those heroes that provides you that versatility, right? Like, LGD haven't revealed anything with being able to pick this one up, being able to run it. 2, 4, 5, it's totally viable in any of those roles. So I like this opening. Again, it gives a little bit more strength to that 8th pick, the last pick of the first phase. I'm assuming that OG probably went for the second pick this time around because it really felt like they just got crushed in the overall game strategy in game number 1 because of how LGD were able to respond in that draft.
I'm curious, Misery. When you talked about the strength of second pick, right? There's still some strength to first pick. For example, at TIA, we saw it. There's so many broken heroes that the 8th pick became kind of like crucial. So was first pick. Well, how do you think the 8th pick right now is best utilized in the current meta?
I think the 8th pick can be strong, but it can also kind of be not strong. That sounds maybe a bit redundant, but like in a way, I think first pick is a lot about trying to pick as many flexible heroes as you can to confuse your enemy into not having this valuable 18, valuable 24 pick, right? If the enemy don't really know where your heroes are going, if they have like 4 or 5 flexible heroes, it's very hard to pick 1 or 2 heroes that counters all that, right?
Okay.
Because you can adjust which heroes goes which lane, which heroes core, things like that. So I think first pick is a lot more about maybe confusing your enemy or throwing out a curveball or disguising some of your core heroes with potential supports and so on. A bit like we see with the Viper from OG, right?
Right.
They're able to play it both 4 and 5 and also on MR. So
we haven't seen a game, I believe, at least that I've been covering here on the panel, where when you're picking a support in this 8th pick, it is what wins you the game, right? We've seen some Nyx Assassins, we've seen like even a Crystal Maiden occasionally, and it just feels less impactful, right? Because it's not that, oh, we're going to be able to protect this with the next 3 bans. Clockwork, it isn't really that, but you do get that flexibility still, right? Zeus, like I said before, can play 3 different lanes. Clockwork 2.5, I guess.
Unless you're 9.
Unless you're 9, but I don't think we're going to be seeing Nothing to Say play a mid Clockwork this game.
I am curious though, because you have been hyping this pick up the whole tournament. Every time they pick Warlock, you go, they need something going with the backlines. You always mention Clockwork, so is that enough to justify this pick?
I think it's good just to be able to disrupt the Clockwork a little bit, but it's not just what you're able to do to them. You're providing a lot of assistance to the Zeus, right? You're disrupting the team fight. You're creating this barrier that Zeus has to play around in addition to the Heavenly Jump. Like, it becomes a lot easier game for the Zeus if you're just able to sit back and freely cast your spells. So I think what OG need to focus on, obviously they've already got the Tiny that can fulfill the role, but they need a way to be able to have vision, but also punish the Zeus on the backlines.
Yes, I'm curious about the Warlock pick, because it was a staple of the Chinese teams coming into this tournament, then it quickly adapted to pretty much everybody. What are the current strengths of this pick, and why is it so overwhelmingly strong?
I mean, he's a really strong laner, right? He can pretty much enable any carry, and he's very flexible in terms of what he lanes against. It's pretty hard to counter this hero in lane, and then on top of that, he has like some of the best team fight you can find in Dota, right? So it's a very stable hero. I think it makes sure that you have all the team fight you need in a draft, and like secures your carry, basically. I do like the Clockwork pick, and something you guys didn't mention is the fact that, I mean, with Zeus, it's like the Zeus ult adds that extra damage that makes Clockwork that much stronger and potentially sets him up for a better game.
Even just the Nimbus, right, inside the cogs.
Yeah, that's
a little bit extra.
But also, like, Clockwork is one of those heroes one of those 4s that does not need any items to be effective, right? His 6 is really strong, but he doesn't need, like, for example, Tiny kind of needs a Blink Dagger when played as a 4, right? But Clock needs no items. And I think we see more of these heroes that has a really strong 6 but doesn't need items, more popular right now. Clock, Earth Spirit, for example, Tusk as well. Even Nyx Assassin, right? Their 6 is really strong, and they don't need items to actually make stuff happen on the map. They don't need a downtime to start farming Blink Dagger. Whereas Tiny, I mean, OG is probably going to put Tiny mid, but just like comparing 4s here, like that's why I think Clock is seeing more play now, because there's more emphasis on cores having space to farm. You can't have your support need like, I need 4 minutes, guys, then I'm ready. There's no time for that, Do
you think there's the potential for them to still run the Tiny as a 4 and then pick up something like a Puck for themselves again? BZM plays it really well. Also, you're going to get enabled by that Fatal Bond so heavily, right, where Puck kind of needs that little bit of extra spike in damage in the early game just to make sure he's having that impact?
Yeah, I mean, it's always possible, right? Like, one of the strengths of Tiny as a pick is, obviously, the hero is really strong, both mid and 4 too, but it's like the flexibility of the hero is strong, and that's probably why we see it from second pick being good as well, in this case.
I'm also curious about how this strategy, these faster supports, do you feel like it's also been an answer to this Tricore that we've been seeing from a lot of teams? OG started that in Stockholm Major, or they perfect that perhaps. Do these 4s, these faster 4s, don't need items, put more pressure onto these Tricore strategies?
I mean,
or do they enable them instead?
They enable them in both, like we see a lot of range cores nowadays, like they enable them in the laning phase, but then also in mid game when you kind of like farming all 3 lanes, like OG style, right? You need those supports to kind of block the smokes and kind of give vision for your cores, right? And those heroes that don't need items, that are kind of, it's kind of annoying to run into a Clock, He might hook away, he might put cogs down. Same with the Nyx Assassin, right? He's running back and forth. Even Tusk, like these heroes are, even if you run into them smoked, you might not be able to kill them. And if you do kill them, it doesn't really matter, right? Sure. So I think that's also some of the strength of the heroes.
Ooh, well, there's a way to be able to get in onto the back lines if you get, you know, the Blink Dagger into the shackles. Certainly gives you that follow-up potential. So it'll be interesting. I didn't know Seb had subbed in for OG already, just being able to come into this one. But just even with the Clockwork as well, one more point that I want to touch on is obviously the double damage that you can now do to creeps with the battery assault, so that if you are out there blocking creeps, trying to hunt around a little bit, you have the potential to like shove in a more dangerous lane a little bit more effectively, right? You can get that farm if you need to, just to relieve a little bit of map pressure on the map.
Yeah, it's definitely like covered some of the hero's weakness before. Like you are able to farm some camps in the downtime. As for the bans, we can have a look at it fast. Like, I think it's kind of a lot of the same bans we see nowadays. It's always like these bristlebacks and like Death Prophet.
Particularly with a Warlock, the Bristle is just like so devastating in the lane, right? Cool Spray is going to hit everything. You bully them out of the lane. You've got insane sustain with the Shadow Word.
Fatal Bonds, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. So what I'm really thinking of is how is LGD going to be able to respond to this? Because they've obviously got really good team fight. Now they've got good pick-off as well with the Wind Ranger. So which one do you choose to focus on? I feel like Dawnbreaker is pretty good, right? Because you can go for the pick-off. You have a strong lane. You've got that ability to respond to like, a tiny initiating onto someone with the Fatal Bonds. And kind of like I was talking about with the Clockwork, if this Dawnbreaker goes into a support role, not to say it has to, you can also play that more dangerous role, free up a lot of space on the map for the cores to continue to farm.
There's another aspect of this draft that we've been seeing a lot this tournament as well, which is the global aspect as Dawnbreaker came into the meta. With Zeus, Clockwork, and Dawnbreaker, there's a lot of global potential here. How do you feel about that strength of a lineup? Is that ever a factor that you look into it, the mobility around the map?
Yeah, I think these global heroes, like we see a lot of them being played right now. Yeah. Dawnbreaker, Zeus, Furion especially right now. Like these heroes are, they add an extra kind of dynamic to your lineup, right? That makes it easier to play. But we see here LGD, I was gonna mention like how they are still flexible in the sense that they can put the Dawnbreaker mid, offlane, and carry, and the Zeus can still be support. They end up picking the Jakiro here, which kind of locks their draft a bit more. But at the same time, they're able to put the Dawnbreaker carry as well as offlane. Knowing them, I think it's probably more likely to be offlane. Because maybe Amir can play it, but I strike LGD more as being, they want him to be on an actual like hard carry, right? Sure. And they go with the Void here.
One other thing I want to point out as well, with LGD's draft, one thing I really like about it, we've talked a little bit about that global presence coming through with the Zeus and the Dawnbreaker, and it feels to me like this Jakiro and Clockwork, once you hit level 6 on Jakiro, on both of them honestly, they can just roam on their own and look to pick off kills, right? You get the hookshot, you get the cogs, drop down the macro pyre. If it's a support, that's all you need. If it's a core, a really high priority target that you find, you're able to drop that Thunder God's Wrath and the Solar Guardian to be able to convert onto a really valuable kill. So it allows something like the Dawn and the Zeus to just sit back and farm and let the supports be the ones to take the onus on being aggressive.
Now that the Void got picked, there is no chance of Jakiro going offlane here, right? Because it is a freebie here for the Jakiro.
that could be really cool if they choose to do that, honestly.
And the other point for the Void I'm questioning is Void into Dawnbreaker. Usually they try to avoid that because obviously they're healing the Dawnbreaker. How do you feel that matchup goes, Misery?
I think Dawnbreaker is a super strong laner, but I feel like Void Warlock will be really happy going against like Clockwork Dawnbreaker. Sure. They're going to be, so that's why I kind of like the idea of doing Jakiro offlane with a clock and then having Dawnbreaker either played as 5 or as the carry here, right? I think that could be putting a lot of pressure on OG. I wonder if it's a little bit of a drastic kind of
change
move. Yeah, change, but so I feel like they're not going to do that. They could put the Jakiro in the offlane as a support, though, together with the Dawnbreaker and play Clock into the Tiny 4.
Wouldn't hate that.
Actually, it's Wind Runner 4, so they know that it's a Tiny mid now. Yeah. That's also something to note.
And a Spectre coming out. Okay, really doubling down on that global potential, right? 3 different heroes. Again, Clockwork, I guess you could say Rocket Flare is that a little bit as well. Yeah. I just want to touch on the Void really quickly, though. It feels like that time dilation is going to have a lot of value this game. Dawnbreaker, one of those heroes that likes to weave in and out of fights, use the spells. They've got similar-ish cooldowns. Same sort of thing with the Zeus, right? You want to be constantly casting. Even the Jakiro to some extent. So I feel like maybe an early Ag Shard is the way that they're going to go after the Maelstrom on the Faceless Void this game, just to be able to dominate a few of those early skirmishes and look to cement the control on the map. But I really like LGD's draft so far.
How does OG respond to this? Like, what's the final pick that makes their draft work? It seems like they have to just concentrate on Void being strong here. Like, you need something inside the chrono.
They might pick something like Underlord or...
It's banned.
It's banned?
Yeah, they banned Underlord, Slaughter...
Maybe Tidehunter. Could be. I mean, they just need something that goes up against the Spectre and just chills there, right? Because it's it's a pretty free lane for a lot of offlaners. Necrophos.
I mean,
Huskar.
Oh, that is the Amar special. Hello.
Don't hate that. Don't hate that. We get to see something else coming out, and there's all smiles with the OG boys as well. I was thinking, like, what's going to provide break? Because, I mean, Tiny eventually, I suppose, can look to go into it, but that Spectre is going to be a little bit of a menace unless the lane gets dominated by Amar.
Yeah. Every time I see the Huskar, I still remember this long pub chat I saw of Amar where he picked Razor for the 15th game in a row, and someone else chats, I forgot who it was, Razor again, and he goes, "Do you want me to do Huskar instead?" As that's the threat from Amar.
So like right now, I think the pick is cool and everything, but I feel like there's a bit of a weakness for OG if LG chooses to try lane safe lane, because they can actually just throw the Dawnbreaker off lane alone against Warlock, and he should be able to get a lot of stuff, right?
Get something.
By himself, yeah, something. Meanwhile, Huskar is a hero that's pretty reliant on having a good lane, right? Getting that armlet on early on. If he's shut down, it can be a real problem for their draft, I think so. I don't know if they're going to do that, but I think that's something that they can punish OG with.
Oh, as you guys saw the draft here, you see the Spectre is like kind of about to disappear, and so will we. We will also disappear and give way to the casters for this game 2 between OG and PSG LGD.
Amar the Huskar, that last pick coming out, Lacoste. That's a dirty one, isn't it? OG really flipping the script on that.
It really is, but this global presence, we've seen it so many times in this patch over the DPC in this tournament. Teams do prioritize a couple of these heroes. We're talking about the Zeus, we're talking about the Dawnbreaker especially, and now we're gonna have a full combo: Clockwork, Dawnbreaker, Zeus, and Spectre on one team. Maybe they could have had, Ancient Apparition to have 5 out of 5 because Jakiro is a bit sluggish, but we'll see. I like the point that Misery made on panel about the potential of tri-lane to be able to just get to this good start to Ame, because Huskar doesn't deal well with the tri-lane, and the Dawnbreaker could potentially be left alone, I would say, for a couple of minutes, maybe 2-3, and then she will need help. It's not a killer lane. We're talking about Warlock plus Faceless Void.
Passive.
It's very passive. It's about securing your safe lane farm, pretty much.
Yeah, keep that Void topped up on his HP. Not really any aggression or kill threat from them. Uragi going to walk up on the high ground to try and scout any vision, but Faith Beyond was there ready and waiting for him. It's always so cool to see how these concepts develop, right? The first time we saw these heroes going into that mid-tower range, looking for observer wards, then we see people reacting, putting a player there, so you can't really give away that information. And now it's always someone sat there to scout out. As LGD hold the high ground near the top rune.
And the backstab from LGD.
From behind, they're baiting with nothing to say, and OG, they had no idea this was coming.
They want Amar.
Huge dual breath in onto Amar and Misha. Focus the Huskar with the battery assault. Jinkyu body blocking him, and Amar about to die as your first blood spilt out by LGD Zeus. Nothing to say, your mid laner grabbing that extra gold is going to be a huge boost to him.
Not perfect execution from LGD for that first blood. They did not allow them to see them. And look at 2 observer wards scouting things out. One in the triangle and one behind tier 1 and tier 2 tower.
That's huge. I see everything coming. And it looks like Misery was absolutely spot on. 3 heroes from LGD up top. The tri-lane has been assembled. And Amar, I think he's realized what's coming. He sits away. They focus Tiger, forcing both supports back as Misha has also traversed his way up top. Tri-lane versus tri-lane.
Does have a Fairy Fire.
What year is it? Tiger is dual breathed up. The Fairy Fire popped. He's alive and safe under the tier 1. Yep.
I saw the post on Reddit about old eHome from 2008 or 2010. These are the guys, ESWC, they invented the tri-lane.
The old Visage, the Undying. Now, none of them. We've got Warlock, Windranger against the Clockwork, Jakiro, and Tiger. He's in trouble again. Misha's trying to tank the battery assault for him. But you've got so much harassment coming out of these LGD heroes that OG have been buckled, sent back to their tower time and time again.
Also, Ame going for Earn. This is a bit of an old school build because they knew, they already know, like PSG LGD, they're prepared in every single segment of the game because they knew that they're going to run a tri-lane. So having that means they're going to be a little bit more kills, a bit more aggression. So the value that you get from Earn is going to be pretty nuts in this game. Also, nothing to say, off to a good start. One more time, getting the first blood, getting that bottle. So he's going to have rune to be secured and also bringing some extra items. What is he bringing? Magic Stick and the Clarity.
Yeah, leaps and bounds ahead already. And will the Spectre, you reckon, finish that into Spirit Vessel against the Huskar, or is it just an Earn for laning
it's
stage?
just for the laning stage. It gives you like decent amount of stats, a bit of mana regen, and yeah, exactly what you need.
Makes sense, makes sense. Yeah, I mean, Sage's Mask is such a valuable item all around. I could pick up for him, as Misha's Courier, with a lot of regen on it, dies. So this top lane looking pretty dire for OG.
Sage Mask for something called Sage. It's carries are pretty happy to buy the item.
They are. Now bot lane, Yuragi against Faith Beyond in a 1v1. That's not too bad for the Dawnbreaker, right?
No, Dawnbreaker's gonna do okay, because she does, like, every single time the hammer's used, and look at the build. He's going for a point in Luminosity, just to have some extra sustain, a bit of more harassment. And, here comes the harassment, because he just used the Time Walk.
Tiger turning onto Xingqiu. Why is that? To hold them back. It's triple range from OG, so they've got the ability to position themselves and do good damage into the Spectre and the Clockwork if they are able to put themselves in that spot. And they'll go towards Ame. A couple of burning spears. Why? Getting chased down by Tiger. So revenge for OG incoming. No way for Jakiro to slip away from that. Finish him off with the
They want to get a return kill. Only level 1 on Clockwork. Needs to be a little bit careful.
Straight towards Tiger, though. Into the middle of 3 of them. Shadow Word on him. Tiger, wind running away, and now Xingqiu going to hand his life over to Amar, who gets a double kill.
OG used the opportunity because Clockwork was trying to pull the lane back. Lane was very close to tier 1 tower of OG, and they needed to pull it back, and instant aggression coming out. You mentioned the 3 range heroes, especially against Spectre. Ame actually has Spirit Vessel queued up.
Ooh. Yeah, that's why I was wondering. Against the Huskar, it kind of makes sense, but you have the worry that he's not going to scale if he buys this item. It's quite expensive for a position 1 to go for this utility item. As in that mid lane, top rune spot, BZM trapped inside the cogs. Xingqiu, he sets it up for nothing to say here to get a bit more zap damage in. And Zeus finding another kill and accelerating his own game.
He still might change his mind about the Spirit Vessel, but yeah, thinking outside of the box, maybe they're gonna play a bit more like heavy, like carry-oriented build on Dawnbreaker, and the Spectre will catch up. Because you don't want to have Spirit Vessel on the core Dawnbreaker. Zeus is not the one that's gonna buy it, but yeah, we'll see if he heavily commits to it.
We'll see what he does. Yeah, we'll give him that. A little bit of a window there. It's a nice stopgap item just to kind of bridge the early game.
OG will need to be careful. Zeus is going to be level 6 very soon after the next creep wave. So then having that extra damage on 3 heroes against the tri-lane, that's going to be massive. This is when LGD will try to get a kill or 2.
Well, the contest on the pull. Xingqiu getting shackled, but he's got Tiger inside the cogs now. Dagger across from Ame. Close the gap onto the Wind Ranger. She'll try and get out with the Wind Run. Xingqiu going in, but the Solar Guardian is coming in, landing onto Amar's head. And Huskar, the quick change of focus, charging in towards Misha and Tiger now, and all 3 of them are going to die. Clockwork, the only casualty for LGD. And Zeus, yeah, he was dropping low in that mid lane.
He was ready to pop the ulti, but no mana, has Arcane Boots right now. This global presence, this is how they're going to get more heroes and just try to kill this tri-lane. Xingqiu doing a lot of work in terms of refilling the bottle, ganking the mid lane. He's securing nothing to Say's early game. And yeah, in terms of levels, not doing so hot. Level 2.5 on Clockwork. Shackle doesn't connect. Taiga steals Invis.
Snags it under the nose. I have nothing to say. He's still full HP, full mana though. Would have liked a bottle refill, but not a massive deal. Tiger coming in from behind. The avalanche was there, but no toss available for BZM. Couldn't get on top of the Zeus. While back up the top, That's just, yeah, Jin-Q. Every time you look at this clockwork, he is there, trapping someone inside cogs. Fatal bonds from Misha, though, trying to swing the momentum back their way. And even though they are 2v3, they push LGD back, and in the mid lane, another shackle shot. An interesting angle there from Tiger. Still unable to finish him off, and nothing to say, stands his ground. Blows up the Wind Ranger and survives on a sliver of HP.
Raindrop plus a Fairy Fire, even a full magic one. Usually you don't see that item on Zeus, but this is what keeps him alive. Having a couple of extra charges and also 3 extra attributes. Man, looking at the bottom lane, Fate Beyond 43 and 13 against 29. So he's going to have another ulti in 15 seconds. Is he bringing, yeah, a couple of mangoes?
Keep that game flowing for LGD.
Jin-Q, another refill.
Oh, he's all over the place, isn't he? I don't think he's come down bottom yet, so he's got one of those maps. He wants to travel the world. He's going to cross the bottom jungle off his list as he gets a nice little ward there deep in the jungle. He has spent a lot of time kind of ping-ponging from top to mid, bouncing around.
Dawnbreaker ulti available. Zeus not ready, but they're waiting for nothing to say on the high ground.
They were waiting for him. They know that rotation was coming, but the Solar Guardian and the raindrops popped down. Nothing to say, he's fine. BZM spent his combo with no kill coming, and a turnaround cancelled by Tiger. Good shackle shot. Stops the Starbreaker, and Uragi's faceless void. He's here with Chrono ready, holding onto it for the time being, and blown up completely. Didn't spend his ultimate. Well, Amar, yes, he'll kill off Y, but Spectre chasing him down under the tier 1 tower top. The avalanche toss, not finishing off the clock. LGD yet again winning a battle where it looked like OG had the setup on them.
Yeah, nothing to say was keeping the distance on Zeus, using Arc Lightning like, I don't know, 10, 15 times, and they just couldn't get stuff done. Even if he lands a Chronosphere, I don't think there's enough damage. Like, in terms of damage inside Chrono, they're going to be pretty limited. We're talking about, like, maybe Tiny's Avalanche Power Shot, but other than that, yeah, it's going to be very, very limited. Yeah. And now Spectre has ulti, so they don't necessarily need to play the top lane. They can shift position to potentially bottom lane. Zeus will have ulti available in 3 seconds, plus Arcane Rune. Like, this global strat.
Like, they can play anywhere. They're not locked into any potential, real part of the map. They've got the potential to go wherever they want to. If they know there's a target they can kill quickly, they'll find him. But this Radiant Observer ward, getting de-warded, did spot them coming, so Misha will retreat back behind his tower. They'll see Uragi bottom, though, in a second. I think that Dire ward might just have... maybe it didn't. The trees were there, right? I don't think they knew exactly where he was going.
Ah, man, what a player. Going for Spirit Vessel, no boots, Magic Wand on Spectre. We'll have it in 400 gold. I guess he understands that this Huskar could potentially get out of control if he's not countered. All they have is like magical damage. There's going to be some physical coming out from Fate Beyond because he's going for Deso.
Oh, from the offlane, yeah, he is.
This is what I mentioned, just him scaling a little bit more to have the damage because Spectre going for a different item, and in terms of tower damage, they don't have as much, so this Deso is going to help out quite a lot. Jin-Q, shackle on him.
And BZM coming forward, but there we go. Dawnbreaker ulti, it is forced down, the Chrono on 2. Why? And nothing to say, looking to get damage in from the sidelines. Tiny was trapped inside the Chrono, now Ice Path and caught out. BZM in trouble, the Spectre haunts back in towards Uragi. Chasing the Faceless Void, a good shackle shot comes. But Uragi, the time up to the low ground, I don't think that's enough to give him the space he needs.
One more zap.
LGD will find the Faceless Void. A lot of ultimates expended in that trade. But LGD coming out on top once again. BZM, pick off the Jakiro.
Oh, the slows on the attack speed.
So
nothing
difficult
to say. Has another chain and we'll get it.
He's going to get the double here, isn't he? I mean, Amar is arriving. Jin-Q will try and save, nothing to say, but the Huskar with the damage. Amar jumps in, the Cogs were good, but they kill the Zeus.
That's a big one. Amar on top of the net worth right now. He was in the triangle, getting a couple of stacks, and very close to just a casual Sand right now. Having that armlet, it's going to be a bit difficult to go in and kill Roshan because of all the global presence that they have. Like even one rocket could change things, one Zeus ulti. So they need to take a fight before they can go inside a bit with the Huskar.
Yeah, and a little bit nasty playing into Jakiro as well. Damage over time is always your enemy as a Huskar with an armlet. 11 minutes, 4 seconds. First time this patch, no surprises whatsoever. As Spectre finishes the Spirit Vessel.
It's easy to break a record if you go for item that no one buys.
I wonder what the stats are on like a Crystal Maiden Rapier.
Probably happened, man. Not in the DPC tour, but yeah, in some lower brackets, definitely happened. Zeus ulti is available. He used the previous one with the Arcane Rune, so that means it's going to be up again. BZM on Tiny. Shut down a little bit. Also, he decided to go for Power Treads and Windlay, so the Blink Dagger gonna be delayed.
Yeah, a much slower game from him. And both of the big cores, well, I guess the regular cores on OG sitting about 4,000 net worth. And again, we come back to the point about Amar being that position 1 from the offlane. He is the highest farmed hero in the game at over 6,000. A lot rests on his shoulders going into these mid-game team fights.
Oh, Radiant using the scan, wrong side. PSG LGD will do a wraparound. It's only Wind Ranger that they can find. Should be an easy one. Another Arcane Rune. Could we check the rune control again for this particular game? Because in the previous one, yeah. Zeus 6, Tiny 3, and Clockwork 5.
We've seen this from LG, right? You know, up against any team at this tournament, it has been control the runes for nothing to say. Bounty runes as well, of course, adding a lot of that income to LGD's bank accounts. It's a 1k lead. So on the other side, you can say OG doing a pretty good job at keeping the farm rates up and actually hitting creeps much better. 107 last hits compared to 69 on the Faceless Void.
Nice. Faceless Void going for Head of Midas is going to have it right now, pops it immediately. Seems like Yuragi going for a bit of a different item build because he was playing 1 versus 1, so you don't need that much sustain. It's still slower. I believe like one of the fastest one was an EU DPC Div 2, like 5 minutes, 5-minute Midas, because Faceless, it was also on Faceless Void, yeah. Low skill, I believe,
Patch
is the one who got it.
7 minutes usually. Faceless Void. Might be a rush, you know, he's gone for Treads Wraithband. TP's away from the bot lane, gets out of the reach of Faith Beyond's Dawnbreaker. And there's another rune, right? DD spawns bot. Guess who's getting it? It's nothing to say.
He is picking up the power runes. Jinkyu all over the place with his Clockwork, moving around the map in the triangles, cutting things out, what's happening now near the outpost, planting some vision, being very annoying in their face. And they have this global presence, they don't even need it to pop the Warlock.
No, they don't. Straight onto the Warlock, and LGD is so good at playing into their vision. Yeah, he's getting into position to place it, but it's also rallying his team to come and use that vision to their advantage to get these kills. OG looking to make a concerted effort to go and push out top lane with 3 heroes there and getting some wards down of their own, scouting Ame in the jungle.
Ame is still more farmed than Yuragi, even though he decided to go for Spirit Vessel, which is not an item that helps you farm by any means.
Yeah, looking for those charges for the kills. A couple of minutes ago, there was a lot of drawing from OG, the captains saying, stay on our side of the river, don't overextend, just keep this calm, natural farm rate, the income flowing.
Fate Beyond finishing this, so they are ready to go. Like, they want to take a fight right now. Spectre, Haunt is available if they want to show where Warlock is.
And they see Yuragi. A few spells onto him immediately. The Golem dropped in onto just Jinkyu. The Fatal Bombs across the 4 of them. Tiny in with Avalanche Toss, and they've killed the Clockwork quickly. Solar Guardian now, as Faith Beyond arrives, and they'll burst through too. Tiger and BZM being blown up. Y will drop, and Faith Beyond taken out by Amar, and Yuragi's Chrono, the turnaround for OG. They kept Tiger alive, and now they're on the Spectre. 5 heroes about to die, LGD getting wiped.
Oh, what a beautiful fight from OG. Very patient with the Golem and also with the Chronosphere. They did not want to commit immediately. They also have like good ways to counter-initiate. And yeah, look at some of these numbers. Is that 3,000 damage done by Warlock?
Yeah,
4,000 by Huskar. Yeah, those Fatal Bonds. And finally, OG about to pick up 1 rune. Oh, Misha gets it.
An Arcane Rune for him.
Yeah, because Tiny was not close. Usually you would want to give it to Tiny, but Tiny does not have a TP. Hook shot.
In. Why? Trying to catch up here to Tiger, but the shackle shot keeps him at bay. And Huskar straight back in with the life break in a fire. Power shot trying to snipe Jin-Q, but he popped his one, and it looks like he should get away.
OG doesn't rely, like, even without, you know, Chronosphere and Rock, they can still take a fight, because you have Huskar. On the other side, PSG LGD, they want to have Zeus ulti, they want to have Spectre. We're going to see that again. Like, Rock drop, and Yuragi managed to get out. Like, even though there was an ice pad, but a good shackle, so he manages to get on top.
And look at this life break with the Fatal Bonds.
Yeah, I mean, everyone had Fatal Bonds on them.
As soon as the Huskar spots the guy he wants to go on, Faith Beyond just immediately evaporates. Fatal Bonds bounces the damage back into the Chrono on the Zeus.
It was a nicely placed Chronosphere on the edge, catching two heroes.
It looked decent for LGD with that global presence and the Spectre joining in, but beautifully done by OG to execute, and they'll continue. Their steamroller don't stop. Jin-Q, another one on the list, ticked off.
I love build on Yuragi this time around, going for the Fusel Blade to be able to have like another form of slow, just to be able to kill supports, slow down Zeus potentially, like even Spectre burning the mana, and now inside Roche Pit they go. No rocket. Let's see if Zeus, if they know something is up.
They've got to know. Huskar, such an important Roshan hero. Jin-Q does ping it out. It's BZM with Yuragi holding out in that mid lane, and the rest of OG wanting to fight while Amar can basically just solo Roshan.
Got scouted out. Amar still has armlet and 16 wand charges. Let's see. Jin-Q looking for an angle, gets it.
Forward, they get into the pit. Roshan nearly dead, and they blow up Amar. The Thunder God's Wrath, beautifully placed on Misha. He drops the golem in on them, snatched up. BZM grabs the Aegis and the three-man Chrono. Yuragi's got four of them trapped in there, in fact. Nothing to say, focus down, and the upheaval slows them to a crawl. There's no escape. OG, they're destroying them. Army's left out in the river. No way to get out of the grasp of OG.
Even though they got a good initiation, they found the angle for Huskar to be able to kill him. Rock drops, and the beautiful Chronosphere. 2 times in a row, Yurag Giga Chad, I dare to say. Absolutely beautiful. And Tiny finally gets to get his couple of combos off in a team fight.
So
I'm not sure if Spectre ulti was not available. Yeah, it looked like it wasn't, so.
Still CD.
They connected, maybe, like, allowing too much, because Dawnbreaker ulti did get stopped there, and yeah, 4-man Chronosphere.
These Fatal Bonds as well, again, across 4 heroes, spreading this damage. So beautifully pushed out. BZM respawning after grabbing the Aegis. That turns it back onto Arme. Focus everybody else, leave the Spectre till last. And wipe LGD off the face of the map. Amar looks a little uncomfortable that he died around Roshan. He's not too happy about that.
He wanted that Aegis, you know, Amar.
Yeah, he absolutely would have loved to have it. As Yuragi picks up yet another one. One in that top jungle. LGD still trying to play into their vision there with nothing to say in Jin-Q. Yeah, look at that damage spread. 10.7k from the Warlock. And that's majority from the Fatal Bonds. Haunting from Arme. They're hunting though. OG are in on to Zeus. Nothing to say. Can't heavily jump away. And a time walk out by the Faceless Void creates the gap he needs, allowing LGD to pick up the pieces, clear up Tiger.
Yes,
but now
Blade slowing them down.
Dilation, the Diffusal Blade slow, and BZM with the gap closed. Oh, they toss him back into Amar, who's got the damage to wreck the Dawnbreaker. Limb from limb.
If this is a Maelstrom, they don't have enough. You don't have this another slow to be able to set things up for your Tiny, to toss him back into Amar. And yeah, Tiny's getting pretty massive. Now they are the ones controlling the runes. Yuragi's going to pick up Regen, refill the bottle for BZM. And BZM on Tiny. Echo Saber done, Blink Dagger as well. Thinking about getting a Force Staff.
Oh, that's an interesting one.
There is one Force Staff on a Wind Ranger that's going to be done in 100 gold. Warlock probably thinking about getting one after finishing the pipe. They're going to hit a big timing with this pipe. A lot of damage will be negated by pipe, because most of the damage that they got is magical, besides Dawnbreaker. A couple of right clicks, you know, here and there. Getting scouted.
I saw BZM for a second, but it was Jin-Q and Y, the 2 supports, not wanting to stick around. And yeah, look there. He's caught up now, BZM. Not just that, but they've overtaken in terms of bounty rune gold as well. Of course, getting them later on gives you more of that money. Why very aggressively farming this bottom Radiant jungle. OG is spamping them. Don't let them get away with this. Get straight onto that Jakiro. Jinkyu with the hook shot, the force staff across. But Y is focused down. Jinkyu has the force staff and TP home. What was that? What's the idea there for LGD? Putting two supports bottom, is that trying to just drag OG away from the rest of their cores?
They freshly placed 2 observer wards, so this is where they're going to be playing for the next couple of minutes.
Dire are scanning.
Zeus having a bit of a rough game this time around. 4 deaths. They did manage to find him a couple of times, and he was thinking about getting the Aghanim Scepter. Maybe I need a Ghost Scepter on top of that, and now going for Eon Disc. Wants to be able to protect himself. And they also have Seb, you know, even though that he's not in the game, but a couple of voice lines. He's there. They can feel the presence. He's in the same building.
He's there in spirit. OG smoked up. Got great ways of catching and killing any number of these LGD heroes. BZM just going to clear out the mid-wave rather than going into the darkness of the dire triangle. And yet again, they're going to want to play into their vision. 2 Radiant Observer wards, and 1 up towards the top jungle and 1 on the basically the ground of the dire base. Faith Beyond, scouted by the power shot. Uragi chases. Shackle shot and the avalanche there, and as Faithless Void now unstoppable.
Value from this Diffusal Blade. I already mentioned it a couple of times, but yeah,
more.
Got him like 4 kills already. Level 18 on Faceless Void. That Hand of Midas really paying off. Ame, level 15, getting Manta Style done. Still not that much damage. Like I don't know if they can just go in and burst Faceless Void, especially when Warlock is sitting behind him.
Is under attack.
It's incredibly difficult. Yeah, look at that. Spectre was a little bit ahead,
that one fight near the Roche pit is where everything skyrocketed for OG.
Couple of fights like that. OG in a great spot. Avalanche misses. And Y with a Glimmer Cape, going to get himself down into the tree line. Got TP out straight away, and the Force Staff there is allowing BZM to play aggressively into the Jakiro. Solar Guardian and the hook shot though. LGD not letting OG having any freebies, taking down the Tiny and the Wind Ranger.
These are the type of fights that PSG LGD needs to take, because Juragi was showing top lane with no TP, so they knew that they can go for this kind of a play. They're trying to split the map and then take them by surprise.
Straight back in onto Juragi, kill 2 bot, move up to top, golden dropped onto Faith Beyond. The Ice Path misses, but Uragi's gone straight in towards nothing the same. Nearly blown up, but it's BKB forcing the Eon Disc now after that chrono. Uragi realizing quickly he couldn't finish the job that he started. And they will pick off Misha with Jinkyu's cogs. Faith Beyond. Careful, buddy. Look who's coming over this hill. It's a monster. It's Amar. And he is hungry.
Splitting out the map. And then trying to go for Faceless Void. Baiting the Chronosphere. Assembling Eon Disc on Zeus. And also BKB usage from Faceless Void. It's all about these little things that did add up in this fight. Do you have any big items on side of PSG LGD? It's still far away from Spectres. Scotty and yeah, Zeus going for Aghanim Scepter. That's going to take a while. No BKB. Like PSG LGD will need to farm for another like 3 or 4 minutes to get another set of items on their side.
Yeah, I mean, forcing the chrono, the BKB is nice. Do you think OG are still happy with the way that all went? Because with no Haunt, Thunder God's Wrath, looking at the cooldowns there, like, yeah, you've got Hook Shot, but can OG go for another fight? Or with Golem and Chrono being down, are they going to have to wait it out, just like LGD will have to do?
I don't know if they want to force a fight without a Chronosphere. Maybe if the fight comes next to them, they will take it, but they feel much more comfortable just waiting for Chrono, waiting for that rock.
So both teams looking just to get that farm going. Wait out the ulti cooldowns. And try and prepare themselves for those team fights. You know, placing deep vision. We see OG there with a Tinker Ward. setting things up to maybe push out the top tier 2. And of course, we are now looking towards that second Roshan. A minute and a half until the big man spawns up again. GQ down in the bottom jungle. We'll find him. Oh,
he found the angle, still gonna die.
Hook shot to the creeps, but 3 heroes, 3 cores tracking back on him as they snap smoke. Aghanim Scepter delivered for the Huskar now, so he's got that upgraded life break, forcing the duel basically.
Yeah, pretty much. 3-second duration taunt. That's gonna be big. Locking down a hero if he can find an opening on Zeus. He does have an E on this, but let's see this one. Ame, up and down, up and down.
Trying to juke it all around, but Amar's found him. Focusing the Spectre and the Chrono, jumping from Uragi, diving deeper. Tiger dies, Ame somehow, he's still alive. Solar Guardian's there to heal up the Zeus as well, but the Spectre finished off by OG.
Ame with the buyback.
He wants to fight and continue this one. Misha doesn't have the Golem. Down goes the Warlock. Faith Beyond with a double kill. And Amar, he needs backup and he needs it fast. He'll life break down to the low ground on the creep wave, but LGD, they've got his number. Amar's in the cogs.
Oh, he's going to get a kill.
He's going to
9
finish
charges,
off
9 stacks. They're trying to keep him alive with the Glimmer Cape, but it's not going to be enough. Roshan is being pinged out 20 seconds. Yeah, they need to get this, Rosh, because it was a relatively early buyback from Ahmed. He wanted to join the fight. 10 seconds. In terms of Rosh damage, not the greatest. They do have like Manta Style, Spectre with the Desolate and Deso on Dawnbreaker, but I don't know if they want to go in. 40 seconds until Huskar respawns. Huskar's doing so much in these fights.
Oh yeah, he is. Like really, it is no joke when you've got fatal bombs on 4 or 5 heroes and a life break comes out onto someone like a Spectre who is very tanky, all that damage stacking up and spilling across LGD. And Huskar there didn't have buyback, and we know that, but maybe something LGD were considering was the ability for Huskar to rejoin the fight and make it a 5v5.
New neutral items are dropping. Anything big?
Nothing.
Not on their side.
Right,
Spectre with the Paladin Sword. That's not going to keep her alive in these fights. Clockwork with the Cloak of Flames.
Huskar has one of those cloaks as well.
And he's called Cloakwork when he picks it up.
Cloakwork, yes, Lacoste.
All the abilities are going to be ready in 20 seconds for OG.
Oh, a Blink Dagger for Tiger now. Even more maneuverability to get on top of the Zeus, which has been his primary focus. Find these shackle shot angles. It's been very good from OG. Huskar focusing Spectre.
Time Walk misses.
Clockwork in the cogs. Shackled up. All right, Tiger showing off his fancy new item. Repositioning himself perfectly. And Clock dead for 40. Is this a quick
they're going to try
to
force it. Yeah, I feel like they will. 40 seconds, more than enough, and here comes instant buyback from Clockwork.
And look at OG. As soon as that buyback happens, they're ready to move out of the pit, reposition, think about their options, go to the high ground. It's always the safest move. But which high ground do they want? They're like, do we go triangle? No. That's too far back. We'll go aggressively onto their high ground, move to their top lane, find an avalanche toss onto their Jakiro, and pick off white.
Taiga has been on point, playing with Tiny this time around, and just follows up on stun from Tiny. And I love itemization on OG. BZM going for a Force Staff to be able to get outside of the cogs. Also, close the distance between the heroes, potentially get
here he comes.
Sauce back.
Clockwork's in. A hook shots and cogs the Golem. In onto Faith Beyond's hit. Faceless Void, Uragi BKB's up, but the Zeus is being focused by the Huskar. Amar just jumps straight into the back line.
Oh, doesn't get a bash.
No, he just TP's home. He's perfectly fine now, and Dawnbreaker slamming into them. BZM about to dive a blinks away from the hammer. Arme down in the river. Looking to slip away from Uragi and Amar, but another life break comes on forward. Solar Guardian is there from Faith Beyond, and they turn it on,
and he gets it. Crit 1.2k.
Big DD slamming from Faith Beyond, and he aims BZM now. They've got the Clockwork, sure, but Uragi needs to do so much more. Faith Beyond will be a big pick-off for them. And LGD lose 3 heroes, while OG could still go into the pit.
Yeah, they could potentially buyback on Huskar if they feel like they don't have enough. Golem is there to tank Roshan. They have sustain from Misha, but still respecting, forcing not going to say to TP out of the fight. Like, this is majority of their damage. And one more time, the Fusel Blade trying to set things up. That was a fight without a Chronosphere, because Yoragi wanted to land a 2-man Chrono, but canceled it last second. And they will have it. They will have it. 15 seconds for a BKB, so they... Ooh, that's a lot of damage. 25,000 damage on Faceless Void.
Look at the Zeus Spectre and Dawnbreaker doing about the same amount as well. But LGD not in position to go and contest this Roshan. OG gonna get it for free, it looks like. Yeah, nothing to say, sat in the mid lane. Arme down bottom. No ultis for LGD, and no way they can get into this pit to stop OG.
It seems like they're gonna bail. Not gonna go for Roche. Yoragi thinking about going in. Jumps to high ground just to use Hand of Midas.
He's got Chrono, they've got Shackle Shot, and it looks like they're gonna get an easy kill. Find the pick off yet again onto the Jinkyu Clockwork.
Amar getting both of these trades from Roshan. Aegis and the Shard. So now he has Aghanim Scepter plus the Shard. Sage on top of it, going for Satanic next. This Huskar is massive. They need to deal with him twice. Last fight they had double damage on Dawnbreaker and did manage to blow him up. But this time around, I feel like it's going to be much more difficult.
Way, way harder. Oh, we still really haven't seen the scaling potential of Arme, right? Going back to the discussion about the Spirit Vessel, it's been a slow, steady game for this Arme Spectre to get to the items he needs. And he's gone, you know, Vessel, Manta, Aghanims, and then later into the Skadi. Is he going to struggle to do the damage required from that carry?
It's more going to be about trying to kill the 2 supports on OG and then deal with the rest, because locking down Faceless Void with status resistance, with Warlock behind him, might be a bit too difficult. Amar not in range to use it immediately.
Oh, our favorite animation.
Would stop it.
The Huskar midlife break animation gets stuck for a few seconds, and he's back.
I think you should follow. Go inside the base.
Yeah. I mean, it used to, right? There are a bunch of those things, maybe Dota 1, I don't know about early Dota 2, but there's things like if you Omni-Slash to TPing target, there were chances that if you were on a certain frame, you'd TP back to base.
Spirit Breaker charge, you could not cancel it at one point. It was pretty grief ability.
Life break back into Fountain. Faith Bian being found and immediately first hit bashed. Cancel the TP.
Can't get a blink.
They're into the trees. He BKBs up. The blink is coming. The hook shot forward. They'll save him up with Jinkyu's move. Yoragi trapped in the cogs. Or is the Clockwork trapped with him? The bashes and stones. Yoragi just turns and faces against Clockwork. LGD spend a fair amount there to save Faith Bian, who is still stuck in the forest.
They should know that he's there, because he tried to TP out.
Yeah.
And that means he's there somewhere, but they're not going to waste any time. And now Faceless Void with Skadi, another form of slow.
He's massive. 21,000 net worth on him. Huskar not too far behind. Yeah, Faith Bian has kind of transitioned into that carry from the offlane that we're seeing more and more often. Yoragi, where are you heading off to? Top jungle, hunting white. And it's just very oppressive from OG. Push bot tier 1, move up to top. There is no room to breathe here for LGD. Being suffocated.
A little surprised that the Wind Ranger did not buy Shard. Because we have Blink Dagger, Force Staff, which is kind of okay, but I would love to see a Shard somewhere in between.
Yeah, the Gale Force always seems so impressive when it's used in pro games. Maybe he's forgotten about it. And Amar pinging forward. He wants to keep this one going. Clears out creep wave, gets his own creeps up to tier 3. LGD going to quickly realise that they have to deal with this one way or the other. A team fight is imminent. Nothing to stop this Huskar just yet. Zeus's Nimbus quickly cleared out. Right, does LGD want to try and wrap around? Do they just face off in front of their tier 3s? They glyph. They hold OG back, but I don't think that's going to stop the War Machine from moving. Yeah, Yuragi time walks up, reverses it back.
OG understands where the real threat is coming from. If you look at the itemization, Huskar does have extra magic resistance. Then you have Tiny with the Mage Slayer and the Warlock full pipe.
Huskar's just finished off a Satanic, I think.
You're right.
Coming on Courier. Full Satanic flying out to Amar. Drops the Sanj. And now he is just impossible to deal with. It's one of these games where, I don't know, like, who do you focus? You go on Huskar, you got to kill him twice, basically 3 times, without how tanky he is in the Satanic. Faceless Void has BKB Time Walk, he's difficult to kill once.
It feels like they need an extra set of items. We're talking about Scotty on Spectre, potentially Basher, that goes through BKB, because they have a very hard time locking down the target. There are some BKB piercing abilities with the hook shot, but I don't think that's enough. And now new neutral items are dropping. I see Spell Prism.
Down to items, not like, you know, think about Dota and team fights, how we start them, the order operations. Is there some way they can think about hookshot Nimbus onto a Warlock, kill him first and then move on? Or is it just they need these items to actually contend with OG?
They'll need those items, but advantage for OG keeps on rising. 2.5 minutes for a potential roast spawn. There is Basher on Dawnbreaker.
Catch on White. Arme wants to force a fight. Nimbus down, Tiger hookshot it up. They've lost their Jakiro, but Yuragi with his BKB and having Chrono ready, looking for Jinkyu. The bashes don't come. LGD disappear as quickly as they arrived and getting a 1-for-1.
Quick in and out. They're buying time. We mentioned the next set of items. There is AC queued up on a Dawnbreaker. We're getting closer to level 25 for Dawnbreaker especially. Fate Beyond having a really good game. Like, we're talking about 2 Starbreaker charges with magic immunity, then a BKB on top of that.
Hiding in the trees. Once more, look at Yuragi's positioning.
Not just positioning, I'm looking at the neutral items. Zeus found the Timeless Relic. Extra 15% spell damage and debuff duration.
And we saw that as Spell Prism on the Void. Even more time walks. OG planting themselves up top, knowing that Arme was in that northern tree line, but he's already TP'd away. OG just going to reclaim the outpost up top. Looks like LGD will go for the mirror movement, get some of that safer farm in the bottom right-hand corner of the map. Maybe get some vision going as well, and knowing there's at least a minute until the next Roshan will be available.
We didn't mention that Faceless Void did hit level 25, having the backtrack ability. It's a big one. This can turn the whole fight around, especially if you try to burst him down. They don't have anyone who builds into Silver Edge, which that talent is breakable.
Yeah.
So no one has it, so going to be very difficult for PSGLG to just lock onto Yuragi and try to kill him.
The checklist just keeps getting longer and longer, doesn't it? It feels like they need Decisive Voice, they need Silver Edge, they need this item, that item. Like, how do you deal with this? It's so damn difficult. And now Tiny has an Aghanim Scepter to add to the worries of LGD. Disassemble his Echo, of course, has the Mage Slayer, Aghanims, Amar. They jump the Huskar, but look at that Golem. They drop over the Fatal Bonds on them, and Amar is still healthy to battle Faith Beyond. Brings the Dawnbreaker down. BZM in the back lines takes down Jinkyu and Y as well. Tiger running up that high ground.
It seems like PSGLGD, they're running out of steam. They cannot match with the damage, healing, sustain that OG has at the moment. Again, this is a fight without the Chronosphere being used. Faceless Void, he is the carry, but so is Amar. They have like 3 good scaling cores. Amar is massive. Having Satanic, level 24, has 3,000 gold saved up. There's going to be a couple of buybacks coming in. Fate Beyond does have one, and so does Y.
Yeah, they might have to spend all 3. And that tier 3 tower broken down by Amar and BZM. All they need are those couple of kills to shake the foundations of LGD's base. Nothing to say behind his tier 4s. He is at a safe distance here, just trying to shove out the wave as best he can, but Yuragi on the high ground, and BZM with a jump in, tosses Jinkyu across. Nimbus there, and Yuragi. Oh, he's lost a lot of HP by the time walk out. Tiger diving deep in towards, nothing to say Zeus, but they've got the damage to bring him down. And a Solar Guardian launching Faith Bian forward.
Oh, the bash.
Jumping straight in towards them. Amar's going to life break back. BZM looks safe. He's managed to disengage. Amar on the run back, but Yuragi, he's got the chrono still. Aeon Disc, it's not there. Doesn't have it available. Zeus gone. Faith Bian getting caught out. And that's going to be the beginning of the end now. No Dawnbreaker. Amar and Yuragi able to
isolated. He's going to go down.
He's got the inner fire. He's got the ability to stand his ground, but he will finally fall and hit the ground.
And Roshan respawned. A lot of commitment from PSG LGD. They did buy back on Dawnbreaker. They did buy back on Clockwork. So that means 1.5 minutes without him. Like, they need to have these buybacks to be able to win the fights.
They've got to contest, protect this Roshan. I mean, OG got a mid lane of barracks. A little bit of damage to the top tier 3. But LGD showing no slouches. A couple of buybacks. And now trying to sprint across the map towards the pit.
Yuragi still wants to get something done. There's the silence.
He sees the Zeus. Silences him up, but Yuragi time walking a little deeper and then back out again as BZM chucks the trees at them. Army loses a third of his HP, and the Zeus getting whacked around. The damage is incoming from OG. Yuragi jumps back across and in again. The Zeus about to die. Arme stuck here. A nice macro pie.
What a play from Yuragi. In and out with the time walks. And PSG LGD, they know they have no business left in this one. So we're going to go to the full distance. We're going to game 3.
OG showing, even after a game 1 stop, they've got the mental fortitude to go up against one of the best teams in the world. Yeah, you see the confidence there. Amar, the Husker. I don't know, do you feel good about yourself picking Husker last pick in a game like this?
Oh, they definitely do. I mean, he gets heavily targeted every single game OG plays. They try to ban him out, whether we're talking about the first phase, then in the second phase, coming down to the third one. But he always finds a hero. And sometimes it happens. It's like, yeah, he doesn't have a hero to play. He brought out Void Spirit in one of those games on the offlane, stayed on top of their net worth, as he always does. And in this one, like, they ran a tri-lane against a tri-lane. Dawnbreaker did good. A lot of good early rotations, like in terms of execution of this global strat from PSG LGD. But yeah, I want to mention Yuragi. He had pretty amazing game. Going for this Diffusal Blade and of Midas that we mentioned a couple of times to be able to lock them down even more, the slows. And when they decided to go for these fights, like, they knew exactly, like, there was some good aggression from PSG LGD when they tried to split up the fight, but seems like PSG LGD got figured out at the later stages of the game.
Well, we'll pass it back to Arvo on the desk to break this one down a little bit more.
Thank you, Gareth. We're here watching the highlights brought to you by Aramco. And what a performance by OG. Some questionable parts about LGD, but still, I think we can highlight one player from OG that stood out for all of us. Yuragi, particularly incredible. Proving once again that the biggest obstacle for Dota players is hair. Misery, what are your thoughts on that?
I think you're right on that one. No, but yeah, I mean, impressive game from OG. I think LGD played really well. I think we had some questionable item choices that made this game very weird to watch.
I mean, we saw it, like, first time picked up this entire patch on the Spectre. You know, I think it was 11 minutes Spirit Vessel.
Yeah, like we talked on backstage, maybe even ever, you know. Yeah. Like maybe, okay, 7 years ago somebody played Spectre and picked up Vessel, but maybe Vessel didn't exist back then. I don't even know. But like,
we just saw a few of those Roche fights, right? Yeah. Like, he was on the Warlock for legitimately, we were counting it out loud, 5 seconds, and he just wasn't able to kill the enemy position 5, who didn't even have a Shadow Word on himself. Like, it was pretty devastating. And then we also were in this situation where Yuragi, he played a fantastic game. He played this Faceless Void. He itemized just normally how a Faceless Void would. And that meant that he had the ability to scale and farm, whereas you can't really farm that effectively when you've got a Spirit Vessel and an Aghanim Scepter on a Spectre.
Yeah.
Which we can see here on the score brought to you by STC. That Spirit Vessel lasted the whole game, unfortunately. But even though we talked about Void itemizing normally, I mean, yes, compared to a Spirit Vessel, sure. But Diffusal Blade, not the most common build we see on Voids these days. What were your thoughts on that, Donald? Do you like it?
I mean, I liked it. It meant that you were able to get in onto the Dawnbreaker pre-Aghanim Shard, pre-BKB, and just look to take away a lot of her effectiveness, right? We saw in a couple of team fights, that was the difference between getting off that Starbreaker that would have actually enabled LGD to connect into a next Roshan. So, yeah, I liked it. It let you also commit without, like, fully using your Q a lot of the time, just for that little bit of a gap close. It feels a little bit nice.
I think another point about the Diffusal is that it allows you to fight more effectively than, for example, Maelstrom. Like, Maelstrom is more used to perhaps farm more, but they have a Huskar on the offlane this game, right? So he kind of, sacrifices his item progression perhaps to play around the Huskar a bit more and win those fights.
You were spot on as well about the tri-lane eventually coming out, just to make sure that you were able to put pressure onto the Huskar, but it felt a little weird to me by LGD as well, because the two supports were doing a good job of zoning out the other two supports, but I feel like if you've got a Huskar just 1v1ing a Spectre up near the tower, Huskar's pretty happy with that, right?
Maybe the first few waves they could have done it differently, like focusing the Huskar and not the supports. But I think actually it worked out really well for LGD. If you remember the beginning of the game when Dawnbreaker hit level 6 at like 5 minutes, TB top killed all 3 heroes, TB back bottom, right? Spectre had complete free farm. I really think that Ame kind of griefed this game by buying Vessel first item. Like, he didn't even go Treads first, he didn't. He had naked Spirit Vessel, and
they had a Clockwork in the game who could very easily.
I mean, the Clock had a good game. He could have just bought the Vessel, right? And then it's also like a psychological thing, right? Imagine you're LGD, you click on your Spectre, and he has a naked Vessel at like minute 12, and you just trial in for him, and then you click on the enemy Void, and he has a Midas, right? It puts pressure on you mentally, honestly. Like, you feel like now we have to fight, we have to get Vessel charges to punish this Huskar. Same with OG. Imagine how they feel, right? Amar is like, I don't care about this Vessel. Like, maybe if Clock had it early, it would be a problem, but this is their enemy carry, right, who buys this item. On top of that, it's also a Spectre who farms incredibly slow in the first place. Like, a lot of the farm Spectre he gets from the first 10 minutes, ideally, right? So he can ramp up his farm. He buys Yasha or Treads or something like that.
Even
Midas.
Blade Mail.
Maybe even Midas. I think he could have gone for Midas this game to match the Void Midas, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I really think that this game's outcome is very much decided on the Spectre buying this Vessel.
Because like Faith Beyond played amazing.
I think LGD played amazing this game, honestly. Like, considering it was more or less 4-5, and yeah,
it's a shame. How many times can you say that about Ame, right? Like, he is.
Yeah, it's
one of the
not
most
like him, really.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that. I think his decision making is usually very on point, right?
Not this time. I mean, even the greats are able to stumble once or twice.
But I'm curious, though, because when these things happen, you're right. Sometimes you make one decision, that decision decides the game, and it's unfortunate. But what do you think was the thought process behind the decision? So I want to know.
So I think it might be a bit of one of those things where you don't play much against offlane Huskar, right? And you think, if I buy Spirit Vessel, this Huskar can't really play, right? He can't heal. We just kill him a couple of times, and then we take over the game. I get a lot of charges. I can fight my way to items, right? But, you play against an experienced Huskar, he's not going to fight, He's just going to hit creeps.
Yeah, and we were talking...
Which Amar loves.
Get his BKB, right? Get his Sange, and then suddenly the Spirit Vessel has, no impact at all.
And like we were talking about before the series even started, a lot of people say, this is going to be such a valuable experience for OG, the young kids playing against this big Chinese team, but clearly this game is going to be a really valuable experience for LGD, right? They get to experience a completely different meta. They say, okay, well, this really can't work, so let's see if Xiaohui's able to make them adjust a few things and bounce back.
Yeah, I wonder if Xiaohui approves of the Vessel, or if it's like an Ame. Yeah, I doubt it was like a team decision. I think it was like okay, I'm going to try Vessel this game. It looks pretty good,
That quick chuckle is from someone who's seen CL8 with any team behind the backs. Very different kind of coaching, I think, from the Chinese teams. A lot of more decision-making is on the coach, right? Misery, if you compare, like, when you, for example, talk to TSM, FTX, sorry, to your team, just a little sponsor shout-out. What is the coaching like for you guys? Like, do you decide a lot of the things within the game? Are you a helping hand? Like, how does that work instead?
I mean, with some things, I think it's a lot up to the players as well, to make decisions, right? I'll say what I think, but I can't really say much in game, right? That's why if Xiaohui was in game, he would maybe have a word or two with Ame there, because I know in Xiaohui he's he's not a big risk taker, right? Yeah, he likes something that's solid and that works, right? And I feel like going Vessel here is a big risk instead of just going normal items and scaling.
So let's say post game, this was Tomato doing it instead. What would you be saying to him?
Why?
I mean, I don't think Tomato would buy a Vessel, but if he did, I would say, hey, dude, did you like your Vessel this game, maybe?
Did you have fun? Did you have fun this game?
How was the Vessel? Was it good?
Yeah.
Did it feel good?
No, interesting. Sarcasm. That is something I thought you would use.
No, just honest. What do you think, you know?
Okay,
like,
okay.
Let's see.
It's a learning experience.
I have noticed that a lot of the Western teams, it seems like the coach is always a rebound post. Like they throw ideas your way. It's like someone to talk to about Dota in general, like a sixth voice in the team, which is very useful. But again, Xiao8, not famously not that. RTK was another coach that was known for not doing that. Like he would watch all the replays, he'd tell them exactly where to ward, how the drafts would work. So it's a very different style, perhaps because Chinese teams were the first team to formalize when it came to coaches, right?
Absolutely.
I am interested though in Game 3, right? We talked about how PSG LGD is a very adaptable team, right? Do you think you learned from this experience, Dano? Do you feel like you do the same thing what you've been doing, just no Vessel on Spectre?
Pretty much, honestly. I think they're just... Even that game, they were a few fights that they baited really effectively. Down on that bottom side with the ward inside the bottom lane, Jakira was being chased by 10 seconds, for 10 seconds, and then it was a complete turnaround. They got a really valuable kill onto, I want to say it was Yuragi.
Tiny and
Tiny.
+1.
Tiny plus...
Warlock, maybe?
Warlock, sure. But it was a kill where they really needed to be able to make that space because Tiny was still the main playmaker that they had at that time, although Yuragi filled a lot of that role. I mean, how many times did we see him just like run up into the enemy faces because he knew that his team was there to back him up a lot of the time?
Yeah, I mean, I think like Midas as an item right now feels it's in a better place than it's been in a long time. Like you actually see more Midases successfully than maybe a few years, honestly. And you could also see the Midas paying off in the end for Yuragi, right? He was almost level 25 towards the end there, or like 30, I think.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Also,
do you think it's like...
No. The Midas paid off for everyone, Danok, because we get a third game. And that's what we're waiting for right now, which is why we're going to go to a small break, and then third game will be on your screen. So stay tuned and stay with us, please. Back with game 3, final game of the series. It's something that we've been seeing every single playoff game. This game is the decider. No second chances, no lower bracket. What team's going to go home? What team will advance? We're going to have to find out. What we're sure of, though, is we're not going to see a Spirit Vessel. I think that's the one thing we got all clear. But now, Misery, when you have a game like this, I've noticed this a couple of times. So a team has a really good strategy, really good idea, and some small thing, whether it be like one pick or one item or one play, it makes the game go wrong, right? Mm-hmm. How do you make sure you stay on the right path afterwards? How do you keep that confidence in your strategy and your draft?
I mean, it depends so much on the specific scenario, right? Like, I felt like LTD actually played their chance pretty well considering the situation they were in. Dawnbreaker tried his best to carry this game, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that they may have overreacted to this Huska. I think the Huska pick was probably a bit questionable considering what we saw, how the lanes played out. And you could see that, I said that the stuff about the tri-lane, but you could see both teams already had it in mind as well. Right. Like going into laning phase, Warlock was already angling towards top and LTD was starting tri-lane, right? We even saw that Smoke before the creep spawn to put this high ground ward. So they were definitely intending to do this. And if the game played out normally with Spectre buying normal items, it did look rough for OG early on. So it was a little bit the saving grace that the item choice, I think.
Sure. Danok, do you think they're going to keep at the same script, same idea of the stronger supports and lanes, trying to put OG on the back foot, being more the aggressive one?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Misery. I think they were in a really good spot. I was strongly favoring LGD in that draft. So if they're able to turn it around, I think they're in still a good spot to be able to take this. But just on the point of how do you respond to a game like that, I think it depends on the players' personalities as well, right? Some people are going to have I think it's a little less so with more experienced players, but some might need a stern talking to. Some might need a kick up the butt to say, what were you doing? But some might need to be the softer touch, the nurturing, saying, don't worry about it. You played well with what you did, all that sort of stuff. So
right, you mean going on to game 3, yeah. I mean, I guess we're gonna see how the early game plays out, even how the draft plays out. I'm sure that OG gained a lot of confidence winning that game, and it's more a matter of how can LGD, how do they decide to talk about this loss, because we see this item choice and everything, but maybe they have an idea that it wasn't about that. Maybe it's about something else, right, for them.
Do you put any importance onto if you could just glance over and see the enemy team standing there, body language and stuff like that, just seeing how they're feeling and then use that to hype your own team up, or do you stay very focused on your own guys?
I mean, you can do that. I think in this particular venue it can be a bit hard to see because the border is pretty high, but I think that can be a tool to use, right?
Yeah, because it seems like OG are still very they're on a high right now. They're playing very cohesive. They're all huddling around together. Whereas LGD, they're kind of off in pairs a little bit. You saw Y standing behind Ame there. Obviously, lane partners. Zhao Wei was just in his mind basically about how are we going to be able to combat this. So maybe that's going to play a factor. But I really don't see these bans changing up all that much. Timbersaw already gone.
Yeah, and it looks like LGD has first pick this time, right? I wonder who chooses what, because against us, OG took first pick, and now it seems to be, I think OG might be favoring second pick.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Just because it seems like their Viper first pick is a little bit figured out, so it might be better to choose second pick as it's the most stable way to get a good draft. And we see LGD pick up Tiny here, first pick.
LGD has seemingly been the team most comfortable with first pick though. They have strong 8th pick in general. Their draft starts to work with the synergy during the second phase as well. So we haven't seen too much issues with that either. I know second pick is favored, but
yep, something a little bit different though. We get to see a lot of sustain, a lot of tankiness. I really like this from both teams. I think we're going to see a lot of team fights that are going to come down to a couple of clutch moves rather than just an instant pickoff.
Yeah, a DK Phoenix is an opening that OG has played before. I think it's a very solid opening that can go, has a lot of team fight and instant stun, can go a lot of ways. I think it's good against Tiny in particular. Phoenix, he can't really kill the egg. You have the Sunray to chop his, high HP pool. And DP, a strong hero into DK, but into Phoenix not particularly. So I think it's pretty even. I think both heroes both teams have heroes that counter each other and also not. So I think very even opening here. DP probably going to be the offlaner here, right? And then they once again have this option of putting Tiny 4 and Tiny mid.
Yeah.
And for OG, it's the DK has been Amar's hero in the past, but I've also seen them play it on BCM mid and going Midas on the DK.
And that's the thing with LGD, like we've been saying before, they have first pick, so they're not going to be able to round out the draft exactly how they want to set up these lanes. So I think if, for example, like you mentioned, BZM ends up being the one playing the DK, then you might want to lane the Death Prophet into him, but you probably don't have that choice, right? Because you have to reveal your hand first before OG does.
Yeah.
So it's a real bounty or benefit of having that second pick. By the way, it was OG that won the selection coin flip.
Choosing second
pick.
pick.
Yeah, they chose second pick,
yeah.
and then
That's what I
LGD
thought.
chose Dire.
Okay.
We've even seen Tiger play the Dragon Knight as a position 4, right?
Right.
So they've even got a little bit of extra flexibility on top
Yeah.
of everything else.
I don't think we're going to see that here, though. I think
Yeah.
that is very much a Viper-specific strategy because it makes your enemy guessing. I think here it's most likely going to be just a core hero.
And you've got a Phoenix to enable you, so you want to make sure you're getting the most out of that core. We've even seen a couple of DK position 1s, mostly in the Southeast Asian region. Probably not going to happen this time around, but yeah, any core position, it feels like this is going to be really strong.
That's true. Yeah.
Bloodseeker actually like super good against Death Prophet. You don't really get ruptured, but it would actually be good for both teams because it's also a very potent hero against the Phoenix.
Yep.
But you see LDD ban it out, and then Arc Warden again is a hero that
flexed.
Yeah, I guess we played it once, but it's pretty much only OG who has had success with this hero.
Yeah.
But it is really strong, and it's a really annoying to deal with as the game progresses.
And it seems like you can't counter either because Arc Warden's so used to playing against counters. It's almost like the staple, right?
Yeah, it's also there's like the new build is also kind of hard to measure because it's like the Octarine Core Aghanims, right? It's not the usual bots Arc Warden that like split pushes. It's like this weird kind of hybrid team fight. Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit hard to understand where this hero is at, so I can understand the ban.
Yep. What do you think LGD are leaning more towards with regards to their position 1? We've seen in response to Phoenix and even to a lesser extent the DK, something like a Juggernaut who you know you can just spin with a new Aghanim Shard with your Maelstrom, have a lot of attack speed and movement to be able to deal with both heroes. Lifestealer as well, kind of in the same boat. It's one of the big reasons, like with the Bloodseeker ban, the Aghanim Shard's effective. Open Wounds, kind of similar as well.
I think it's less likely than AX. I think Juggernaut and Ursa both look pretty good here for LGD. Ursa being super strong against both these heroes. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see either of those.
Yeah,
if they don't end up taking the carry though here in the second phase, I could see those heroes getting banned last phase. So
they're kind of forced into doing something like picking up their lane pairing, what's going to make them feel the most confident.
Banned out Io, huh?
Io,
interesting ban.
That is interesting.
Wonder what they are expecting the Io combo to be. Maybe Io Luna or something. I'm not sure. Don't see this hero that much.
Good amount of mixed damage, right? For the DK, obviously you need some magic to be able to deal with him. You can just hit the egg, have the glaives bouncing around. It's not too bad. I'm just trying to think what position 5 they might try and pair together with the Juggernaut if they do end up going down that route.
So, well, the Bane, they've actually done these 3 heroes together 2 other times in this tournament.
Yes.
With the Bane here. No, it was. I don't know who it is against. I don't remember, but they had these 3 heroes, and there's also a combo that's like Bane gives you the catch and the single target disable, strong laner, whereas Phoenix gives you the team fight and the damage, right? So it's a very good support duo combo.
And it kind of forces the Tiny into being a position 4 now, right? Because you've got that minus damage reduction component. Level 10 on the DK, you go into the talent that gives you an extra 55%. Level 1 Enfeeble, 45% additive. Tiny does 0 right-click damage. So that's something that they really tried to emphasize last time they played it, and it wouldn't surprise me to see if they did it again.
I think also you don't talk about this much about the Dragon Knight, but the fact that he gets at 10 he gets the damage reduction talent, and it's like you just mentioned, like that's a really big factor of Dragon Knight.
It's such a strong timing, right? You've got, obviously, the Elder Dragon form to be able to push. If they try and respond to it, you just turn around and say, well, you probably don't have BKBs. You have no way of getting rid of Breathe Fire or Enfeeble. Do you think LGD might consider going something that has a Dispel component just to make sure that isn't going to be as big of a factor?
I mean, something like Abaddon actually looks really powerful here for LGD now that you mention it. So I would not be surprised to see Abaddon plus something.
Abba plus Jug? Just because you can be a Manta builder as well? I mean, I know it's a little awkward doing 2 melee heroes.
Yeah, I mean, it could work, but so Warlock Monkey. All right.
Okay. It's a strong lane. Good against the DK if it is going to be a position 3. But now, of course, like we were saying, there's nothing stopping them putting the DK mid. I suppose they could flex the DP, but yeah.
No, I think it's also it's nice two picks in a sense that you know you're still kind of flexing the Tiny and the Monkey King. The Monkey can be 4, Tiny can be mid, Monkey can be carry. So you leave OG guessing a little bit. So I like that, but I think the Warlock matches the team fight, which is nice. In a way, it's good against Bane too, because you can cancel Fiend Script. Secures the safe lane. It's just a good hero in a lot of ways. Although I do think the Abaddon would have been really strong in this spot. Like I think I would have liked that more.
When do you think this Monkey King, if it is going to be played as a position 1, would be looking to pick up the BKB? Like second item, really try and get super aggressive and consistently fight into the relatively long cooldowns that OG has?
Yeah, I guess the Monkey King build. Yeah, I think. We've seen different builds. I think this is also why this hero is coming back a bit as a carry, is because you can build it multiple ways, right? You can do the Echo Saber or even the Fusil Blade, like we've seen Miracle do. Or you can build like the Battle Fury. You can even buy like Desolator. You can even buy the Midas. So it has a lot of ways to build. And I think right now you might not know exactly what he's going to buy. You're going to have to wait and see how greedy does OG get, right? If they go really greedy, then you can probably... Well, then you have two ways. You can try to punish it with the Echo Saber or whatever, or you can try to out-greed it with the Battle Fury. Potentially the Vessel.
Nice.
You know?
Yeah, that's always a great idea.
No Vessel Monkey King, please.
The Batrider, though, I'm interested in.
Yes.
Is this a better mid that we're looking at, or perhaps?
Yeah. No, it's definitely
mid.
It's definitely mid. Okay. I don't see Amar playing this hero. I think Batrider is kind of a weird hero right now. There's so often where Batrider looks like an amazing pick, like here as well. Traditionally, Batrider is super strong against Monkey King, Death Prophet. They have no way of removing Napalm. They have no way of canceling Lasso. But sometimes this hero can be a bit of a debate because the item build is very slow. The travels into BKB, it's actually a lot of gold before you're online. Lasso has a very long cooldown. Firefly has a pretty long cooldown too. So this hero can be very hard to actually play, I think. But I'm interested to see somebody like BCM, like rank 1 player play this hero, because like it can be a debate sometimes.
I'm curious because LGD has been the team that's been banning Batrider the most. They've actually had, especially as last phase, they always ban the Batrider, or you tend to. Why do you think they are specifically afraid of Batrider?
I think it's a good hero at kind of disrupting the tempo a little bit, going for those one-on-one pickoffs. It's a pretty strong laner as well, and I still feel like the way to beat LGD is to come out on top in that laning stage, prevent Arme to be able to transition into being able to farm. What I'm looking at now with OG as well is I feel like DK is their only tower push, so I'm going to want to see something really strong for Yuragi also to be able to not only have a good one-to-one core matchup against these really tanky position 1 heroes, core heroes that you've got on LGD, but also how you're going to enable that to progress into the next parts of the map, because I feel like Phoenix, if you give Tiger the potential to scale, he is a fantastic Phoenix player. So many times I see him as having the same net worth as the enemy offlaner.
But like I think OG's pick is a very much... they obviously have heroes in mind right now, but I think that it's dependent on what LDD picks as well, right? They do have the last pick. They want to counter that as hard as they can. And right now, I'm looking at something like Puck. Can be a good hero for LDD right now. It's pretty good against Batrider traditionally. You don't really suffer against him in lane. You can always coil him pre-BKB. Maybe after the Aghanims changed, so before the Aghanims stun through BKB, it doesn't anymore. So that's a little bit nerf in that particular matchup. But
do you think you could even Storm Spirit on LGD's side right now? It's one of those heroes that doesn't hate going against the Batrider, right? Because you just buy a stick, you're going to be spamming out your remnants, and it's a great way of being able to get in onto those backlines to deal with the Phoenix and the Bane. Yeah,
I could see that working. Storm Spirit is also kind of a hero that's... It's not really... I don't think people really know how strong this hero is, right? After the nerfs and everything, we've seen it being played a couple of times, but... And it looks strong, when it's played.
In the right game, it certainly is formidable. But no Puck going to be coming out. But again, I still feel like it's a pretty good Storm game right now.
Okay. Most of the other Spirit Bros don't feel great because the Batrider kind of crushes those lanes.
Beastmaster, okay, so mid DP.
He was not expecting that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
No, that's actually,
in
really a way,
good.
a really cool pick, because this hero is also really good against Batrider in the game. It's really good against Bane in lane. You get the aura against the Phoenix egg, right? And
they got a ton of vision, right?
Maybe they're even flexing the DP to 4 potentially on Sync Q and having the potential of putting Tiny mid. I'm not sure, but the option, it's definitely something that they could consider.
Sorry, I just can't get over that not like this from Amar coming through. I mean, also the Bane, the Phoenix, pretty terrible at dealing with like split push and a lot of these sorts of things.
Yeah,
right? Like
this pick is very good, I think.
You just
actually
don't clear out waves at all, and you have to commit so much as a Bat Rider. Like you have to commit your body to be able to do it. And you know, with the Hawk, with potentially Monkey King just dancing around the trees, you're gonna find him out. You're gonna be able to pick him off. So yeah, really solid pick. And well, PA, one of the stronger heroes into the Beastmaster with being able to clear out the boars, at least in the laning stage. But yeah, really solid, even from the first pick, being able to get that Beastmaster at the very end of the draft.
There's a lot of strength to the PA, right? Like you said, the Beastmaster also bursts down DP. Usually that's what she's weak to. At one point, that's going to be an issue. But PA versus Monkey King, that can be an issue sometimes, right? The extra armor, PA jumps into the ring. PA does not get out of the ring.
It's a little challenging, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking as well, like we were always talking about the attack speed as well. So that's something else that Beastmaster is going to be providing for dealing with the egg, just providing that inner beast aura, 40 extra attack speed. Suddenly, even these heroes that don't normally deal with it can actually contribute towards the team fight.
I'm very excited to see this game 3. Only one of these teams will remain. And I really wish we could just keep on watching this best of 3 over and over and over again. But unfortunately, that is not going to be the case. So let's go to the final game with Gareth and Lacoste.
Yeah, we all wish for Groundhog Day to be Dota 2 style, just repeating, TI finals over and over again. But one game separates these two teams from the grand finals, Lacoste, with a hefty prize pool waiting for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at both of these drafts, they wanted to make a little bit of more change in the end. It feels like they, I'm talking about PSG LGD, that they needed to have a bit more attack speed to be able to deal with the Phoenix egg, because like none of their heroes, like Monkey King's job is not to go inside the fight and just deal with the egg. Also, they picked Monkey into Phoenix. A lot of the times it's the other way around, where you want to match up the team fight that they have and like drop that Phoenix ulti inside the Wukong command as well, potentially. They have good ways of protecting the egg this time around. We're talking about the Dragonite stun, 2 BKB piercing abilities with Lasso and Fiend's Grip, so I feel like it's a pretty good Phoenix game when we talk about that one. In terms of the laning stage, Monkey plus Warlock, they shifted that Prophet to the mid lane. Nothing to say against the Batrider from BZM. Batrider does consume a lot of mana. Like, he needs to get stuff done early on. Looking at potential rotations, that could be rotation from Taiga and extra slow with the dive on that Prophet. They might be able to burst her down. I want to see like how this matchup is going to work out in the end.
Misha trying to set up on Jinkyu. Y takes the Nightmare off him, so gets the Tiny out of danger. And Nothing to Say has already scouted up onto Radiant High Ground, and I think they've got a very good idea of where this OG Observer Ward is. They were pinging out where it could potentially be. In fact, OG are the ones to place a sentry down, expecting the opposite. The Dire Ward is not there. They will just move back around to get the bounty runes. LGD.
Oh, Misha, he used 2 Nightmares already. This is one of the most expensive spells, level 1 in the game, 165 mana.
It's very expensive. He's got 2 mangoes left, but limited resources going into laning stage as he gets his high ground ward up there. So you watch Faith Bian and Jinkyu down bottom, Beastmaster Tiny against a PA Bane. Misha, his main job here is just going to be tank spells for Yuragi. Get that farm rate going as quickly as you can. Well, the potential for Faith Bian and Jinkyu here to get kills pretty high once they get a couple of levels under their belt.
I love Tiny Fours who start with the 3 grab, and Misha using a Nightmare trying to harass Jinkyu not very efficiently here. I would prefer if this is a brain sap, because there's going to be a lot of harassment. He needs to get in, soak up some of the damage, as you mentioned. With the Nightmare, he's not going to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Has a lot of tangos, though. He started with 9 tangos, going to be sharing tangos. The Phantom Assassin, who does have a healing salve, going for Ring of Health as the first item. This is one of those things where you can change things around, especially if you get a First Blood on Phantom Assassin. Then Orb of Corrosion or just Orb of Venom feels nice. But it does delay your Battle Fury timing.
Oh, 20 HP.
He's going to go for it.
He's diving. Cutting into the trees. Jinkyu in behind tier 1, but realizes that Misha has got himself out of reach. And up top, Tiger near death as well, as Y follows him back. Has the level 1 Fatal Bond to clear out Creep Wave and, of course, do damage back to the DK. And peeking into the mid lane, BZM currently 8-2. But a dead even lane with a DP and the Batrider sharing farm.
I'm mostly looking at this bottom lane. Phantom Assassin, 5 CS, Beastmaster on 7, has a point in a boar. I don't think Phantom Assassin deals that well, especially when paired up with Bane. Once you get the level 3, we're talking about the boars versus Phantom Assassin matchup, then it's gonna get a little bit more difficult because they have a lot of HP on those boars, and Fate Beyond is gonna put another point in it once he reaches level 3.
X, then you need a Brain Sap and a Dagger and a jump as well. Oh, Fatal Bonds, Tiger. Jingu stacks as well, but it's the bonds that will take him down. First blood for White. It's not looking good for OG in these side lanes. Jingu battling with Misha as well. And like you said, Faith Beyond just having a completely free time down here under no pressure whatsoever. Even has the magic stick. Both of them, in fact, to deal with that dagger and the damage. There's nothing to say. Oh, TP's back to his tier 1. Firefly with a napalm on him, it's a scary prospect.
It is, nothing to say, adjusting his item build, going for the magic wand and boots of speed, then going for bottle. You see a rotation.
Tiger's in, diving forward. Flame break, pushing, nothing to say back, and a sticky napalm charges on him, going to find the kill.
That's a big one, good rotation from Tiger, understanding that if they kill Dead Prophet, she will need to walk back to the lane. And also, he's going for the rune. BZM wants to pick up a 3-minute bounty rune.
Over on the Dire side, stealing it away from LGD. Yuragi and Misha turned on by Faith Beyond. Nightmare is there, but the Bane just getting tagged up by the axes of the Beastmaster, and it looks like Jinkyu is all right as Yuragi had the Nightmare put back on him.
Also, the thing about Beastmaster against Phantom Assassin matchup is if you're trying to go for the boars, if you try to kill him, that means you're committing with your daggers, which is free mana for the enemy team, especially heroes who do consume a lot of mana in the laning stage, like Beastmaster and this Tiny.
And it also means it's less damage on your opponents, right? You're not trading regen with them, you're giving them regen. Wise doing a pretty good job here keeping Amar at bay, but now he's at level 3.
1.3k gold already spent by Bane for consumables.
DK stunning back on the monkey, halting their progress forwards. Jinkyu very low, pops a Fairy Fire very early, avalanche there on the 2. Faith Beyond will keep on whacking the PA as they try to bring Yuragi down, but it's OG that claim the kill first. Body blocks Misha, doesn't quite get in front of Faith Beyond well enough. Oh, the blur, the evasion, but the kill is there for the Beastmaster in the end.
Fate Beyond Beastmaster, was always something that teams were afraid of. He's level 5.5, 4 minutes at 40 seconds, so it's going to be very difficult. We're talking about the Helm of the Dominator 5-6 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
And their heroes, they don't deal well with the creeps. Like, maybe Batrider can kill it, but he needs to commit with the Firefly. So that's going to be very difficult. Allowing Fate Beyond off to a good start might be a bit too tricky. And now we see these 2 boars that he has in the lane. They can't deal with it. Misha, constantly low on mana.
Yeah, so is that the reason Yuragi here, Ring of Health, the Band of Elven Skin, you mentioned the Orb of Corrosion, it can be a little bit weird,
you can't
right?
afford to go for Orb of Corrosion. You can get it on Phantom Assassin.
If you're winning.
Yes, if you're like off to a really good start and then you're snowballing. Otherwise, it's 1,000 gold commitment, delaying your Battle Fury, so most of the time you don't want to go for it. And
it doesn't help you jungle really either. You need a bit of regen, you need more damage. Orb of Corrosion, more of a laning item. As Wide, tracked back by Tiger's Phoenix. He's got Shadow Word and he'll be under tier 1 soon. Gets through the damage over time. They are there. They're eyeing up this DP mid though. Look at Misha arriving as well. Both supports coming in towards mid, and LGD looking to try and defend the DP as best they can.
Batrider just hit level 7, has 1 level advantage on Dead Prophet, saving a point for potential lasso play.
With everyone in the mid lane, it leaves these side lanes a little more open. Wise, got clarity himself, not going to traverse back to base just yet. BZM making the move bottom, jump in from Yuragi, flame break, pushes Faith Beyond back, doesn't get the roar out, so the lasso is going to stun him up, but finally stuns back into them. They didn't get the finish. Jinkyu, and nothing to say now, looking to play aggressively. But it feels like a bit of a failed rotation from the Death Prophet.
Getting that roar off, not enough control. Had 10 stick charges, gets roar, extra move speed, gets out of the trouble, and has a full helm coming next to him. Nothing to say. Now with the exorcism, this is a dead tower because they used everything. They used Batrider, Phantom Assassin is pushed out of the lane. Bane doesn't provide you with much.
Oh, you're right. They've got Catapult Wave there. Hit away at that tower. He's not using Exo.
Still holding on to Exo. I think that's pretty smart because they can skip the wave, kill the tower, and potentially use that Exo to go to the mid lane. And Beastmaster will take over the bottom.
That's very clever. They'll glyph it up, OG, but Faith Bian arrives back here. Jinkyu looks like he's going to TP back across with Y to defend the mid lane as well. So a free tier 1 objective claimed by LGD very early on.
This is what you call objective-based gaming, right?
It absolutely is. I've lost sight of the Monkey King for a little bit now. Arme has dipped into the jungle.
Arme going for a different item build, what we usually see when he plays Monkey King. Seems like Battle Fury would be a bit too slow, and he's thinking about, Dragonite has a high armor. I need that extra magic damage. I'll hold that thought.
Man, they toss the bat into the monkey. I don't know if Arme's going to be happy about that. Goes for the TP, doesn't get cancelled. Now nothing to say with the Exo, but the Nightmare holds him back, transferred to Tiny, and the DP will kill off Tiger. BZM Fireflies away from these LGD heroes, and he will get out of the reach of Faith Bian, who was sliding into that aggressive position. But straight onto the tier 1.
Yeah, pretty similar to what happened in game 1, where they brought extra people. Faith Bian was moving to the mid lane with Nature's Prophet, and now doing the same thing. Exo still up and running. This is going to be a tower, Helm of the Dominator. We mentioned it, like they don't have heroes that deal well with it, so 2 towers already gone. And to go back to my point about the Arme's itemization, Maelstrom pierces through evasion every single time it procs, so like double the value. You're playing against Dragonite, high armor. Amar on the top lane didn't talk about him, doing Amar stuff, farming up until he reaches a critical point. And look at the item build, thinking about going that Octarine, like Ether Lens, Mantis style type of a build. Oh,
nice deny.
Jinkyu gets the deny.
Amar can't stun him as the TP's out. And BZM very focused on clearing out the stacks that OG have made for themselves in their own triangle, so a lot of money will be coming in towards the Bat Rider there. Phoenix and the Bat making 7 stacks between them. Ancients and that large camp, so a nice influx of money there will get him the boots of travel, and 3 neutral items, 4 neutral items, every neutral item for the Bat Rider.
Let's see, does he want to use Trusty Shovel, dig stuff out? Way too many items, not going to try to refill his bottle.
So many options. DP. Mainly lane creeps, about 2,000. Buildings, of course, picking up. Neutral's one of the main focuses from the Bat there. But OG trying to carve themselves a bit of the map. Top lane Amar will sit there after that tier 1's down, and PA can start that kind of meandering move up towards the triangle and that top lane. Now that the Bat Rider has had his piece of the pie, got his bots.
They might have been scouted by the Hawk.
The smoke pops. Level 5 Y doesn't have the golem, but upheaval, slowing Bat Rider down to a crawl.
Pretending that he's level 6, being there, bought the tome.
The threat of the non-existent golem.
I mean, you can check the levels, but yeah, you might be afraid that he might use the courier, bring the tome, turn the fight around. Y is going to bring the tome, so he's going to be level 6 after using it. 2 supports on OG also need to get level 6. Both of those very level dependent.
They're just planting themselves, stopping any movement into that bot jungle, while Jinkyu found by the 3 of OG. BZM the one to take the final hit. As Yuragi and Tiger holding onto that mid lane, but you can feel this coming, the wave of pressure, it's almost ready to break. Nothing to say, Y and Faith Bian.
This sentry near tier 2 tower on the mid lane, this is something that PSG LGD, that they have been abusing quite a lot, planting Observer Ward behind the tower and also keeping it for a little later. So this sentry ward seems like OG already made an adjustment.
Yeah,
because it does provide you with a lot of like vision in terms of whether they want to smoke, who's showing on the lanes, and also does allow you to play and go for easy pickups.
Yeah, it sees the Hawks as well. Beastmaster giving the vision, sending Hawks all over the place. We can see they're sitting just on the triangle. Scouts BZM. That's what LGD want to angle towards. GQ from the south side. The rest of them swarming up the ramp. Staircase. And GQ will toss back the Bane. Exorcism comes out of nothing to say. And yeah, they want to clear through this triangle and make sure they steal away gold from OG. They don't want to fight. OG want to keep this PA safely farming back in these deeper pockets, hidden away from LGD. So that for quite some time going to be without one of their heroes. You know, a lot of 4v5 fights incoming.
This is a big chunk of gold for PSG LGD. Commitment in terms of using EXO. Will not have it for 2 minutes, but yeah, big stacks being taken.
That pushes the DP closer and closer to this BKB rush. Treads Wand, of course, has the bottle, the Windlace, a few little stopgap items there to build up towards that massive team fight ability with the BKB. Monkey King doing a similar thing, right? You mentioned that Maelstrom. There's the timing on it. 46 seconds faster than the patch fastest. That's not average, that is fastest.
That actually is the fastest. It says new record.
I should read the top thing first.
Yeah, absolutely, because this is a farming tool for Monkey King. And also, like when I talk about the carry to carry, how they match up against each other. Monkey King having extra armor. Oh, this is a big pick-off if they can get it.
Can they start it off? No, Misha too far away. And the smoke from the rest of LGD. Oh, they see Tiger. Nice avalanche. Stops him mid-dive. The toss is there and a kill on the Phoenix. A nice pick by LGD. Unfortunately, not much they can do in terms of objectives, bot or mid. They've already got the towers, but they'll put them in good stead to maybe get some of these wards replaced as they were dewarded by this mass amount of sentries from OG. All right, looking to solo BZM with the Wukongs and Boundless, dropping him to below half.
A bit difficult. They needed to use Rock inside Wukongs to be able to get that kill. Extra lockdown, couple of hits from the Golem, but why a bit too far away. And to go back to like carry to carry, like Ame is gonna be fight ready in the next 2-3 minutes, while Phantom Assassin still needs to farm up Battle Fury into BKB. And look at where Ame was. This is his pattern on the top lane, and now switching back to bottom lane after Beastmaster took the tower.
Yeah, it's primarily lane creeps, right? Ame has been safe. No real threat from him. He's been in the lane while we saw that PA get kicked out of her bot lane quite early and had to move into that jungle. A massive gap, right? 900 gold difference in the lane creeps. Monkey King, of course, having a lot of farm on the neutrals and ancients. He's 7.4k. Having a perfect game so far. GQ getting jumped.
He stunned the creep, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, Amar, uncharacteristic mistake, getting tossed around inside the upheaval. Roar comes out from Faith Beyond as they want to try and focus the Bane at the same time. Flame Break and the Nightmare. Golem dropped. Kill off Amar. Why? Not messing around, just the big old cooldown ulti. Straight for that Dragon Knight. It can help them push, of course.
I think they're going to go roach with it, because they have Golem to tank it, they have Exo running, and teamfight from OG is pretty mediocre at the moment. Like, they have Phoenix Egg, they have Fiend's Grip, they haven't used those abilities since they got it. So 5 minutes without 2 supports being able to use their ultis, and they're not going to contest this.
Yeah, and if you have one hero dead, we know that the PA doesn't want to join just yet. So OG is still, you know, a 3v5 in effect. An easy Roshan for LGD, grabbed up by Ame, and you were saying he's going to be fight ready soon. This makes him even more bold to be able to jump in to these team fights, use that Wukongs aggressively.
Next Exorcism, it's going to be level 2, so that means 16 spirits instead of 8. And you'll also have Monkey King with Aegis and the BKB. So their timing is going to be pretty big. You're also going to have BKB on Dead Prophet. So they're going to feel very comfortable coming into the fight. GQ, the bounce back with Tumberstoy actually manages to get out of trouble.
Upheaval's so good against heroes like Bat Rider.
Oh, yes. Well, this is why is maxing it out. He knows he's an experienced Warlock player, one of the best ones. Put only 2 points into Shadow Word, maxed out Upheaval, and now going for the Fatal Bonds.
Yeah, Bat Rider, one of those heroes that wants to keep chasing people. You can't do that when you're turned into a slug. Trying to play top now with Amar showing on the wave. BZM being a little bit sneakier, but there is dire vision up there that will spot their moves. LGD going to use that information, come down and farm very efficiently through mid down towards bottom lane. They are protecting Arme by having their bodies in this bottom jungle, very forward. So if OG wanted to smoke and try and catch the Monkey King, who would be one of their primary targets, even though he has Aegis, you could think about killing him twice with Grip and Lasso. You've got to break through the barrier of why Faith Bian and Jinkyu up front.
Team fights are going to be very difficult for OG because we're talking about Exo, Beastmaster Roar, vision provided from the Hawk, so Bane doesn't get to play the game. You know that he's going to get stunned. Initiation from the Batrider also going to be very limited. We're talking about Boosted Travel, BKB, no Blink Dagger yet. Jinkyu thinking about going in. This Tumbler's toy, a lot of value. Did manage to get a couple of early kills with it.
I love the noise it makes as well, a little spring boing. Wonderful sound effects from the Tumbler's toy. Well, there's the tier 2 unlocking the outpost for LGD. They're all grouped up as if they want to smoke. Looks like a hard hit in towards the triangle. I see Uragi, the Phantom Assassin, not the one they're going for though. Tossing Misha around, focusing the Bane rather. Let Uragi get out of there.
A bit premature exorcism there. Maybe they thought they're gonna commit. I don't see any vision. They maybe caught Batrider coming in from the outpost, and yeah, they're picking it out. Because there's not going to be anything done with this Exo. We'll need to wait 2 minutes. Looking at the items on side of PSG LGD, loving the Lincoln Sphere. On Monkey King, you're playing into Bane, instant stun from a Dragon Knight, Lasso as well. And also nothing to say. Getting some extra armor, going for that Lotus Orb. Like just a casual plate mail against Phantom Assassin, and then...
He's jumped the Tiny, but Arme with the Boundless and the Wukong, they're in on Tiger, dive away. He's got the Supernova to come into play. They've killed off Jinkyu, and Arme is on the run with his BKB up. They need to bail away from that egg. As Tiger dives in again, the blink back by Amar, focusing nothing to say. The Death Prophet cleaved through by the PA and Misha's Bane as OG. They'll take the Monkey's Aegis. Y and Faith Bian were far too distant from this fight. They need to protect the Monkey King.
He needs to roar.
He's gripped up and there's no saving him. Boundless Strike won't do a damn thing, and the Monkey King, he's dropped. They'll turn on the PA, the Dragon whacking into Uragi, but he jumps across to the right. OG, they'll lose their carry, but they get so much out of this trade. Jinkyu with the Avatos. They want Tiger, but another dive away. Keeps himself healed and topped up, while Y and Jinkyu are trapped down in this bottom jungle now. They don't belong here.
Jinkyu thinking about going in one more time. Has combo ready. Will scout him out.
He wants Tiger and he'll get him. Amar, he's fatal bonded, so these blinks are being constantly cancelled out. They can't make any further jumps. Need to TP home.
Y was not in vicinity to be able to drop the rock immediately. Also, a bit of a mistake there from Ame, using a BKB before Aegis ran out, so he respawns, doesn't have anything, and they slow him down. A couple of sticking up palm charges, bounced him back, and yeah, control coming out from the Dragon Knight. There was no Exo in that fight, because I mentioned it, like a bit premature usage there. And they got the kill on Bane only, so yeah, let's see that fight one more time. A good egg coming out from Taiga where no one wanted to commit. Like, they need a Beastmaster to be close, and then maybe Mike can go and help out. Otherwise, I don't think he can do it.
Yeah, a really good initiation from OG. You know, finding the Tiny first, making sure that LGD aren't the ones getting the jump. Perfect execution gives them that chance to take the Aegis and momentum and the wind out of the wings of LGD. But we will have some big teamfight ultis coming up. You know, Roar is ready, Exo's ready. They won't have the Golem, but Fatal Bonds might be enough. Oh, Amar, so quick.
Nicely done. Good reactions. Amar was changing his item belt, thinking whether he needs a Force Staff, but gonna go for Ether Lens. Bigger cast range on the Dragon Tail. And yeah, well, you turn that into Octarine Core. You know that Amar, he loves to play greedy. He loves to play for the late game. Then you get Manta, Octarine, Aghanim Scepter. Still, it's a lot of time. We're talking about 40, 45 minutes into the game. But once you get to that build, it's super powerful.
Yeah, you're looking for the synchronization with PA a little bit later on. She'll have BKB in about 1,000 gold. But even after that, she's got a lot of items to check off her list. And Amar can keep on scaling with her. That makes sense when you've got Batrider, of course, that more magic damage, utility-focused hero that Amar wants to be a secondary core alongside the Phantom Assassin. Jin-Q lands the avalanche, gets the toss in towards the dragon. Blur and Phantom strike away thanks to Misha, and they roar the Bane. Yuragi might be able to get out of danger here as they do use Exo. Misha being taken down by the Ghost. There we go, another combo. The toss back not coming. He's running back and forth. Yuragi, he's got TP, but there's really no way out of this, is there? Jin-Q has his number, surrounded by LGD as they come back into the mid lane. Amar, he's just right-clicked down. They didn't even need a stun to stop him from TPing home.
Yeah, this is the fight that I kind of expected the PSG LGD to go for, where like the previous execution was not as good. Oh, they almost catch Taiga.
So close.
Ame, in the end, going for Mjolnir. There's going to be a lot of procs. We're talking about Shard from Dragonite and also Batrider Firefly. So you know that that's going to be procking. Another record broken by Ame.
New record!
I mean, he did broke a record in the previous game with the Spirit Vessel purchase in the game 2. That didn't end up too well.
Is that a good record to break? I don't know.
This one is. This one feels much better.
Spot on timing from him. Oh yes, fantasy points. Warlock. My favourite hero, Warlock. He's been planting a lot of wards, so he's up at 16.8. Net worth down at 4.6, but a big difference between the Dire supports and the Radiant ones. You know, Tiger, yes, 6.7, but you look at this Bane and he's incredibly poor. This comes down to, like you were saying 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, that they've not been able to really latch onto people with these smoke ganks, the grips, the nightmare setups, which we've seen from OG throughout this tournament. You know, Misha's Bane has been flawless. Maybe this smoke will work out for them, though. They want to get something done.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Smoking up, expecting LGD to be around this triangle and maybe on a warding mission, but there's no one here. They're all sat around mid lane, looking to bunker down, defend tier 1. Keep Ame farming around the Ancients as they stack them up.
Batrider does have a Blink Dagger, so initiation is going to be much easier. There's going to be a follow-up onto Dragonite stun, potentially. Lotus Orb done on Nothing to Say, and the Haste Rune.
He's using it
This is the
preemptively
best
as well.
item that they can get in this game. We're talking about Batrider, Dragonite stun, Bane Fiend's Grip. It's going to be very difficult, especially if they prematurely use it, as you mentioned.
LGD now, their turn to smoke. I mean, speaking of prematurely, Exo used up, but the jump in from Jin-Q, finding the catch, the avalanche toss on DK, as he's burst down quickly by that percentage base down to the Spirit Siphon.
And Roche is up. Let's see if Y's going to scout it out. Yes, he will. Dragonite has no buyback. I don't know if they can go and take a fight, because this Roshan drops so quickly. We're talking about the Beastmaster. Exorcism still running for another 15 seconds.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, the Ancient Black Dragon there helping out as well. Second Roche going LGD's way. And we're still waiting really to see what kind of impact Yuragi can have on this Phantom Assassin. Definitely one of those kind of ninja heroes, right, that can come out 25, 30 minutes into the game and suddenly blow up a support, get that momentum going, get a couple of big items. So far it's been very quiet from the PA, only 3.6k damage dealt. Yeah, the lowest in the game.
Needs more items, definitely. We're talking about Deso, potentially getting a shard to even have more, then getting a basher. It's a bit of a difficult game. Yuragi still needs to be able to get some farm. The rest of the team will need to protect him.
But you never know when that sleeper hero is going to strike. Amar, he gets on top of Tiny, he's got Lotus Orb on him, Avalanche in, and Ame straight towards the Phoenix. Nice sleep, you're right. And then we come with a golden drop. Tiger buys back straight off the bat as the Wukong zones them away. OG in full retreat mode with Amar still stuck in the middle of an awful lot of damage.
Oh, Hawk stun.
Yeah, they tried to catch Misha. BZM on the run. Bane, no way out of there, and Nothing to Say picks up a double kill.
one thing that PSG does extremely well is playing around their heroes, just understanding who needs to stand where, not overlapping any of their abilities, and also protecting each other. Instant Lotus Orb from Nothing to Say after Dragonite stun, and yeah, they will go for the high ground. Still need to respect Lasso a little bit.
Oh, hello. Yeah, they know there's no BKB, don't they? PA dead. The Roar of the Courier. Well, he made sure it died. Lasso back, the drag Tiny in towards tier 4s. The Phoenix Sunray down Jin Q. But the tier 3's dead and the racks are wide open. So LGD just looking for this structural damage. Boundless Strike off the mark, and they've got Lotus in onto Arme as well. Tiger. Just a dive and a spam of the Fiery Spirit.
They could have potentially went for another tier 3 tower. If that Roar connects on Batrider, they definitely get a kill. They have enough physical damage to be able to bring him down and maybe transition. A little bit of uncharacteristic mistake there from Fate Beyond.
You say mistake? He says the Courier's dead for a long time.
Can we see that again? Maybe there was something on the Courier that I'm not aware of.
That's what I'm curious about as well. Quickening Charm grabbed up by the DP.
Just looking at the core items that they have queued up.
And whose was it?
It was Phantom Assassin's Courier.
Okay,
so she's going for Deso anyway.
I don't think there was anything on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because we have the beautiful little tooltip from JJ that shows items that are on the Courier. It's not there, so there was nothing on it. See there we go. Look, there's a buckler on the little donkey somewhere else for the Beastmaster. Pinging out the high ground, wanting to keep the wards going.
What have we here?
Playing down in this bottom jungle, and we see this move time and time again. We know a lot of teams like to smoke from their tier 2s, but LG love to smoke from the enemy high ground ward in their jungle and make the jump and force the BKB. BZM has to play defensively while we've got Monkey King whacking away at towers, forcing the glyph out of OG. But it's high ground.
Monkey, and he does have Wukongs plus Aegis for another minute and a half. Exo still running.
Yeah.
Spirit Vessels reducing the healing. A lot of AoE damage. Good stun.
Jinkyu's in. The 3-man silence as well. Nothing to say. Diving in the Lasso on the DP, but she is BKB. They put her in the fountain. What can they do against her? A lot of damage with the DK stun. They'll find nothing to say here with Uragi's jump. But in the meanwhile, it was all smoke and mirrors. A distraction ploy by LGD to bring the barracks down.
Yeah, no premature Lotus Orb this time around, but it gets the job done. They trade Nothing to Say for 2 barracks. 1 melee, 1 range. Another Lotus Orb on Tiny.
And OG, they need something big here to break the rhythm of this game. Uragi, they're there with Tiger, but the Monkey King hits in towards him. They've got the Roar back on the PA as well, and an avalanche toss landing onto Amar and BZM. They've taken out Tiger, and Jin Q has fallen too, but the PA is focused by this Monkey King.
Yeah, Monkey with full Scotty and Mjolnir has enough damage, and if they are controlling supports, Batrider, he knew that there was no Lasso, so he could go in and, another Hawk stun.
Yeah, just a couple more hits and I'll kill off Misha. A Soul Cuirass delivered out to
another
Beastmaster.
Dispatch, Fate Beyond popping off on his Beastmaster. We're talking about 29 minutes of Soul Cuirass.
Yeah, it's all or nothing now for OG. 2 heroes dead without buyback. Mega creeps on the horizon for LGD. Nightmare back onto Misha. Silent Star Pierce. Buyback is done. It's going to turn into a dieback as Arme unleashes on him. BKB's up, so the Dragon Knight can't stun him.
Aegis just expired. They need to play against Mega Creeps. This is it. We might be thinking about getting a Divine Rapier for Phantom Assassin.
GG!
But, yeah, they're going to call it.
There is no way back.
I was thinking, Gary, maybe
mantle,
10 minutes
mantle, where's the mantle? Someone pinged a mantle of intelligence somewhere. Who's doing it?
There it is. Someone dropped it. Yeah, good performance from PSG LGD in this game 3. All the lanes, like the lane setup that they had, Monkey King plus Warlock did manage to win the lane, completely shutting down Warlock. Those couple of early rotations from Jin Q as well. Beastmaster breaking a couple of records.
Yeah, Monkey King as well. I mean, OG, great performance to kind of come back into the series with game 2. But honestly, when LGD look good, they look unstoppable.
Absolutely.
In a game where things are going poorly in laning stage, there's always a way back for them. But when they are up and ahead, it feels like their opponents just have no answer. to their snappy, decisive moves. All these smokes coming out from the enemy jungle. They are moving there as 3-4 heroes. Not only are they bodyguarding their carry where Arme can push the long lane all the way towards base, but they're also setting up for these aggressive smokes where they play forward towards the base.
Yeah, very clean execution overall. Roshan understanding when they need to go. The smokes into Exorcism, getting a pick off near the Roche pit. Pretty textbook example, I would say, but LGD, they are on another level right now.
Yeah, well deserved to get themselves towards the grand finals, as OG, sadly, going to be disappointed with this performance, dropping out in the semis. But what do you reckon? Are LGD on the form? That they dropped against Secret. Are they on form to win the whole thing, do you reckon?
Yeah, they're in the grand finals. They need to see who they're playing, whether it's going to be Team Spirit or Team Secret. I think they want to play against Team Secret. They're a very proud team, and they want to show after that stomp that happened in the group stage that they can punch back.
Get their own back on
Absolutely.
Team Secret, yeah.
For OG, it was a good run. They are going back home with $400,000.
It's not bad.
A little bit more, 425, I believe.
Yeah, it's not bad for the semis. Yeah, dropping out and getting almost $500,000 to split between your squad.
Yeah, well, it looks good. They had a pretty good run. I think maybe they got little figured out because everyone is looking at you. You just won the major,
yes.
And every single team is going to do extra research, see how you've done that, and feels like a lot of preparation came in. One of the strengths of LGD is that they can completely shift their drafts. Like we're talking about full 180. They have variety of the heroes that they can play. It feels like it's some different team playing game 2
right.
Whenever they lose. It's like, we just did that, never mind, full reset, and then they're going to go for something different, something that you still haven't seen.
Right, because day one it was like Lone Druid. They've not played, LGD as a team hasn't played it in 2 years. Arme's not played it in 2 years. And then day 2, Spectre comes back. There's now Monkey King's there. It's these kind of, the ability to play different styles as well. Because sure, you can swap heroes in and out. You think about, Amar is DK, is Viper, whatever it is. Still, lane dominating heroes, the Slardar. But Arme is able to play Spectre, that late game presence, the threat of him going 40, 50 minutes. And then the shift suddenly to Monkey King, who's like 20 minutes, I'm ready to go. But what's also ready to go is interview on the stage as we head over to KP.
I am now joined on the stage by Jingqiu from PSG LGD. First of all, Jingqiu, congratulations on the win. Yes, there we go. Okay, my first question, walk me through how you prepared for OG. What was your plan coming in? Was there a lot of focus on certain elements of the drafting that they do? What was your game plan to beat OG?
我们是怎样准备和 OG 的比赛的？有什么比较特殊的 focus， 特殊的一些关注点在BP 的时候，在 drafting 的时候。
他们那个伐木机玩的特别多啊，然后我们决定就把它 ban 掉。
伐木机英文怎么说？懂，伐木机的缩写。啊
？Timber 吧。
Timber, thank you. So he's saying that they are always banning Timbersaw for the first as a first banner because it's like they're the best Timbersaw around the world. So they just ban it. Yeah.
Okay, so walk me through these games because I feel like game 1 might be the most dominant one-sided game we've seen in the tournament so far. When the draft was complete, did you feel like you had that game in the bag?
说说第一局吧，因为第一局非常的一边倒，然后当 BP 结束的时候，你会有这种感觉我们要赢了吗？就是
没有啊，因为我们就是看过上个Major OG 的比赛，知道他们的韧性特别强，然后大家也就是第一把就是功课做得比较好，然后才拿下，就是显得比较轻松吧。
We don't think we are like automatically win because we saw all the games that OG is playing in the last major and they are doing a fantastic, fabulous job. And we tried our best every minute, every second and trying to win. So it's not an easy win.
No, it was definitely a very close series. And talk to me a little bit about that second game because there was a lot of wild things going on. We saw a Huskar pick, we saw some tri-lanes, we even saw a Spectre with a Spirit Vessel. How was that game from your perspective?
说说第二局吧。第二局有很多非常特殊的地方，比如说有哈斯卡的出现，还有一些BP 上的一些出乎意料的地方。你有什么想说？
我觉得他们就是非常出乎我们的意料吧，因为我没有见过3回哈斯卡，然后 就处理细节的处理上就有一些不好的地方，就导致我们输了比赛。
It's such a surprise draft because they've never seen Haska as a third position, and so they're unfamiliar with this kind of lane, and they kind of not be able to deal with all the details against Haska. So that's the reason why they lost game 2.
And I would say that you seem like quite a confident position 4. You know, you're not very defensive. You come across as more aggressive. Like, how would you describe yourself? What is it that you find makes you so unique as a position 4 compared to everyone else?
你不是一个非常防守型的那个4号位，你是非常进攻型 aggressive 进攻型的4号位。然后你总是非常有自信，就向前冲。然后请问你是怎么去定义你这个非常独一无二的宇宙，就是 unique 非常特殊的一个这样的一个4号位位置的？你怎么看自己的？
我建议大家都看一下 RNG 4号位卡卡录像就可以学到了。
So Shinkyu is recommending that please look at recording from the fourth position from RNG. The name of the player is Kaka, and I think he's trying to say that he's learning everything from Kaka. So maybe Kaka is his idol, and so that's the reason why he's playing like this. Yeah.
All right, maybe you can just get Kaka to come in and assist him now that they're watching the sideline. That's all we've got time for, though. Jinkyu, absolute pleasure. Thank you for doing this interview with us. Good luck with the rest of the tournament. I look forward to seeing you guys in the grand finals.
Thank you.
Okay, that is going to be it from us here on this stage. Thank you for tuning in for this one, but don't go anywhere. When we return, we are going to have Team Secret versus Team Spirit. You do not want to miss this. Let's see who LGD is going to face in the finals.
Welcome back. We just finished our first series. As you can see here on the side, PSG LGD just won.
Coach and players, so yeah. Such things.
And we saw that with Q's interview, where he talked about the Vessel particularly, right? He's like, oh, we never played against Huskar on the offlane. We did the Vessel, whatever, you know, like move on. As we see the scoreboard for this last game brought to you by SDC. What do you think of that mentality and how did it transform that third game, Dano?
Yeah, again, it's just being able to adapt. You know, they've got a lot of these different ways to be able to respond to the enemy team, but they also have the stable things that they pick all the time, like Y on his Warlock. Again, he had such a fantastic game, not dying a single time, always on point with his positioning. When you're going up against a Bat Rider who can be jumping onto you, a DK with a Blink Dagger, a PA that's able to gap close as well. The position needs to be on point, and he was every single time. This is by far LGD's most picked hero, and then they just make the draft work well around that. They oftentimes waste a lot of bans on OG's side as well, just to be able to get rid of some of those big combinations, and even without those, they were still able to make it work.
Yeah. On the OG side, Mitsuri, what is something that they can take away from this final best of three? What are some things you think they should learn?
I think maybe like I a bit touched on before, like they played the first pick Viper against us, you know, the last series they played, and maybe going forward, looking at what have you played before, what does the enemy see from you, right?
Right.
And try to like understand that they're gonna come with something, right? You need to come up with maybe something new, or understand that they are gonna try to counter your latest strategy, if that makes sense. So maybe they're a bit too predictable right now, especially against such a team such as LDD, who has so many experienced players, right? And they're able to play such a huge variety of heroes that, yeah, it's not gonna be easy to beat them. You need to keep like evolving your strategies, if that makes sense.
And we were talking about before, like if you want to just build into kind of this one style on the Viper. It just does the same thing, right? It dominates the lane. If you play it as a core, you can obviously assist with the push, be this big tanky turret. But if you're forced to play it as a position 4, suddenly the hero loses all of its identity. Whereas some of these other heroes that have the true flexibility, you know, the Zeus can play multiple different roles throughout the game. The Wyvern can play multiple different roles throughout the game, not just the position that it's played, but also what it needs to accomplish throughout the game. So I think that's something that they can bring forward. Have like 1 or 2 games of that during the start of the tournament, and then they need to adapt to something that's a little bit more flexible.
That is something that PSG LGD has done in roles, right? They've always had the plan A. We talk about plan A, plan B, plan C, right, for LGD. I think one of the most clear ones for basic Dota viewers like myself who don't understand the complexities of the game, right? They started with Marcy, for example, in the tournament. When Marcy got banned, they would go for the Tiny. Tiny was not available. They went for the Earth Spirit. As the tournament progressed, they saw the value in the Tiny, and now the Tiny is their first pick, right? But that ability to always have a tool that does something similar is unlike any other team. Like, very few teams have this idea of, if we get countered, we're okay.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show their strength of being so skilled on so many different heroes that gives you the potential to be able to do that. I mean, we've seen Pucks not in response to the Tiny, but even though Tiny is the only counter to the Puck, they're still able to make the Tiny work in just being a really effective tool, like the Faith Beyond Nature's Prophet when the Orchid, for example. That was the additional tool that they needed to be able to not only deal with that, but also just be an effective tool for pushing, attack speed, all these other aspects of the game.
Yeah. Also wild to me as someone who's watching Dota for a while, because, you know, you look at the Chinese teams, and post-TI4 Chinese teams, they were always about the optimization, right? I remember CDEC, CDEC right for TI5, they were a team that had a couple of strategies, but they were really good at them. I remember Burning's last team when he was on IG for the last time before he retired, also the same thing. We play 8 heroes, and we play them really, really well. And now we see LGD, and it's completely different. How do you stop these guys, Mizra?
I mean, you gotta do the same thing, right? You gotta also be good at so many things. You gotta also be ready to adapt, and you gotta also be emotionless when it comes to like losses and defeat and everything, right? Like, you gotta actually just match all these things, right? That's the way you can play against them.
Yeah, it's weird, right? They've got these few things that they're always going to draft if it's available to them: Tiny, Warlock, and the Razor. They're the big 3 priorities. So I'd say ban 2 of them. Maybe this is the one where you want to go the first pick and you want to take that third one away from them. And then you just need to react to the draft on its merits. You don't need, you can't prepare for LGD. They can play anything.
I mean, you could also say that, like, they kind of, like the Huskar pick kind of caught them off guard, right? You could look into some unorthodox type of picks that can maybe make the enemy carry go vessel, or, you know, whatever. Like, just kind of play with some new ideas that LGD will not see coming, and then they don't seem as confident.
Maybe the Arc Warden could come up against
something like that.
They're not quite as used to.
Always fun to see an Arc Warden, or at least for me, it's always fun to see an Arc Warden. But LGD will be waiting for their opponents in that grand final. For now, we have to see the outcome of the second game of today. Team Secret second semi-final. Team Secret versus Team Spirit. What team will come out on top? We're gonna have to see after a quick break.
مع التحديث الجديد لستيتي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات. استكشف الشات والتايم لاين وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستيتي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
Welcome back to the second game of the day, the second semi-final. And look at this panel. I was actually trying to form a team, but turns out we're only going to analyze. It's going to work out for me, doesn't matter. We have, on my right, Awi2000. Nice to have you again.
Hello. Good to be here.
Then over here, it's 9, also the mid laner from Tundra. Yeah. Hello, 9.
Hello. My pleasure to be here.
Yeah. And finally, Seb, who you've already met.
How you're gonna introduce me as what then?
Seb, the two-time TI winner.
I was wondering if you're gonna go for caster, expert. It's fine. Happy to be here too.
He speaks 3 languages. He can do anything for you, honestly. But he cooks apparently for his team as well.
I don't. That's a lie.
Okay, well. Anyway, we have a really exciting series in front of us today. It's Team Spirit versus Team Secret. We've already gotten an experience of this, right? In the group stages, they fought against each other. It was a 1-1 series, so it's kind of like the ending wasn't entirely told. Now with this best of 3, we'll see definitely a winner and definitely a loser. Any expectations for today, Awi?
I think Spirit are going to win. I think Secret have been looking really good this tournament, but I think Spirit are just a tad stronger.
Really? What is that? Can you elaborate?
I think this tournament, Collapse has really found his hero pool. He's like been playing these Bounty Hunters, these Razors. Like I think in the time after TI, when Spirit started looking like slightly vulnerable even, just a bit, like at the Major and stuff, Collapse's hero pool, it didn't feel like he had the same impact as he did on TI with some like Magnuses and what did he play? Mars, Magnus, had pretty much anything. He would like win his lane, he'd snowball the game. I think Spirit as a team, they thrive when Collapse is putting on a lot of pressure on the map, and I think he's doing it this tournament.
Okay. Seb, you were praising Team Secret a lot on this panel before, and you were talking about maybe there's one strategy they've been showcasing has been broken. Do you think they have an ace up their sleeve just in case?
I'm sure they have other things to show, but I would tend to agree that they've kind of got away with one strategy right now, more or less, and it's been looking really dominant. But now we're getting into the later stage of the tournament where there's no team here that's not capable of dealing with whatever you have ready. So I feel like Secret, they're going to get tested today. We haven't seen how they react when they get tested. And Spirit is in a shape, back in shape, where they can definitely test Secret.
And one of the biggest storylines we've seen this tournament and before as well was Toronto Tokyo's growth, right? As a mid laner who was being tested and perhaps not in the best form during the EU DPC to a top-tier mid laner right now. 9, how have you seen him progress throughout this tournament?
He definitely improved over the past months. I think he has been lacking a little bit in Team Spirit, but this tournament, I think they're starting to find themselves again. Not sure what it is exactly, but they're definitely improving over each match and each series that they play. So I think this will be a very good series to watch. I think mid lane, Nisha is a very tough enemy, so yeah, we'll see how we will do against them.
Yeah. We are very curious as we see Secret coming out. We've heard a couple of the storylines for this team as well. You know, Crystallis is the wild horse that cannot be tamed. Puppy has been trying, but he has been given up. Seb, as someone who has 5 wild horses in a team, how do you feel about that?
I mean, yeah, you know, I was praising Secret because I did not expect to look so good and be so dominant getting into the tournament. I mean, obviously, Isaac is a very new addition. You know, it comes with a lot of changes. You know, the language also a thing, which I'm sure he did not express himself in English in his other team. Rezo also coming in as a standing for now. A lot of changes, but they seem to have really picked up, you know, a lot of steam in a very limited amount of time. And that's quite impressive. They also seem very comfortable with the meta. It seemed like something clicked, and that's not something you could have guessed before they kind of showed what they had to show in the tournament. So, I mean, yeah, they look strong, and, you know, now I'm kind of second guessing whether or not they have like a second card to play, but I mean, the first card was so nice that you can only assume that they do.
Yeah. Awi, could you explain to me and to the viewers, the more casual viewers, why the Rezo Zayed Slane has been working so well this tournament?
I mean, we don't really know, right? Like it's between them, but I think Rezo and Zayek have played a long time together in the past. I can't remember were they on VP together?
I don't remember which team, but
they played a long time together, right?
VP,
yeah. And even on Twitter, I saw them like looking for a team together. So I think they're really comfortable with each other, and that comfort, like, it helps you just play the entire game. Like when your early game is smooth, then everything looks nice and good. And I think Secret's offlane, especially compared to before, has been looking really nice.
Yeah. Do you feel like the lane is just good, or do you think there's a specific style they're using that people haven't caught up on yet?
I don't know. Like, sorry, can you say that again?
Like, do you feel like they're just playing well, or is there something that like they have unlocked a special style strategy that we're not seeing yet from other offlane duos?
I don't think they're doing anything like specifically different. Like they're just playing good Dota. They have a good synergy on the Dawnbreaker lanes, and then Zach's able to like play some techies and stuff, whatever he likes, because they already know how the hero pairings work out. There's also something in Dota, like these two players, they've played too much together so much that they know their matches better than their opponents. Yeah. So when they break out some Dawnbreaker +1, the other teams don't know how to react to it.
Okay.
And you made a really good point that it also felt like now they go from having like great synergy to maybe not the best in, you know, Ice and Yapzor and then Ice and Zach. It felt like before there was maybe a little difference in how both kind of players wanted to approach the lane, and that kind of changed. So big gap.
I think being on the same page is a big... Okay.
Yeah, it is good, and they're going to be coming onto the same stage right now, so get ready for the walkouts. Sorry.
أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، شاهدنا مباراة النصف النهائي الأول في البلاي أوفز الرياض ماسترز. معنا في جيمرز 8، وعرفنا أن فريق LGD راح يكون الفريق الأول اللي ياخذ مقعد الجراند فاينل الأول معنا في البطولة. ولكن المباراة نصف النهائي الثانية جدا 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 مميزة، وزي ما احنا عارفين الفريق الأول اللي راح يكون معنا هو الفريق الوحيد اللي قدر يطلع من الجروب ستيج وما خسر إلا مباراة واحدة فقط، وأيضا هو الفريق اللي قدر أنه يدخل البطولة وحتى مع تغييرات الراسر حقتهم مستمرين بأفضل أداء، وكلنا بهرنا وش اللي ممكن يسوونه في الستيج. لكن هل بيقدرون أنهم يخلصون المباراة هذه ويروحون لما النهائي ولا لا؟ ما ندري، وكلنا مشوقين للشيء هذا، فخلونا نرحب فيهم على طول على المسرح تيم سيكرت.
Team Secret have every reason to feel confident. Their opponents, however, are a team through their own admittance that have said they have struggled to find their confidence. But we heard on stage yesterday that they feel reinvigorated, that they feel stronger than ever before. And you should fear them, because when they are strong, they can go all the way to a finals. Please join me in welcome to the stage, Team Spirit. Teams are assembled, and this is going to be an interesting one. Though Spirit may have a dragon on their shirt, Team Secret are the dragon in this tournament, going 7-1 in the group stage, only dropping a single game so far this tournament, but it was to Team Spirit. If any team can slay them, it's got to be the CIS Giants. But let's find out if they can do it. LGD are waiting in the finals. Who are they going to face off against? Let's head across the panel as we get ready for this best of 3.
شاهدنا المباراة هذه في الجروب ستيج، وقدرنا نشوف ان فريق سبيريت هو الفريق الوحيد اللي قدر ياخذ الجيم الخسارة الوحيد من فريق سيكرت، لكن بنفس الوقت المباراة انتهت 1-1، فإلى الآن ما نعرف مين الفريق الأفضل. المباراة هذه راح تثبت لنا أشياء كثيرة، فخلونا على طول نتوجه للاستوديو التحليلي نتكلم عنه، لأن بعدها بيكون عندنا الجراند فاينل معنا في رياض ماسترز.
Indeed, a dragon disguised as a puppy, as Killer Pigeon says. Will they be able to beat Team Spirit? That's the real question here. I have some points here that I'd like to ask my 20k MR panel. 30k at this point?
More than that. More than that? Is that reflecting?
40k? I'm so sorry. I apologize, Seb. Anyway, I would like to ask about Crystallis, particularly from Team Secret. Right? He's been a talking point for a while because he has a hero pool that's been, Bloodseeker, Monkey King, sometimes Phantom Lancer. You praised Collapse. You talked about how he was finding his hero pool. Do you feel like this matchup could go awry a little bit in the lane if Crystallis can't find more heroes to excel on?
I mean, I think it depends on how they can draft, because Seb earlier, he was even mentioning like this Chen from Secret's really strong, but if Crystallis can't find his hero to match with the Chen and Collapse has a good lane, I think the game will also be really hard for Secret. Like once Collapse starts going, if Puppy shut down a bit, I'm not sure.
Okay, because that's a crucial lane for Secret right now, Seb?
Yeah, it is. It's very important. I feel like the side lanes have been going extremely well for Secret, and I mean, this is where I also want to ask Nine, like as a mid laner, how much of a difference does it make when you have side lanes that are kind of crumbling versus when your side lanes are stable?
To be honest, I feel like mid is kind of low skill lane right now. Like, I think the game is really decided on the side lanes, the early game, but for the most part, like mid can, these days, it's really easy to go even with pretty much almost any matchups. And yeah, just the deciding factors are like, do you have supports that can come for the runes without the side lanes crumbling too much? Do you have side lane cores that can self-sustain their lanes and the subs will be free? Like that's where the early pressure comes from. Yeah, I think it's very important to have the strong side lanes.
So it's a massive impact, right? And that's also probably why we've seen Nisha be so dominant also, because he's always set up for success. His side lanes are doing great, his cores don't need the supports, they can look at Nisha, help him out, pressure with him, and it's been a big thing for Secret right now. And if Spirit manages to kind of kick them away from that comfort zone, you could see everything crumble at the same time.
Right. Has Secret been playing this? Has Spirit been playing this laning style? Because I know you've talked about them being a little bit slower than other teams in this tournament.
I don't know that they've done it as much this tournament, but definitely at TI they were doing it a lot. Collapse was the kind of offlaner to buy the helm every game. Into the armlet this year that was really hard to pressure, and then you would see the supports kind of connect to Toronto Tokyo and try to. So they definitely know. They're aware of that and they know how to do it, so they have the tools.
Historically, Spirit, when they've done that, it's always been a lot on the Mira hero as it combines Collapse, as you mentioned, right? The IOs, the Snapfires to make sure that lane goes well. But in this tournament, we've seen a lot of deviation, for example, from LGD, where the 5s are the ones that are deciding a lot of the early, right? Either the Enchantresses, sometimes the Warlock to play around that mid game. Do you find that Spirit will start to imitate that style a bit more, perhaps, Aoi? Put more pressure on that 5, make sure that's the stellar pick here?
Maybe. I'm not sure. I think Spirit, like their team philosophy, the supports are sort of there to enable the cores. Like both Miposhka and Mira, they switch lanes, but both of them play really sacrificial in lane. They'll buy a lot of regen for their core. They'll make sure their core has a good game. And then I think just the Eastern European region in general, like supports always enable cores. Even in the mid game, you'll see them playing in pairs to tank all the smokes. Right. Whereas some other teams, they play more like support centric. Even like Secret, I think Puppy gets a lot of farm and the supports can have a lot more impact.
What are the advantages of the second style for Secret?
I mean, honestly, I like that style better. Maybe because I play support, I like to get enabled. But I think like if your cores aren't snowballing, you have a more well-rounded fight capability. Because like the supports get a lot of farm in EXP now.
Yeah.
So like your levels and your spells are so strong, and all the items you get are really good. But then on the other side, like Spirit, like sometimes they just have this like collapse to your tower that you just can't stop them. Right. And Toronto Tokyo, like he's really good at pushing all the ways without getting caught. So it makes it really hard to play the map against Spirit.
I think we had a good example also, that style difference where I think OG supports are maybe more on the sacrificial side of things, whereas LGD supports, they take more space and they really use it, right? So definitely two big styles, that are going to clash with each other in the upcoming series also.
Right. Do you think there's that series between OG and LGD was significant as the clash of the styles, or do you think there's much more to that and we can't really expect anything from that?
No, there is more to that, but it was to try to add on the point of the support style, which is very important. Like, how often do you see Puppy kind of body block a smoke gank and just die? I feel like it doesn't happen that often. It's more the other way around, if anything.
That's true. Nine, what do you think the mid laner fits into this pool as well, right? You like playing like pretty active mid laners early. How do these two teams like to play their mid lane?
So, Toronto Tokyo is usually one like more on the passive side, while Nisha I feel like Nisha can do both. He's very all-rounded player.
Right.
It really depends on what hero he's playing. I think they should just look out to not give Nisha something like a good Timbersaw game, because then that's when the mid pressure will come by himself already. And I think Team Spirit should not lose their mid tower early, because I think they should, like, they play really well when they have their mid tower alive. Toronto Tokyo can play like safe and farm some camps. Yeah, I think that's what they should do.
Okay.
To add on to what Nine said, like Toronto Tokyo, like he'll come in for the TP gank, so get kills. But I don't think you ever see this guy sort of walk into the enemy jungle and take away their space. Something like people watch Thompson. Like Thompson really likes to do this. I guess Nine really likes to do this. Yeah. I think it's just a stylistic difference from mid. And Dota right now, like I feel like a lot of teams, even the individual players, are approaching the game completely differently.
Right.
Like even for us, we had like the Hack as a stand-in. Like he's a really good player, and I think we sort of struggled to get on the same page as him because he came with a lot of ideas which I thought were really good, but they're honestly pretty different than what we thought we wanted to do on the map.
Interesting. Do you feel like this is the case now more so than before? Like over time it's evolved, or is it just the current patch?
Honestly, I'm not too sure. I think it's very possible that teams have like evolved to become more different, especially like there's less international play because of COVID and like the TPC, you don't play that many games or versus other regions that much. But it feels like each team is pretty unique. Like both, it's not just hero pool anymore. It's like a lot of how you play the game. Like look at like something like OG and Liquid. Like these two teams are like the most opposite teams you can be, in my opinion, and they're in the same region even.
Interesting. We have a draft in front of us now. We're seeing some of these bans. The Razor ban that's been so popular against Chinese team. Secret is the other team who has a 100% win rate with this hero as well. I know, Seb, you were proud of that off lane.
Yeah, I mean, there are some talking points that I want to bring up, and I'd like to pick AUI's and Nine's brain on that. So Secret have been banning Marcy against every team, literally the entire tournament. It seems like I want to call it a little bit of a lazy ban. It seems like that to me, or maybe it's not. Maybe they're terrified by the hero, but I would only assume. I mean, they've definitely banned Marcy against teams that don't prioritize Marcy as much. And then we also see the Timber ban on Team Spirit. How much? Do you agree with that much respect being put on the Timber ban from Secret? Is it something that, I mean, obviously we've seen Nisha mostly play it. They have lost with it with SSIs. Now it's Trezzo. We're not sure really if he plays Timber as much. Yourself, you're a mid Timber player, right? Pretty good at it. Like, what do you think? Do you think it's a ban that makes a lot of sense to you?
Yeah, as I said, against Team Secret, I think Timbersaw is like one of the only heroes that can reliably win mid and reliably pressure mid alone. And this is something that they should look out for.
Okay. That's really important for their style.
Yeah.
I feel like don't you think it's sort of sus giving Zeus though?
I mean, it really depends on what their idea is, right? They probably looked at the options and then think they have like a good idea of what to play against the Zeus.
I feel like the Dawnbreaker is a lot of they're trying to take it away also from Secret. They have not prioritized it in the first phase for themselves, but that's also, when you find a team that is as versatile as Team Spirit, they can kind of pick their tools, right? And now they play versus Secret that have been looking, prioritizing Zeus heavily. Then Team Spirit is like, we're just gonna, take the hero from them, basically.
Okay. We see the Warlock coming out from them as well. That's something that we've seen PSG LGD do a lot, Seb, and we've been praised a lot by them. I don't remember Spirit taking it as much or giving as much priority for them.
No, not really. Definitely a very strong hero right now. You also got to think that when you're second pick and you have to pick these two heroes, you're gonna pick. Whatever hero you pick, you're gonna expose them a bit, right? It's not a pick that you can really protect because as you see, Secret's gonna follow up with the 8th pick, which was the Monkey this time. You don't maybe feel like addressing a Warlock as much as you would have addressed something else, so it's just a solid pick, right? It doesn't really expose your draft, and you move on to the second phase, which is much stronger for the second pick.
Yeah. I'm interested when you said, Aoi, about the different styles, versus, like not just hero pools, but different styles, right? Like you see LGD, for example, they are playing around the Warlock timings to a degree, but you said Team Spirit plays to enable their cores. Is there a different style to be played for Warlock in that way? Is that what we're going to see here, perhaps?
I think they're picking Warlock because they watch the Chinese teams, to be honest. I think this hero is mostly from the Chinese region. I think the other thing they're thinking about is like having some sustain against Zeus is really nice. If you play versus hero without some Dazzle or Warlock or any sort of sustain, he just keeps poking you down and it's really hard to take the fights.
Okay.
So about the Dawn pick, I think what makes this hero really strong is that it can be a really good flex. Like it can go on pretty much any lane. And which is why I really like this Monkey King, because it can follow him, it can be safe lane against offlane Dawn, it can be position 4 against the safe lane Dawn, which are both really good matchups, I think.
Nisha even plays it mid. I don't know if that's a matchup you could look at, Monkey versus Dawn. I have not seen it as much, but maybe it is an option.
It should be good, honestly.
Are there any bans that stand out to you guys as well here in the second phase?
I mean, the Viper ban is definitely something that's going to try to protect the Monkey. So you could... Crystal is very known for his Monkey, so now they're trying to, you know, make that option very viable. Obviously, you don't want to lane Monkey into a Dawnbreaker +4 and Vipers +3. That sounds like an impossible lane. So yeah, they're just trying to buff the Monkey pick, basically.
Do you think these are bans for mid Zeus 2-9? Or what would you ban if you had to play the mid Zeus here?
The Ember is definitely annoying for mid Zeus. It has like a lot of harassment for you. You gotta watch out. You'll be on low on resources and it will be easy to rotate on you. So it is a mid Zeus ban. I think they should place it mid Zeus. I think it's superior to the position for Zeus.
So we've seen, actually Ember has the lowest win rate in the entire tournament on all the cores. It has not, I think it's 1-8 or 1-7 right now. Yeah. And the only game that it won was against D-Boosters, which probably is the weaker team here. So it could be 0-win technically. From Team Spirit side, we've seen that they used the Mars against the Zeus very effectively. They also have used, I think, the Kunkka, you know, with the eggs and trying to make sure that the Zeus dies, you know, regardless of the heavenly jump. So yeah, it's for now these kind of angles have not been covered. So I feel like Team Spirit has been one of the teams to deal the best with the mid Zeus so far in terms of counter picks. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see one of these heroes kind of, you know, come later down the draft.
What is it that make the Mars and the Kunkka to be good against the Zeus in the mid lane?
It's just that they have Zeus really doesn't want to buy BKB, and Mars Kunkka have like the best catch against these heroes.
Sure.
Like you just X-Mark him, and you have so much setup to take the fight how you want it. Or like you put him in the arena, you already make sure that he cannot escape. So I think against Zeus generally you want one of these heroes to just catch him. And then I can already... Okay, yeah, they just banned TA, which I was gonna say is a really good TA game already. But yeah, the Kunkka and Mars are both in the pool. I think Toronto Tokyo also really likes this Kunkka.
Yeah, he does.
So they will look on it, I think.
Okay. What'd you say? Sorry, it's a really good TA game. Could you explain?
Yeah, it's just very good against both Monkey and Zeus as cores. Like it has an absolute free lane against Zeus, and throughout the game it's really hard for Zeus to play. If he gets caught on a trap once, he doesn't buy any armor items, he will just die to TA alone. I really don't like to play it.
You really want to think as Zeus as a hero that you have to kill. You just cannot you know, kind of allow him to dish out all the damage, you know, empty his mana on nukes. Usually that means that you're losing the fight. It's just too much.
Yeah.
Now it's the Team Spirit's turn to pick a second pick. This is where their picking phase starts to become a little bit stronger. How do you make sure you don't reveal too much on this 15th, Howie? What would you pick here?
I think they're just gonna... They need to decide if the Dawn is a core support. They'll probably just put him as core, flex it to a 24 as a 1 or 3. So they're gonna pick their other support here. I'm honestly a little bit surprised by having Phoenix Warlock supports for Team Spirit. I think usually they have a little bit more sacrificial supports, but they have a lot of teamfight right now. Like it's... If they can catch Team Secret's heroes, I'm sure they're already thinking about the Kunkka, as Nine mentioned, for mid. They can force these fights. I don't know if Team Secret can really stand their ground on anything.
What about the Mars? Do you like it? I feel like they could be setting up for Mars 8 also.
I think Mars is exactly the kind of hero they need. They have like this team fight. The Dawn wants to come in with ulti, but they have zero catch right now. It will be really hard to fight if they don't have this kind of Mars kind of hero right now.
Even for Monkey, I think it's really scary to play against Phoenix Mars until you need BKB. There's no way around it, else you're just feeding in all these spells. So it's gonna also make the Monkey a much slower hero. Zeus, as we mentioned, is gonna be super scared. He gets caught in arena, he's gonna die. I mean, they have such an overwhelming amount of AoE damage. There's no such thing as surviving. And I think Spirit, they really like this position where they have the superior team fight. I think that's when they play the best. As Nine mentioned earlier, also they get to play passive if they want to. They get to play aggressive when they want to. You know, there's zero pressure whatsoever on their shoulders. They have, you know, whenever you kind of overstep your welcome on the map, they're just gonna compress their spells, kill you, and then go back to whatever situation they favored.
How can we get Secret's response? Assuming that they're thinking they're going for this overwhelming team fight, what could Secret do to stop that?
I think they need something to deal with the egg. They went with the Chen. I think Chen should also be sort of hard versus Dawnbreaker, Phoenix, and lane.
Yeah,
like,
it should
maybe
be.
You'll have some eventual pressure, like you can get some creeps.
Sure.
But I feel like your carry might suffer.
I think this Monkey will be position 4, right? He won't lane against Dawn, Phoenix. Yeah. And this is not a good Monkey game at all. It will be really hard to enter fights for him. He cannot really stay on trees. They have so much to just press, and all the T's in the team fight are gone.
So at the same time, I feel like already for Secret, if they try to kind of fix the team fight problem, it's already too late. I feel like there's no way they're gonna ever be able to fight early into these heroes. So they're maybe gonna. This could actually be a Zayak Shaker. I don't think we've seen Rezo Shaker yet. I know Nisha plays Shaker mid, so that's something to keep in mind. But it's maybe a little bit too wild. Zayak quite comfortable on the hero. But the point I was trying to make is, Secret, they've been really good at kind of winning their lanes, pressure super early. You know, the Zeus ulti coming in, they're winning their lanes. Puppy gets to greed up a little bit, get the early mech, and then they group up, start taking towers, and the tempo is too quick. You know, your supports are not level 6, they had really bad lanes. You know, so all of a sudden you're gonna look at these Phoenix and Warlock, and you're gonna feel like they're burdens instead of being these super teamfight heroes that we, you know, fancy during the draft. So I like the fact that Secret, they just commit to what their initial plan was.
This is going to be a Monkey King carry though, right? I think maybe they think maybe with the Chen pendants you can get through the Fire Spirits or something. I'm not too sure what their plan is for that lane. But I thought Secret were going to pick like maybe some stun on 5 and pick like a Bloodseeker. I'm sort of surprised that they went with the Chen. When I see Chen, like, I like what you said, they have so much teamfight. Oftentimes how you beat teamfight lineups is you break them down in lane, right? Exactly what we said, these supports aren't going to really have teamfight, and then all of a sudden you're popping these Warlock ones for like one defensive kill or maybe save someone. It's not good. Right now I feel like Chen, the hero's like sort of stable in lane, but oftentimes you can't really aggress in lane or like break down these like vulnerable, greedy heroes. Spirit go for the Kunkka, which I really like because I think they want to save their 24 to keep this Dawnbreaker a bit more flex. I don't think they would want the Dawnbreaker mid. If they pick the Mars, they would sort of be committed on that carry. I think with the Kunkka, like, I just look at Secret's lineup, like, anyone who gets X'd, I don't know how you save them right now.
Yeah. How do you guys feel about the Dawn? Because, I mean, Secret's probably the best Dawn team so far in the tournament. They've stomped every game almost. They had Dawn, and now they're playing versus the first pick Dawn. Do you feel like they have addressed it, or not really? Have they addressed it, ignored it, countered it?
I personally feel like they have not addressed it. For now, I like Team Spirit's draft way more. I feel like they have way superior team fight, and they also have like the lane catch. You know, it won't be easy to dodge them. Like I think they can literally go and start the fight anywhere they want right now. It really depends on Team Secret if they can get to a point where their ball is stronger, which still will be hard.
It's a little bit worrying because Secret also have the last pick. Right? They're also going to get to counter the... I mean, for Spirit have the last pick, so it's going to get even worse for Secret, probably, where they were first pick, and they're going to get countered also on their last pick, which is most likely the offlaner.
Something else I was thinking is, like, if you have this Chen and Earthshaker, I think against Team Spirit supports, you really want to play on the runes, but I'm not too sure Zeus uses the runes the same way that, like, you can use with your supports. I don't know if this is true or not.
He just mainly uses them for resources, like getting mana back and everything.
You could think of the Kunkka maybe not getting the sustain runes against the Zeus. That maybe hurts more than the Zeus kind of abusing the... Kunkka's going to probably starve.
It's a Toronto-Tokyo Kunkka. Like, he's just going to X himself, go back,
right,
refill his resources, he's going to farm some stacks.
Yeah. I think they should, what Seb is right, if they should really look to not give this Kunkka a rune, like a haste rune or something. Because if he gets a haste rune and he gets like a good kill and opens up like good game for the Dawn, for example, like I think Secret will struggle.
I mean, I like this opening in the draft, definitely. You know, Chan Shaker versus Warlock Phoenix, definitely night and day in terms of rotating from lanes to lane, fighting for the runes. So this is definitely something really good about Secret's lineup that they can try to abuse. They're also going to get the Zeus ulti. It's an absolutely stupid spell in my opinion. The level 1 Zeus ulti is so strong. It's so much damage all over the map. So, you know, 2 strong supports are rotating. They have cores that are quite self-sufficient if they get a good start on their lanes in the Doom and the Monkey. And then you could see how all of a sudden, you know, all the skirmishes that you're going to see around the map early game, they might go in Secret's favor, and it might allow them to kind of snowball and never get into this 5v5 on even economy against Spirit that they really have no business winning in this game, given the drafts.
So what could Spirit do here as their final pick is going to be in Ursa, a stronger laner here, make sure to punish the Doom as well, make sure to have a little bit more early game. With this, do they have enough to stop the running over from Secret in the lanes?
I think any carry that had eventual pressure on the Doom was good there. Like, they have a Warlock. I don't think there's any pressure coming in from like a Doom Earthshaker. And then, I don't know. I feel like it's really hard for Secret to play this game.
Yeah, I agree. I think this Ursa can be really scary. Like with this lane, he has the Warlock to sustain and he can play very aggressively.
So is it fair to say that Secret should look to kind of snowball, whereas Spirit are in the driver's seat?
I think they are in the driver's seat, and I think Secret has to play the map really well in order to dodge the right fights at the right time. but they have some good heroes to push lanes, to shadow push waves. Like Crystal is really good as Monkey King. He finds waves to push out more than other players on Monkey King would. They have Zeus to give a lot of vision to D-Ward. Like maybe they can still make it happen somehow.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've proven to be really good with this kind of style also.
Okay. Well, we're going to have to see as Game 1 is upon us. Team Spirit versus Team Secret, the second semi-final about to begin. And we have two casters ready to narrate this great encounter.
I like the word there. Nine was using superior team fight, superior catch, as Team Spirit have somewhat of a superior draft, as the panel was saying. But Team Secret do have some ways back in with the way they can control the map. And you called that last pick Ursa. It was a tasty one, wasn't it?
Looks like a really good pick here. I mean, he's playing into Earthshaker and Doom in the lane with someone who can sustain him. Ursa does struggle with trading region a little bit, but this time around he's going to be putting a little bit more pressure. So Team Secret, they need to pull the lane back, play for the shenanigans, because I don't think they can play the lane. Like, I don't think they're ever gonna threaten a kill on Ursa, especially because he's being supported by Warlock. So something definitely to mention. Two supports on side of Spirit. We have Warlock and the Phoenix. These two heroes are very level dependent. We saw in the previous series what can happen if heroes like those don't get enough XP when you pop your ultis first time 15 minutes into the game. I also want to go back to the point that Misery made on the previous panel, where he talked about these level 6 heroes that have the supports that once they hit level 6, they bring so much to the team fight. And yeah, Phoenix plus Warlock, they are those two heroes compared to, for example, Shaker. Like,
they don't need items.
Yeah, Shaker does need an item. Like, he definitely needs an item to be able to play the game. Usually we don't see this hero too often. I want to see how Zayats is going to be able to do on Earthshaker, because you need to farm. Like, there's a window where you need to farm with the hero to get to the Blink Dagger. What we're talking about, in the lane stage you might be able to get mana boots, but then there's 5-6 minutes where you're going to have a difficult time. You're pretty much the similar what's in the laning stage, and the difficult way for them to start a fight. They need some kind of initiation. Whenever you have Doom, you need to have a good catch. Chen doesn't provide you with catch, Zeus neither. So Shaker, he needs to be roaming around and making stuff done with the Fissure. So I expect him to put more points in Fissure just to lower the cooldown and stun duration.
Yeah, get those blocks going, allow the Chen army or the Monkey King to catch up and kill off some heroes. They do have the ability, though, to pressure towers and maybe force team fights around them. But Secret are going to have a lot of choices to make in terms of where to take team fights. And like the panel was saying, where to dodge team fights. Going to be very important for them to get away from some of those big team fight ultis. And of course, we do have Puppey on his signature Chen. Already moving away from that top bounty rune. And Team Spirit getting the 3 of them.
Monkey King, played by Crystalis, one of his better heroes, if not the best hero. And supported by Puppey's Chen. I want to see how that lane goes. A lot of kill threat from Team Spirit off lane. We're talking about Dawnbreaker and Phoenix. Once they get to level 2, once they get to level 3, damage output from Dawnbreaker is pretty nuts. She's one of the heroes that can just trade against the Monkey King. Puppey, starting with Headrest, understands that there's going to be a lot of harassment, so they need to have sustain. Pretty similar to what Team Spirit safe lane has. We're talking about Warlock with Shadow Word and Zayats. Fissure.
First one of the game. Straight on to 2 of them. Resolution not going to have a fun time down here, though, against Ursa Warlock. Like you're saying, it's the sustain, but also these Fury swipes against double melee heroes. So we'll have to get these lane drags by Zayats Earthshaker, block the small camp, drag it across, and try and get your levels and gold that way.
As expected, they can't really do too much to Ursa, and now Yatoro will drag the creep wave down to his own wave to be able to get the last hits going, get some extra XP, while Miposhka is trying to zone out Rezo and deal some damage.
Yeah, you don't want your tower taking damage, you don't want to be burning through regen if you don't have to.
Also, one thing to say also, because with Ursa, is he going to go for the courier? Not really. You can jump over the Fissure with the Earthshock, so that's pretty good. Because even if you get blocked, you still have something to go for the kill. Right. Looking at the mid lane, Nisha putting a lot of pressure on this Kunkka. 11 CS and 9 on Kunkka. You need to have advantage. Kunkka's going to have a free farm, I would say, in this one, but Nisha as a mid laner, he's been pretty amazing. one of the most stable players of all time, I would say, because his performance is always top-notch. Stacking up the small camp, now going to try to farm it. We'll pick up the water rune as well, because lane is about to be pushed in. Very good lane control by Nisha.
I mean, he was already at almost perfect CS, right? Only dropping one last hit from the first 3 waves. Gets a small camp now to boost his numbers too. Out towards top, we've got Mira on that Phoenix with the collapsed Dawnbreaker. And this is the lane that the panel reckoned would struggle a little bit more, right? You've got the Monkey and the Chen, but maybe here with the creep, they can push back.
Phoenix
onto
is still
Mira.
level 1.
The Boundless
Just
Strike.
got 2.
They need the Starbreaker there to keep Crystallis back, and he'll dive away on this Phoenix.
She could try to use this opportunity, because Phoenix was still level 1, but collapse. I believe he killed 1 creep, and that got Phoenix to level 2. Surprised none of the small camps on the mid lane got blocked, because both of these heroes, they farm it very well and extremely quickly.
They surely do. I mean, against the Zeus, are you kind of worried he'll just lightning bolt and deward it immediately?
That's true.
But I guess if you're using it, you'll block 1.
That's true, but he also, like, mid Zeus, they usually don't get the lightning bolt. They want to go with more points in Heavenly Jump, and also to be able to max out Arc Lightning to push out the wave.
Well, this is the issue that the panel are talking about. Crystallis, you know, he's in a lane with a Chen, yes, but Puppey's going to be grabbing creeps, pulling, stacking, so it does become a 1v2 at some point, and that's where he gets bullied by the Phoenix and the Dawnbreaker. I do have the lane under the tower now with a fresh wave arriving, so he should be able to secure some safe CS from this wave at the very least.
It's a lot of harassment once Dawnbreaker hits that level 3. Mira will try to pull the lane back. Never mind, not going to happen. A lot of these units. Oh,
good Fisher. They had that Infernal Blade on Miposhka as well. But these Fatal Bonds back onto them, and the Fury Swipe stacking forces Earthshaker back, and we can see Resolution dropping very low. But let's push that wave forward.
Shaker as a position forward usually does start with Boots of Speed, has a Wind Lace right now, so he can stay away from Ursa, and Doom also needs to adjust his item build, going for the Boots of Speed, into phase boots to have some extra armor, and of course more move speed.
VV Zayat's tipping Toronto Tokyo. Resolution getting shadow worded, needs the bodyguard to come back in here, bounce the Warlock out of this jungle. Going for the phase boots, probably into the hand of Midas. The regular stuff for the Doom. Blink, BKB, all that good stuff. Yatoro, oh, he's going straight for it. Fisher will hold him back, though. Resolution and Zayat making sure that the Ursa doesn't get this completely free lane that he was looking for.
Already used the Earth Shock, so couldn't really connect. Looking at the mid lane, Zeus is level 6, so this could potentially be an easy kill for Nisha if the side lanes start to play a bit more aggressively.
Yeah, they just need to make that first jump, chip away at people, burn through their HP and regen. Of course, everyone with a lot of resources early days in the laning stage. You've got to make that initial move. A couple of small creeps here from Puppey. Going forward, netting up Mira. Grabs himself a little baby Wildwing as well.
Has that Tornado?
Tornadoes, yeah. And Crystallis, he's just not comfortable facing off straight up against Collapse. So a good pull across by Puppey will give him a bit of room, while Toronto Tokyo, he's come down bottom with the X-Boat, and that'll be the end of the Doom's life in this bottom lane. Shadow Word and the Earthshock there, Yatoro given the first blood.
It was all about who's going to make the first move. Whether Team Secret makes an early move and uses Zeus ulti to try to secure the kill. But yeah, Toronto Tokyo, so far so good in terms of CS, in terms of net worth. And yeah, giving away first blood to Yatoro. They want to have him off to a good start. Get that Morbid Mask, even more sustained.
Yeah.
Nisha gets the kill.
That's the punishment he deserved, though. We saw the Zuma versus Boomer. Clicking reactions. Got the bounty rune under the nose of Puppey, but Puppey brings in his reinforcements. It tells Nisha to punish that naughty Phoenix. Miposhka heading down back towards bottom. Looks like Yatoro is going to get the pull off himself. A carry pulling waves into camps and catching the wave as well. Zayat's going to drag them back to the range creep, so both teams should get a range creep deny there, while Monkey King leaps himself up atop the trees. Collapse. It was close with the Celestial Hammer, but now the jump back in, the Penitence comes. Jingu stacks building up, and a TP from Nisha, looking to claim the life of Collapse's Dawnbreaker. They'll have it as well. Raindrops, yeah,
they wanted to leave the kill for Crystallis. Both mid laners making a TP rotation to be able to secure the kill for their safe laners.
Helps them out tremendously. And we see there the net worth of a Monkey in the Doom a little bit further behind their counterparts. Ursa and Zeus racing up towards the top of the board.
Yataro's massive on Ursa. Usually this doesn't happen. There's a lot of heroes that do tend to just like overpower Ursa in terms of region trade, but pairing him up with Warlock was a pretty smart idea from Team Spirit.
Yeah.
Also get him in first blood, phase boots, the chase potential, kill threat here. So every single time like Rezo gets close, he's gonna go and try to deal some damage, get those stacks going.
Yeah, Rezo calling the Ursa is missing there in the chat wheel. And I was gonna ask you, at what point do we think Ursa can or wants to go into Roshan? Like, it's too early now, but the next 3 minutes or so, is that something that...
Yeah, if we were talking about 10-minute rotation, when there's going to be like people grouping around trying to take the tower. I mean, Team Secret's tower damage is pretty low. Chen needs to have a rotation, and they need to play with the catapult if they need to take a tier 1 tower. So it might be a bit too difficult. Usually Ursa would go, because he has Morbid Mask, so he can farm the Ancient, and then threaten Roshan.
Yeah, be off map, hide yourself, and then, like you say, play around the catapult waves a little bit with the rest of your team, and sneak into the Roche pit. Yeah,
Roshka's going to get a D-ward.
Yeah, very nice around that mid lane. Some neutrals starting to drop as well. Fairy's Trinket found by the Kunkka. Crystal is still having problems up top. Collapses Dawnbreaker with Phase Soul Ring, incredibly potent.
It was more about stabilizing Monkey King's lane with Chen. Like, you don't have that much kill threat. And now Team Spirit smoked, looking for something. Kunkka, 2 points in the X mark should be enough to close the gap.
Yeah, with a Chen on Secret, you always expect stacks to be made in the jungle, and you're going to catch him here. As he was trying to build this up, Puppey brought back into the boat that crashes down on top of him. 2-2 now as Team Spirit even the score, and they find Zayat. He wants to line up this Fissure. Monkey King also targeting Miposhka. Zeus coming in to zap the Warlock down. And Team Secret responding in kind. You bring 2 heroes here, we'll bring 3, we'll bring 4. Toronto Tokyo has to torrent defensively to try and run away, but the Monkey and the Zeus, they're not letting him get away.
Usually you want Zeus to get all the last hits, but it feels like Nisha has a really good read how much Crystallis needs to come back into the game. So first rotation, getting him to get the last hit, and now also allowing him to get another one.
Yotaro going to decentry his own camp. Swings westward, where Resolution and Zayat are clearing the jungle. They found a little bit of safety here, but when the bear comes to picnic, he's going to get doomed.
Going to get the enrage off.
Zeus is here too. Solar Guardian is going to get cleared out by that Thunder God's Wrath. Earthshaker will be the sacrifice, but well worth it from Secret.
Yeah, nice play there from Rezo. Faking that he's going to use the Doom, then uses it after, trying to mess with the Ursa. No enrage was used, and who got the last hit on that one? It was Nisha. Okay.
Yeah, give it to the Zeus this time around.
Zeus also picked up Region Rune, so that's a big farming tool for him.
Oh, it's incredible for Zeus. And he's going to finish off his Kaya now as well. Mira, level 7, does have the Supernova ready, and they will transfer the Ursa top. They're looking for this push with the catapult wave to try and get onto the tier 1. And Toronto Tokyo is always going to be ready to rotate as well. His boat is off cooldown, he's got that X mark.
They need 1 CS on Miposhka to be level 6 and clear the stacks, go for the smoke, potentially give Ursa ability to go inside the pit. Because if they smoke him, he can go and the rest of the team can make something happen. Just buy a little bit more time. We see 2 big level 6s, one coming out from Chen and a mech. So pretty good timing on Puppey. That's going to be a lot of heal.
Yeah, great amount of burst heal there to keep them alive during the Supernova, or if the Ursa jumps them.
They're not going to smoke. Getting scouted out by Observer from Secret. They know exactly where it is. It's being pinged out by Miposhka.
They know what's up. Secret going to go for the mirror. Head down bottom with 5 heroes, trying to connect in with their Rezo Doom. Tier 1 tower, of course, still very healthy, so bringing everybody down there should be able to claim the objective as they glyph up top to slow and delay the push from Yatoro and Collapse.
This is why Ursa on Radiant feels much stronger, because when you do the swap, Dire are playing bottom part of the map and you're playing top part of the map, and then you always threaten a Roshan kill.
Yeah, he's going to have his diffusal delivered soon as well, so fight ready for the Ursa. And Secret, they don't really have to show too many heroes, right? They've got Chen creeps, they can push this tier 1 without giving away any real information to Team Spirit. Well, here's the Roshan play, straight in. Morbid Mask, Diffuser Blade, pop that Lincoln's on Roche.
Team Secret will be ready to go in.
5 heroes here from Spirit though. Secret scouting with the Lightning Bolt. Thunder God's Wrath gives them full vision as well, but Toronto Tokyo, he's got the X-Boat in towards VV Zayat, so they'll burn him down with the Sun Ray with the pushback. The Hurricane does get him out of danger as Mira gets burst down. The Solar Guardian in towards Yatoro. Golem drops, Roshan dead. He gets the Aegis, the Hand of God comes, trying to save up Resolution. He's on the run. Team Secret looking to just try and reset after spending their Wukongs. Nisha going up high ground, wants Collapse real badly, and they Echo Slam him down.
Still a big W for Team Spirit, I would say, getting that Aegis on Ursa, who just finished off the Fusel Blade, and he's going to be ready to fight. They were not sitting inside the Wukong's command, forcing both Mech and Hand of God on Puppey. Also, there is no Doom, so I think they should try to go and make some kind of an aggressive play. Even though they don't have the rocks, Supernova is still available, and Ursa wants to be able to fight. They could X-Mark him back, he TPs, refills the mana, but unfortunately it does not have a TP.
And Team Spirit are going to rally themselves around that mid lane again, just leaving Yatoro to farm Ancients, while the rest of them kind of expecting here maybe Secret to push in towards that tier 1 mid tower with a Chen army. That's Secret now with all of that ultis, no green lights, everything on cooldown.
Yeah, can we see that one again, if possible, where Chen pulled him with the Hurricane?
Yeah, it was good, a little drag back.
Nice way to save people.
A mini Force Staff, basically. Team Spirit pretty happy just to sit back and clear Ancients, even holding that Aegis. They've got everything here with Supernova, Boat, but no Solar Guardian or Golem. Wanting to try and limit what Secret can do on the map. I don't really have any vision to play into. And again, Crystal is so good at this, the ghost push that AUI was talking about on the panel. He's hiding in the trees, not really showing anything, getting a little bit of farm here and there, as they will drag Zayat into the Sunray, get the Earthshaker takedown. It's just little by little Team Spirit building up small advantages here and there.
Toronto Tokyo trying to go for a play, still has Arcane Rune, but no ship this time.
Right, glyph that mid turn 1. Crystalis, he looks fight ready, trying to reposition himself with Nisha. You can see the synchronization there with the two players. Hurricane dragging Toronto Tokyo back into the Zeus's reach, half HP remaining. Just a little bit of burst from the Zeus, drops that Kunkka so quickly. Trying to scout with a torrent now as well. Tier 1 tower will eventually fall. Doesn't seem like Secret are able to really demonstrate a full defense of the objective.
Yeah, giving respect to what Team Spirit have in terms of team fight. Egg, Warlock, Golem about to be ready one more time, and since he used the boat with your Arcane Rune, that means he's going to have it again.
We do still need time for that Earthshaker to buy
Hurricane one more time.
Yeah, Yatoro on the run still. 2-man Boundless Strike comes in from Crystalis. But it's both teams right really on this knife's edge of if we have that one window of opportunity, we see a weakness in your formation, we'll go for it. But if they don't see it, they're perfectly happy just to fall back and continue building to these core items.
And I love Warlock against Zeus, because he does provide you with the sustain, all this poke damage that he's doing from far away. One heal, and you're back to full HP. Zayat still needs 400 gold to be able to farm his Blink Dagger.
And he'll get there, and that's one of those surprise initiation or turnaround abilities with the Echo Slam that Secret can utilize to their advantage.
Speaking of the items, new record, because Zeus usually does not buy Yule Scepter anymore, but in this game, a lot of value from it. We're talking about being able to protect yourselves against Kunkka's combo and also against Enrage from Ursa.
Oh, that's a good point, right? Yule's not affected by that status resist. And Toronto Tokyo trying to get into his BKB. A slow and steady game. Do you think this is Team Secret doing very well in terms of weathering the storm that Team Spirit could have brought to them? Or do you think Team Spirit playing too passively this early on?
I wanted to see them play a little bit more aggressive with this Aegis, try to go for a team fight, but they got the tier 1 tower on the mid lane. Team Secret will be ready to fight once Earthshaker picks up his Blink Dagger, Monkey King, Echo Saber done. So with this item build, like, this is not a Battle Fury, so this monkey will definitely join. Finds a really good item on him. Brigand's Blade. The Zeus is pretty massive, I would say, and they have sustain from Chen's Puppy, Mech done. 10 minutes in, Hand of God. And here we go. Aegis is just expired, so I expect the Team Secret to try to go for some kind of a play. Hurricane one more time is going to be available.
Let's see if they can get him out of there. Oh, the Torrent moves him across multiple axes of direction, but Toronto Tokyo with his BKB not able to finish off the Earthshaker.
Giga Chen moves by Puppy.
Incredibly good. Yatoro are making this a little bit more worth their while, though. Good Boundless with the Wukongs. They've saved Resolution. Oh, the Echo from Zayat too. Collapses dead. Yatoro stuck in the trees. Scouted by the Thunder God's Wrath. Oh, they've destroyed them. They look like a freebie on Rezo, but Secret so snappy.
Puppy, he was also ready with the Hand of God, so that was not even close to getting a kill.
Team Spirit being punished. Dragged from one edge of the map to the other.
Have we seen Supernova?
I don't believe we have. That's why I was asking you. Do you think Team Spirit, are they afraid? Or are they looking for a timing? Second Roshan, of course, going to be very important for them and their Ursa lineup.
MVP for me so far, Wild Wing Ripper. You thought I was going to say Puppy.
No, I knew exactly what you were going to say.
Look at his army. Kobold 4-man, extra move speed. You have extra armor from the ice armor and then extra magic resistance from the cloak.
Yeah, beautiful. Nice. Diverse array of neutral creeps for Puppy. Going into that Holy Locket next. So even more heals he can pump into some of his core heroes. You see that Nisha, top of the net worth, 10,500. And Doom is only going to get fatter and fatter with Devour and his ability to race towards his key items. Kunkka focused on clearing out that mid-wave. They've got 3 heroes sat behind Toronto Tokyo, so if he does spot an option to X-mark someone, everyone's ready to strike at the drop of a hat. Team Secret, so very deliberate, and it's not really being cautious, right? They know exactly what they're doing. They're not afraid of Team Spirit.
Yeah, and look who's farming Triangle. It's Puppy. He's the real carry. Every single time he gets to have like free Chen game, like his rotation is really on point, understanding where Team Spirit's going to strike to be able to pull them with the Wild Wing Ripper. But he also takes a lot of resources. He's more farmed than Earthshaker by 1,500 gold.
Yeah.
All the locket done, amplifying all that healing.
And look at how many things he's shoveled up. He's got 3 salves, 2 mangoes.
He's been working real hard. Puppy has like, I don't know, 250 APM at least to be able to control all of these things. Just stacking it up for later.
250 APM. Speedy boy. Tier 1 mid, not really taking too much damage until now. Secret bring in a number of heroes to create that pressure. But they won't commit for it, instead wanting to swing down bottom. The catapult's already died and collapsed. Well, he's gone and hidden himself in the trees. So now we see that the reverse is true now. Team Spirit making much better use of the wide open map.
Next Roshan gonna respawn right about now.
There he is. Aegis and the Shard. I think Nisha there caught a glimpse of the Kunkka.
Double BKB. 9-second BKBs on their heroes. Doom just picked up a Blink Dagger, so he can be the one initiating a fight with the War Stomp. Doom is available. Rezo is massive. On top of the network, level 15.
Hand of Mine is kicking in big time. Smoking all the way across from their triangle to the enemy one. X mark, but in jumps Rezo, gets the Doom in onto the BKB Kunkka. They're focusing Warlock, so no Rock. And full control of this enemy triangle now for Team Secret as they take the camps away from them. And of course, maneuver themselves into position to take the tier 1 mid.
Team Spirit, they're off to a really good start, especially on Ursa, but yeah, I guess they're just waiting for Yatoro to buy his BKB, and then he's going to be able to join a fight. Should use this 2-minute window that they have, because there's no Doom, there is no Zeus ulti for 1.5 minutes, and you can see Miposhka pinging out Roche.
Yeah, everything has been so clean from Secret, from the lane manipulation bottom, the Earthshaker making sure Rezo has a good time for his Hand of Midas timing. Top lane, like you were saying, giving Crystallis a couple of kills here and there to make sure that his lack of CSing wasn't really having an effect on his game as an overall issue. And Chen, Puppey, has just been moving now from objective to objective, opening the map for Team Secret. I honestly don't. They've not made a single mistake. It's been flawless from Secret. It's not been flashy by any means.
No, it's just like methodical, but no real mistakes being made from Secret.
Yeah, Team Spirit, there's something they've got to do to, you know, this rhythm of Secret. They are marching to the tune of, you know, their drummer is banging that rhythm. Team Spirit have got to try and make sure that they get into a rhythm of their own, because so far, like you say, no Supernova. We've not seen any real big fatal bonds or golems dropped. And around Roshan Pit, that could give them the zone they want to fight in.
Already inside. Vision placed on high ground. Sees rotations from Team Spirit, even though their ward just expired on top, so they're not going to see Team Secret, the northern one.
Yeah, and another smoke. 5 heroes strong. Secret. Looks like they're going to wrap around with the offlane duo.
Done, so that's going to be pretty big. BKB. Oh!
What's it?
Toronto Tokyo just popped the BKB. I guess he was afraid of the Shaker.
He's straight in. He's annihilated everybody. Out of thin air, Secret. Destroy Team Spirit, chasing Toronto Tokyo. Oh, goodness gracious me.
And they're going to scout out Ursa, but Yatoro got what he came for. He got that Aegis, he got that Shard, but at what cost? They lost all 4 heroes. I think Toronto Tokyo was afraid of Fisher, so he would not be able to pick things up, so pop the BKB just in case.
Well, they tried to defend that Roshan so strongly, but I didn't expect that long wraparound. Monkey, Doom, and the Earthshaker going through the triangle from the mid lane on the Radiant side. And a surprise jump in from Zayas with that Earthshaker. Always going to catch you off guard the first time he does that. Team Spirit do still have the Aegis on the Ursa though, but BKB's on cooldown. Could be a problem for them if they make their way into their own jungle. Secret are ready and waiting for them. Toronto, Tokyo and Collapse. They've come into mid as a pair. Nisha, he's there to push out that mid wave, keep it cleared out. He gets X-marked.
Really not afraid.
He just goes aggressive. Straight onto Kunkka. Nimbus out. Resolution with the Infernal Blade. They find him. Toronto Tokyo down while Crystallis just Wukongs and BKBs.
DP's
zoning
out,
away the rest of
doomed.
them. And now Collapse. Yeah, doomed up and dead. Team Spirit. They just don't have what it takes to match up against the caliber of Team Secret here at this tournament.
Could we check the hero damage? Okay, we're gonna first see this this fight because he popped the BKB, and yeah, there's
Zeus
still
illusion.
They had this Centaur Conqueror, the little one, inside providing vision, so they saw all of them.
Well, Yatoro wants in now, but I think with that Fisher, he's changed his mind. He wants out. Get me away from them.
Repent.
24,000 damage. Wait, hang on, what's 6 plus 4 plus 6 plus 4 plus 6?
Yeah, hero damage done. Ursa
JJ maths,
on the
please.
lowest end, 4.7k. Most of that damage came from the laning stage.
I mean, 5 times 6 is 30,000, right? So I think Nisha's like 6k under. Like he's 1 hero under, amassing the total damage that Team Spirit has done as a squad. Toronto, Tokyo. Xbox back after clearing bot wave. I don't know, they're trying to make the best out of a bad situation right now as Yatoro, he makes the jump on Crystallis, burns all his mana, but they've got Solar Guardian to come back in on top of him. The Fisher look decent, the Hand of God in the heel, the Golem in, but they still can't kill the Monkey King. Now with the Thunder God's Wrath and the Supernova, finally, the Wicked Six streak ended. And Team Spirit chasing towards Zayats for the bonus kill.
This time around, no Hurricane. There is no Wild Wing Ripper available for Chen to get him out of the trouble. He still had the BKB, he had Wukong's command, but Ursa, one of the better heroes, because like the damage from the Fury's vibes does stack up, and then like even if you get the Wukong's command, even if you get a BKB, you're still gonna die to overwhelming damage from Ursa.
Yeah, you see Chen there picking up a full staff, so now he's going to have that additional, additional maneuverability to get Crystallis out of situations that we just saw. Next team fight is still going to be very difficult for Spirit, especially now all their cooldowns are not available, as we see there. Golem, Egg, Solar Guardian, not available for at least a minute. So a nice opportunity for Secret to go yet again for one of their classic smoke ganks.
And Puppey keeps using the shovel, 5 healing salves on him. I gotta use it, Gary. It's a groundbreaking item when it was added to Dota 2.
Oh, I was tempted earlier, but you know, I don't steal jokes.
It's fine. You could have said it. Toronto Tokyo getting closer to his AC, so that's going to be some protection against the Monkey King and just tanking up the whole team.
Thunder God's Wrath damage for Nisha. Zayat's up on the high ground. Got his little Fisher shard there so he can get the free pathing. He's got spider legs as well. He's all over the place. Terrain means nothing to this man. Smoke up from Spirit. Kunkka, the one that's not smoked, could be the bait, could be the one to show out on the map, but this is around the timing now that Aegis does expire. There's no vision here for Secret. They don't know where Spirit are, but they're smoked themselves. First point of contact could be Yatoro. Resolution, smoke breaks, high ground ward for Spirit, and they disengage. Thunder God's Wrath is there to give the vision with the Nimbus and the jump in from the Doom with the Torrent. Oh, we're trying to hold him back, but Miposhka's blown up.
Team Secret knew exactly like what can happen. Their smoke broke. This is going to get devorted by Nisha. He uses Thunder God's Wrath just to be able to cancel the potential blink daggers and also to scout things out. They have very good chase potential. Monkey King, Doom with the blink dagger, now with the Shiva's Guard to provide even more vision.
And Earthshaker exceptional at that as well with the Fisher. And this map is starting to feel smaller and smaller for Spirit. They're getting hemmed back towards their base. Top lane, one of the safest places for Collapse to be right now, just pushes out one additional wave. And knowing he does have that tier 1 for people to TP to, maybe try and react if Secret were to make a move. But right now, the only platform that Spirit can launch themselves from is their own triangle. Their entire bottom jungle being swarmed by Secret heroes. Puppey stealing all the creeps from them. See, like Toronto Tokyo, not even comfortable farming this large camp near his mid-tier 2. Knowing that the possibility of Secret being nearby is very high.
He senses something bad is cooking potentially for him. Very nice read. Nisha on the top lane, Boots of Travel, Arcane Rune ready to join the fight.
Arcade Rune?
Yeah, he also has Quickening Charm on top of that.
Oh, he does.
A bit blessed by Gaben.
Yeah. Super good on the Zeus. Nice 11k lead though. It's been held steady. The past couple of minutes, no real acceleration coming out of Team Secret, but now they are just waiting out that Aegis. Well, they have already waited out the Aegis. Looking for that chance to get in towards the squishier supports. You're seeing Resolution just jump straight the Warlock, get on the Phoenix, make sure that the big hefty teamfight ultis aren't there from Team Spirit.
On Spirit, they got a couple of big items, AC that we mentioned, and also Basher on Ursa. And this is going to be the big one. Collapse, trying to farm Nullifier.
Ooh.
So he can be the one dealing with the 4 staffs, dealing with the Yule Scepter on Zeus.
Zayat trying to de-ward. Yaturo's going to end range, get away from the Nimbus. Poppy gets rid of the vision now, though, but 40 seconds without your Earthshaker. Potential here for Spirit again to smoke, move out across the map and get a core kill. Now, Nisha.
Double damage just spawned.
Oh, up at top, yeah, you're
Toronto. Will pick it up with the X mark.
You'll have it. I mean, Nisha hasn't died this game yet, right? He's 5-0-12. Monkey King 8-1-7 has only fallen once. Team Spirit really need to get some of these big ticket kills. With the smoke, they're aiming towards Resolution. He's straight up BKB Shivers Guard, Dooms onto Yatoro, the Nimbus, and the Wukongs. They're throwing everything in with a Blink Wall Stomp. Resolution chain stuns the Ursa, and the Zap from the heavens comes down from Nisha.
A lot of team fight circles from Team Spirit. Not sure what the plan there was. Doesn't pop a BKB. That's not gonna stop him from using the Doom. I guess he was relying on a bash. Either bash or that Kunkka's gonna catch him with the X mark, but then it's not an instant lockdown. So Rezo, after seeing Ursa, pops the Shiva's Guard, gets the vision of Ursa, gets the BKB, and Roshan gonna respawn in 15. There is no buyback on Ursa, so this gives 30-second window for Team Secret to go in and kill it.
Yeah, and no Golem dropped as well, right? We've seen when Y plays Warlock, he's not afraid to just drop the rock onto a support Bane or something. If you think a fight is going to develop and break out, you get a kill, transfer it into maybe another kill, a tower, a push, some objective. And Poshka being very timid with his usage of the Chaotic Offering. And now, third Roshan. It looks like Secret want to be able to steal this one away from the Ursa lineup. He's dead still for 10 seconds. So into the pit they go. Aghanim Scepter there, available as well, going to be dropped by the Roche. Who does that go to?
You give it to Monkey, you definitely give that one to Monkey King. He's out of slots, so someone else will need to pick it up. He picked up the Aegis first. No, Aghanim Scepter, and then he picks up the Aegis. This Monkey King is humongous right now. The extra gold that he got from it kind of skyrocketed his net worth.
Straight to the top of the board, 23,000. Incredible. He's still holding on to a lot of little items as well. Orb Corrosion, Wraithband, Magic Wand.
Time to sell those.
Time to go sell those and finish off a Butterfly. So that Ursa, that Kunkka, I mean, Dawnbreaker, all right-clicking, physical damage-dealing heroes will struggle now to contend with the Monkey King.
Look at his graph. Big stongs.
Whew. Up we go to the moon. A very slow and steady game from Team Secret. 23k net worth lead amassed by them, though.
I don't remember the last time Team Spirit got a kill.
It's been rough, and it's only going to get rougher. Yatoro obliterated by Secret. Okay, Zayat's dead.
Okay, now I remember. They got him on that cliff after they de-warded, but still, very good trade for Team Secret. Instant lockdown into burst damage from Zeus, Nimby, E-Blade, and ulti.
I mean, it's Zayat's Earthshaker, reminiscent of his techies, right? You jump in, blow someone up. If you die, it doesn't matter. You're a support. You're killing core heroes almost single-handedly. Resolution diving tier 3s at this point, gets nullified, fatally bonded up, but he's got BKB.
Has a refresher, has a cheese in the backpack as well, so can potentially refresh his BKB after using Doom if needed. And they're hunting.
Yeah,
that's the first Doom.
They've caught him out. Toronto, Tokyo, he got his BKB off in time
he needs some kind of backup.
But there's no one
coming.
There's no one coming to save the Kunkka, right? Nimbus and the E-Blade, more than enough magic nuke damage to bring him down. Still holding this Aegis on Monkey King for 3 more minutes, so plenty of time here for Secret to clear out tier 2 top, break up high ground, really push the lanes out and force Team Spirit to sit in their base and twiddle their thumbs.
Nisha is all over the place with his Zeus. He has Octarine Core, Quickening Charm. We're talking about TP being 30 seconds on cooldown. He even wants to get Boots of Travel too, so lower the cooldown even more. Level 25, gets Arc Lightning damage, clears the wave with just 2 lightnings.
That is a ton of damage with that E-Blade buff as well.
0 deaths on him. Like this guy has been playing some really amazing Dota in the past couple of years, and I think he reached his peak. I don't think you can play better than this.
Flawless perfection. And nothing to say on a similar level as well, especially on the Zeus, right? We've seen several games from him where he's been unkilled. So it might be that, you know, the good old Ice Frog needs to go back and look at this heavenly jump. The ability to disengage, jump away from your opponents as the Zeus. Incredibly strong and being utilized immaculately by these players.
It's time for tier 4 neutral items. Let's see if there's going to be Spell Prism or Timeless Relic drop for Zeus. Could be both, and then he gets to choose.
Get the choice between the two big ones. Oh, look. Oh, they see him. Yatoro, Blink Echo, straight in onto Toronto Tokyo, sorry, as they Nimbus and kill him, and Collapse has come in. He tried to save him with a Solar Guardian, but Crystallis is here. Team Spirit are crumbling in game 1. This seems like an insurmountable lead. Team Secret are not going to be giving an inch to Team Spirit right now. High ground possibilities for them.
Still a full minute left. Aghanim Scepter, this is going to be very good for sieging.
Statues onto that high ground to stop anyone from jumping in towards him. Hit away at the tower with them. There's a glyph on the 10 HP tier 3. 30 seconds no Kunkka, 40 without the Dawnbreaker. And like you said, still 45 seconds with that Aegis on Crystallis, meaning there's a free lane of barracks for them.
They can't do anything about it. They have to let it go. Still, 40 seconds. This, look at the way they're sieging. Nimbus on top of Crystallis, and he's doing all the work. Everyone else is spread out. They even smoke.
It's like goading Ursa to come in. Like, yeah, okay, there's 3 statues, there's a Nimbus. If you want to jump out Monkey King, you're going to have to break through this terracotta army of the Monkey King. Second lane of barracks for Secret. Cancels out the Sunray.
Gets pushed out by a Force Staff.
Get what they came for and immediately retreat. DD Rune has spawned bottom, so maybe we'll see Secret back up, grab that, and position themselves in this Radiant Triangle to jump again, because Echo Slam is ready in 10 seconds. Every time it's off cooldown, it's eyes on Zayats and where he's jumping.
Nisha using 2 items, Ninja Gear, to be able to position themselves better. They are not able to see him, so he wants to end this game with 0 deaths.
He just finishes off his refresher or casual. Yeah, chill.
No biggie.
It's been a long time since I've seen a game like this, though, of course. We've had some one-sided games, but 37k lead. And you look at the net worth board with 30k Monkey King, 27 Zeus, and the Doom, who usually is the top of the net worth hero, is in 3rd place. That's how overfarmed the Monkey and the Zeus are.
Nothing for the courier. Mira wants to finish off his Shiva's Guard. We'll get it. Level 18 plus a Shiva's Guard. Like, Monkey does have a ton of attack speed, so he needs to be the one killing the egg, or they need to disengage. Holding on to high ground. Zayats with spider legs positioning himself, and Rezo in the front lines having that arcane blink, so Doom gets out quicker.
There was no trusty shovel drop for Team Spirit, was there? So they can't dig themselves out of this hole right now. They are stuck in their base with no escape. Thunder God's Wrath to scout, maybe expecting a smoke from Spirit. That's what we've been expecting, some kind of last-ditch effort. We have seen Spirit out-execute their opponents time and time again in previous games and series, and they've got the opportunity to do it with Abyssal Blade on Ursa, with these big teamfight ultis, of course, the combos out of Fatal Bonds, Supernova, and the Golem. But it's going to take an absolute miracle for them to get through Team Secret in their entirety.
I'm looking the way that they take this fight. I'm trying to find the solution, but the only thing I see is this massive resolution on the other side. Having double Doom, double BKB, double Shivas. He's level 25, so extra Infernal Blade damage. Surprisingly, he doesn't have a shard at this point.
Yeah. Genuinely, Yatoro straight up, blown up. He's gone for 80. Warlock. He's out of that. Healing up the creep wave. And
where could he possibly be?
He's hiding behind the single tree.
He tried. The next Roshan may respawn in 30 seconds, but it's time to try and close out this game. Crystallis with the double damage. Like, they pop 1 Doom. He didn't even use Refresher. He knows that, like, I'll just wait it out.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, though, right? Spirit, they need to cast their spells. It has to be a symphony of skills. Like, literally, they've got to really outplay, out of their minds. But if you're getting doomed on one of these combo heroes, the Warlock or the Phoenix, whoever it may be, you lose that synchronization and synergy. Dawnbreaker jumped by the Rezo Doom. The Sunray trying to heal Toronto Tokyo back up, but he's been burnt alive inside his own tree line. He does have buyback, but GG's called. They tap out, realizing there is no escape from Team Secret's aggression. Game 1, 42 minutes. 8-27 is the scoreline.
What a performance.
Incredible.
From Team Secret in game number 1. Didn't look close at all. It looked close for like first 10 minutes. When we got out of the laning stage, Ursa was pretty massive. I wanted to see a bit more aggression, a bit more moves coming out from Team Spirit, but it felt like they stopped playing Dota. They gave Team Secret all the heroes, like these are signature heroes. We're talking about Zayas, Earthshaker, Chen for Puppey, Nisha on the Zeus, Crystallis, Monkey King, and like, I don't think you can ask for a better lineup.
Yeah, and for the players to play it as well. But you know, from our perspective and maybe from the viewer's perspective, it might look weird. Like, why are Team Spirit being so passive? Why are they waiting and delaying and things like this? But you know, there might be a call from the captain saying, "Hey, if we wait for them to come to us, that's where we stand our greatest chance at team fighting. Right? Wait for them to come to high ground. That's when we wombo combo them." But it's the patience from Secret.
Exactly, and those Wild Wing Rippers, definitely. I said it. MVP for me. Puppey Chen always there. Those first couple of rotations that Team Spirit tried to make, he was always there to bail people out of the trouble.
Absolutely was. As we see the few highlights coming in, rounding up game 1, and Team Spirit got a lot left to do. Back to the drawing board for them. So I think we can head it back to Arvo and the panel. They'll take a second to get into their stations. And what do you reckon for game 2? Is there something Team Spirit need to think about?
They had a lot of team fight, but it never came to them actually going for these team fights. It felt like we never saw 5 heroes of Team Spirit going in, and because like especially early on, we're talking about Phoenix and also Warlock being fight ready. They got those early levels, and yeah, we need to see what answer they have for Team Secret, because this was flawless.
Yeah, over to Arvo and the panel to break it down.
Thank you, Gareth. We're here watching the highlights by Ramco, and you know, what a performance by Secret. Now, there were some doubts whether they could perform it with how to beat these team fights, but it worked out in it, Seb.
Yeah, very, very strong performance by Secret. I think, I mean, I think they had a really solid draft and stuff, but I really want to highlight the mental advantage they seem to have. I can tell they're feeling good, right? They feel super confident. They go for the moves. They're reckless. Even when they were playing a little bit behind in the first, sequences of the game, I think they just felt more comfortable. And I think right now, Spirit, they kind of have to shape up. I'm not really feeling how they're playing yet. I think they're playing a little bit scared, a little bit conservative, maybe too safe. To my taste, I just feel like Secret, they have an advantage, a mental advantage, and I'd like Spirit to, shake it up.
Something we can see, sorry, in this scoreboard brought to you by STC. Shaking it up by Earthshaker, and I like that one. What are some things you would like to see from the gameplay here, Awi, from Team Spirit?
Team Spirit, for me, they played really different than what I thought they would play this game. I thought they were just going to have Toronto, Tokyo get a lot of stacks. Thought the lanes were looking good. You'd have this really farm Kunkka, and every time you press X on someone, they would die. This game, I didn't see a single X plus Bolt plus any Golem or Phoenix Egg. I think maybe the players aren't too comfortable on these heroes. Like Miposhka, I don't see him play Warlock that much, to be honest. And I don't think Mira had the best Phoenix performance either. I'd like to see them play a bit more comfort heroes.
Okay. Do you feel like their style was also not the comfort style, Awi?
I don't know. I feel like if they're feeling good in this game, I think the Kunkka can take over this game. But instead, he was running into, he even dies to some Monkey King, and he gives Crystallis a game, right? I feel like this should never happen. He has a sort of a. It's not like he has a free lane. Zeus also has a free lane, but he was really farmed, and I just felt like he didn't get to utilize his game.
Yeah, tell me about that Kunkka performance now.
He played very passively. I think they had really good lanes on Team Spirit, so I was kind of surprised that they didn't find way more aggressive moves on to enter the enemy jungle, to take control over the outpost, for example. I can agree with Seb on this part. I think Team Secret was. It looked like they're way stronger mentally. They weren't pressuring. It didn't feel like they were pressured at all. They weren't panicking. While it felt like Team Spirit were really the ones that went out of their way to make moves that didn't really look that good.
Yeah, and even when I feel like even when Secret were in a rougher position, they felt more comfortable than when Spirit were in the dominant position, which is kind of awkward, you know. Like there were moments where Spirits, they had all their spells ready, they had great lanes, as you guys mentioned, and still it kind of felt like something was scaring them, and I'm not sure what it was.
Does this go back to what you were talking about, the idea of the Team Spirit had a more quote-unquote defensive playstyle this whole tournament, or greedier playstyle perhaps, and Secret is it getting to abuse that?
At this point, I don't think it's playstyle. I mean, maybe it is, but I think I don't think it's a playstyle thing. I think they need to change that if they're gonna have any hope into doing better in Game 2.
Okay. Ali, could we be seeing perhaps, you talk about finding that more comfort, right? Could we be seeing them going back to the other drafts they were playing in this tournament? Or do you think, once again, like Sebits, need to change these specific things?
I think the biggest thing for me is I'd like to see them put Collapse on the hero where after he wins the lane, he can exert more map pressure. I feel like Dawnbreaker is sort of a hero where you're like sitting by yourself, push out lanes because you have some global threat. I think a lot of Team Spirit's gameplay wants to revolve around like Collapse on some hero where when he's farming the enemy jungle, they join up with like one Mirror or one Maposhka and he can kill someone. This game, like Dawnbreaker couldn't kill anyone alone, Toronto Tokyo couldn't really pressure anyone alone, and it ended up with them really never joining the cores and the supports.
Nine, for you, how were you feeling in general, the pressure that Team Spirit was able to exert on the map? Do you feel like it's also insufficient?
Yeah, definitely. I would like to see for Game 2 that they pick... this game they had like the Phoenix Warlock sub.
Sure.
And they're both very... like they're backline heroes that don't go in, they don't make any plays by themselves. I would like to see that one of them is like a playmaker maybe. Like to switch it up, I think, after this game.
Okay. Can we draw a comparison here to the other team that's been doing the Phoenix Warlock very often? It's LGD, a little bit RNG as well. Where do the differences lie between how they would execute the combo?
I mean, I don't know if they've done it like together. I think the point is that having one is fine, having two is maybe overkill, and you know, obviously Collapse is really comfortable on any hero. I think like, you know, he's one of the best players out there, and maybe I never really saw a situation for him to click his ulti, you know, and kind of feel the Dawnbreaker his impact. The moves that I can think of were Rezo moves, killing Ursa with Doom, which when you think about how the laning phase went, should probably be the opposite, right? Like as AUI mentioned, like, you know, X into Rock into Egg. We haven't really seen these plays from Team Spirit the entire game, and they had good tools to do so. Given their laning phase, maybe it's just because it was not the right heroes, and had they been on a Snapfire, Clockwork, the heroes that we used to see from them, maybe it would have felt more natural.
Okay. Someone who was making some pretty good moves, especially, you know, as we recovered into the mid game, you commented on that Konka kill, for example, by Crystallis as well. Do you feel like they could also try to stop his hero pool? Like, he has 3 signature heroes he's known for, and you gave him one of his biggest comforts, his Monkey King.
I think you have to play for something, right?
Okay.
Like, it's just how Dota goes. I think for me, more than stopping Crystal's hero pool, I think they need to get rid of the Zeus. Like, Secret they pick Zeus every game this tournament, they win every game this tournament, and then they get Zeus again. I think they tried their idea for Zeus. You know, you have a lot of heals, you have some global to counteract the Zeus ulti with the Warlock and the Dawnbreaker. It didn't work. You can just reset, go like, guys, we tried a strat, it didn't work, let's move on. Ban the Zeus. Ban the Zeus.
And with that, we're going to go to a break. Remember, ban the Zeus. That's the name for the second game. Will they do it? We're going to have to find out as we take a small break and wait for Game 2 between Team Spirit and Team Secret to begin. See you soon.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك الصين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرشه كل المجال حبايبي. بروز
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه اركي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، تسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Welcome back. We're here to witness Game 2 between Team Spirit and Team Secret. We have a new panel here because we like to change things up. And Denog, what we're saying by putting you on this panel, as opposed to Aoi and Nine, is that you're equivalent to 2 pro players. How does that feel to you?
Disingenuine, not true. I mean, they're such great Dota minds, right? And it's great that we get a chance to be able to pick their brain a little bit, but no, absolutely. I'll do my best to be able to be the best replacement I can be.
Seb, you're the survivor. How does it feel?
Feels good. I mean, I'm looking for, I'm kind of hyped about getting like a fresh outlook on the game that just happened. So what did you think about it?
I think it was just, honestly, Team Secret outskilling Team Spirit. Like, they just crushed a lot of the lanes. I think the drafting was really good. Zayat's, what a great reveal as well of that Blink Dagger to completely bait out a multiple BKBs and then go in with that huge Echo Slam. Even Puppy, like, again, another game where he only dies the one time. It's kind of nuts.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's even hard to really get a feel for the passive impact of Puppy. I say passive because these auras, I think they really add up. You have like the extra 10%, movement speed on everybody, the armor, the frost armor. I really think it does a lot in these team fights. Like everybody literally has, magic resistance buff, movement speed amplification buff, armor buff, and it really adds up with the mech, with the Hand of God. I really think that this Chen deserves to get more respect.
Yeah, and even just the Wild Wing Ripper as well, like the free force
that
stuff.
was crazy.
That saved Nisha. Like Nisha didn't die a single time. He would have, if not for Puppy on his Chen.
There was a Roche fight also where he saved the Shaker. I mean, so many clutch plays, and I wonder if Puppy talks about it. It's like, I got that for you, so bait it, or if he just happens to quietly always have the right creep in the right position. I mean, it's really impressive, the Chen. When I play Chen, it doesn't impact the game as much. So you gotta respect that.
Do you think he's just saying like, go in, I got you?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
And it goes back to what you were saying, right? Some teams like to play around their supports more than others, right? In the case of Spirit, their sacrifices, their smoke blockers, right? That is not the case of Secret, right? Puppy does dictate a lot of the early game, and it's similar to how LGD plays with Y, actually, or Yi, as he likes to be called, but in a different way, because the Chen has a much different impact than the Warlock.
No, definitely, and I think, I wouldn't say that Spirit had a worse draft. I think they had a good idea, honestly, going into the game. I think they also executed the lanes pretty well, so I think they really have tools to challenge Secret, even though they kind of got stomped in that game 1. I just really feel like they need to feel themselves better somehow. I feel like Secret right now, they're playing really well. They know that they're playing really well and they're kind of acting like it. And of course, it's going to be even harder when you're playing now kind of back against the wall when you're Spirit. You can't really allow yourselves to lose a game anymore. You're just going to get knocked out. It's a single elim and it's a really big stake game. But they're the TI champions after all. And they're going to, I want to have high standards for them. And of course, high standard is you come back into this game too. I don't know what it is, a silent, their coach, speech, just themselves kind of reflecting on what's going on and what they could do better. They need to come back stronger mentally. They need to go for these plays, man. They were playing way too passive that game.
I wonder how much of it even can come down to like a single ban, right? Because they opened the draft with the Dawnbreaker and the Warlock, and then next 3 bans, Clockwork, great ban against both of those heroes, just to be able to counter out, get it onto the backlines. Death Prophet provides a lot of tempo. Snapfire, not so much, right? And maybe that's the area that you need to ban out the Puppy Chen, just because that's what's going to be giving you all of that early game impact that doesn't let these real teamfight heroes get the items and the levels that they need to truly come online and be the best heroes that they can be.
Yeah, I think I would like to see respect on the Puppy Chen. Maybe a ban, maybe a way to abuse it, but definitely I would move the Chen and the Zeus to a higher priority. I obviously Dawnbreaker is then gonna be like, if I have to be honest, I feel like this Timber Saw is a wasted ban. I would change that completely. Obviously you gotta really give respect to Timber, but I don't feel like the Secret's Timber is as good as the Dawns or the Chens and the Zeuses, and you're gonna have to play against something, obviously, so you're probably gonna have to play against either Zeus or Dawnbreaker or Chen, but I would like to see Spirit play against the Dawn or pick it themselves or try to counter it. I'm sure they have great ideas, good ideas against it, as they've shown already. But yeah, Zeus and Chen, move them up in the priority list.
Agree. The Zeus was the whole panel was talked about last time. Denog, favorite of Secrets and a favorite of the tournament. You were saying that you were surprised it was only second most picked hero. You thought it had to be picked more.
Yeah. It's just so versatile with how you're able to play it. It's just got so much survivability now, is that mid lane. I mean, it was a great game for him to go for the Yule Scepter, and very wise that they looked to get rid of it. So, will Team Secret go down the route of the Dawnbreaker, which, Seb, you were a little bit confused. They banned out the Wyvern last time, but didn't pick up the Dawn for themselves. Maybe this is the chance to be able to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll admit it. I do not understand exactly the Wyvern. Not that I don't believe in it. I just don't quite grasp what teams are looking at. You know, obviously I'm not in the rooms when they talk about the draft, and there's a lot of things I can kind of, you know, guess. But the Wyvern, I did not get it yet. So to me, it's still a little bit of a question mark. Maybe we'll understand later down the road of the tournament. They go for the Dawn first pick. I feel like it's going to be a Dawn Chan, and I feel like Team Spirit, I don't know that they're managed. Okay.
Immediate.
Wait a second. You know, I think this is one of the lanes that could possibly punish a Chen really hard. A Viper lane that just, you know, chain feeds on him. So maybe they are trying to bait the Chen pick, and, you know, if it works, Viper and Tiny, they do not counter what Chen does in the game. I think they can abuse him in the lane, and then obviously, you know, if they kill the Chen 5 times, then now it's going to be a different game. If that doesn't work, might look rough.
Yeah. Just amping up so much of what Dawn's able to do. We see a lot of Chens just go early on into even the Divine Favor just for that little bit of extra armor, that brawling capability. Obviously, you can change it around a little bit. The Holy Persuasion, the Penitence, both very effective. But yeah, I'm completely agreeing on that with you, Seb. It's just... It feels like you need to dominate the super early game to be able to have a chance.
Yeah, I wish they did not ban this Razor. I feel like, you know, the Chen is so much more terrifying. The Dawnbreaker is so much more terrifying than just a casual Razor. You see what Razor's about to do on...
Yeah.
And I mean, LGD, they also kind of proved against... I don't remember which team it was that they beat the Razor, but they proved that, you know, this Razor is beatable. You know, there are heroes that you could pick. You know, they did the Ench Void first phase. I mean, Yotoro probably my favorite Void player in the entire world. He's super comfortable on it, one of the best out there. But anyways, you know, they're gonna have to play against what Secret really loves to do this tournament, which is this huge laning presence in the Chen, in the Dawnbreaker, into a very, very strong, not even mid-game, honestly. It's a minute 10 kind of game where they're gonna start rotating. We see the timings on the mech from Puppy. It is scary, man. He gets the mech so early.
Do you think it's one of those times where if you've got second pick like Team Spirit had, that you just let 2 or 3 really broken heroes through because you're going to be able to take both of them yourself?
Yeah, it's definitely a way to approach it. And I mean, the second phase bans also is going to help a lot in that regard, trying to nerf. You know, now they're banning the Bloodseeker. They're trying to get rid of the heroes that are going to stop the Chen from feeding to the Viper and the Tiny, because it is really a super dangerous lane for Chen to run into. Think about Chen getting close to the Viper, Avalanche, he's just going to die every time.
So you just want to like clear out the wave really quickly. Blood Rite, very effective tool at being able to do that.
I think you want a carry that doesn't need the Chen to kind of play up to the you know, a Bloodseeker typically would go to the creep, get the last hit, kind of heal up, get a tango, the hedges from the Chen. He wouldn't need the Chen to kind of man up to the Viper and the Tiny, which he can't. Right. You know, Chen cannot. He's going to be a dead weight for a while, so you need a self-sufficient carry. Typically, I'm going to pick a really bad carry for that, but if you had to play, you know, a Chen and a Monkey King against that lane, they would get really dumpstered.
Sure. What are some options then? Because Monkey King's out, Bloodseeker's out, right? The Chrysalis pool. But the Phantom Lancer still his other hero, but what are the carries you see?
Maybe the Dawn on +1.
Okay.
We've seen them
He's
do
done that.
It could be. I think Dawn is one of the strongest, you know, position 1 heroes. What else could it be? Magic immune heroes?
Yeah, magic immune heroes, I mean, or it's a little awkward doing 2 ranged heroes, but something like a sniper isn't horrible. You know, you could just stay at range, you can use the shrapnel to be able to even just secure perhaps a few range creeps. The issue is, though, it's Team Spirit. We don't know if this is going to be a collapsed Viper. Of course, it can be. He's gone deathless multiple times when he's played it. The Mirror, Tiny coming through as well, but we have seen position 5 Maposhka Viper come through too. So if you go too early down that route where you go into something that is only good against this specific Viper Tiny lane, Team Spirit can just switch it up and then you're caught off guard.
There's something quite interesting with the second phase bans, you know, because Secret, they're banning the Slaughter, so they're considering that the Viper could potentially be a position 5, and I think what triggers that is the Sky ban. I'm thinking, you know, why would Team Spirit ban a Skyrath? I think its team has, so there was a big trend with Viper 5 recently in scrims, pubs, officials, and I think one of the best counters that people found was the Sky, because he's able to outrun the Viper. He doesn't really get right-clicked by Viper and actually out-trades the Viper, right? Really? He uses concussive shot, few right-clicks, and as soon as that is done, he just backs off out of, you know, MS advantage. So this could be what's happening in the second phase. It's like, okay, they're looking at Viper 5, you know, maybe Slaughter coming up, we're going to ban it.
So what are some of the other options that you're really seeing there? Things like Snapfire, Hoodwink, maybe down that sort of similar route where you can just out-trade, be able to use something like the Scurry to make the extra space away from it?
The way you want to deal with this Viper 5 is you want to have kill potential, because obviously if Viper gets to right-click you, it is really obnoxious and it can kind of feel helpless. At the same time, Viper is a hero, it's free food. You know, it just dies. So think of a CK snap lane, the second Viper show its face, it's just gonna die right away. So this is one way of dealing with this Viper 5. But yet again, I think this Viper is kind of meant to deal with the Chen. I mean, they must have expected the Chen to come, and to me, so far, unless they have a better reason to, you know, put it away from the offlane, I think we're looking at a collapse Viper.
Okay, interesting, because the Shaman also is another 4 that trades well with Viper, has a similar idea of Scarif Mage, that he has overwhelming damage and kill potential, right? But we'll see what Spirit is thinking about.
Techie is always an option as well, maybe. Yeah. It's a Zayat special.
There's another aspect to these two heroes, though. They also have instant silences disabled, something like that, so maybe they're thinking about Spirits or Pucks, right? Puck is still in the pool.
The Viper could have also been a block pick for the Timber, I'm thinking, because, you know, Secret, a lot of teams have banned Timber against them. They have first faced it a lot, and, you know, maybe they had a plan of, you know, Dawn into Timber first phase, and at the second they saw the Viper, then they decided against it. There could be other reasons for it. I feel like so far no team have really showed their cards yet, so what's coming up is going to be super interesting.
Dazzle, okay.
So that might mean that it's going to be a Viper 3, a core Viper, and a Dazzle position. I mean, we haven't seen the Dazzle run anywhere else than position 5 so far, I think, in this tournament.
In Eastern Europe, they still play it as in pubs, and then some officials been run both in Division 2 and some of the weaker Division 1 teams.
On what role?
On the offlane role.
Okay.
They still have a preference. Sunlight as well, who plays it in NA 2, has been running it as an offlaner as well, now in NA 1. So there's some options. It has been a trend, like Danox says, in pubs.
Interesting.
The Hawk's been practicing it as well.
He has. He's been playing it a lot, but he's not in this game, so we'll see if he's able to make.
I mean, that means we don't see Dazzle Radiance, which is unfortunate for us.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Well, it's more laning presence, right? You look at the Viper, the Dazzle. I think Team Spirit, they're definitely giving the Dawns, and I mean, just Secret's playstyle so far, they always had a really strong laning phase. They did not the last game as much against Team Spirit, so definitely something Team Spirit does really well against Secret, and I think they're looking to, pull that off once again.
Okay. They've got a lot of options on Team Spirit. Like, this Tiny could be mid, you know, this Tiny could be 4. This Dazzle could be offlane, it could be a Viper 5, it could be a Viper 3, it could be a Dazzle 5. Like, there are lots of different avenues to go down, so I think Team Spirit are just going to be reactionary to whatever Team Spirit does.
I mean, the Jugger, obviously, it's a classic versus the Viper in the sense that if you're ever threatened by too many, you know, too many stacks on the Viper queue, then you just spin that off and kind of get back to a safer position. At the same time, I think it's a lane that you're just damage controlling the lane. You're not really pressuring the Viper ever.
Okay.
I think you're just, you know, Viper is just burning through your region, and it's not a good lane for Secret. It's a lane that's meant to kind of suffer.
I want to question on that point, because, for example, a Lifestealer Viper matchup, if Lifestealer gets on top of the Viper with another support that has some damage, you actually do put some pressure on Viper. Can the Juggling be played that way, or does he lack that damage?
I think you kind of have to outplay them to get in that position. I think if the Viper Tiny is aware of what could happen, it's kind of too predictable. You have this one play of Jug running
at you.
Yeah, I think it's too easy for Viper to deal with it. She's gonna pre-click the Jugger, you know, couple stacks. He's gonna be slowed. Viper's gonna back off in time, and the Jugger's gonna lose too much HP, and eventually the lane is gonna turn out to be a disaster. What do you think about the Shadow Demon pick, though?
I'm trying to think of it, man. Like, you can just
First pick ever. No pick in the DPC either.
Wow, okay.
Ever.
The DPC?
No pick in the DPC. The Shadow Demon, one of the few unpicked heroes in the DPC.
Really?
And obviously of the Storm as well. But it is a Zayat's old classic of his.
Okay. I mean, once you get to that Aghanim Scepter, of course, it's against the Bristleback. If it gets to that stage now, you can have the break. You can use the Disruption to make sure that the Shallow Grave isn't quite as effective. Just lay down a few of those Shadow Poison stacks, and then they immediately die afterwards. The Demonic Cleanse is kind of okay with the Ag Shard against the Viper, means you don't have to waste that Q.
It's very good. Very
against Dazzle too, actually.
Against Dazzle too, I don't think you even get hexed, or it's going to be a 0.1 second hex.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about the Dazzle Shard here.
Yep.
I think Bristle into Shadow Demon, a little bit scary, a little bit. Obviously the Shadow Demon Ags is a break, and it completely destroys Bristleback. You need to get to that point, but I'm assuming it's going to be Zayak Shadow Demon. and I'm sure he's gonna recognize that and try to maybe prioritize his own farm a little bit more.
Or at least stacking, which
yeah.
Shadow Demon fantastic at doing, right? So you're just going to be able to get a lot of that passive gold. Again, he's so comfortable playing along with Rezo, it means that they're going to have a good time in lane, most likely.
Yeah.
Again, depends how the support is really going to position themselves. But yeah, if you can get a couple of free kills in lane, you're laughing.
Actually, one of the best duo to kind of maximize their early game impact, and I think they're really good at, you know, obviously they have a lot of synergy with each other, so they're really good at, hey, I'm gonna be focusing on stacking. All right, you know, let's push in the lane. Let's play the lane in a way where I give my Shadow Demon enough freedom to go back to stack every time. And they were one of the few players to make the Batrider offlane work that well. They were playing Earthspit Batrider, two really greedy laners, and they were getting away with it every game, thanks to the stacking. So I think if I had to pick one offlane duo that could really maximize the stacking potential of Shadow Demon, it would be Rezo and Zayak.
I'm curious though about the Bristleback pick. This is a much more common pick this tournament, but has it been addressed by Secret's draft, or do they need to pick a really good last pick?
I think if you just stomp the lane, it's kind of okay, right? Like you just need to get that level 6 up, reasonable timing on the Dazzle, then you're going to have the bad Juju for the minus armor, pair that together with the Quill Spray. It's a lot of physical damage, just gets amped up further and further. So I think they're going to need to focus a little bit on stacking too for Team Spirit, just to make sure that they're able to, again, continue to allow this Bristleback to snowball, take a lot of those ancient stacks, because if you look on Team Secret, we're mentioning that, of course, Zayats is going to be able to build up a lot of these stacks, but they've got two heroes that are pretty damn great at being able to take them in both the Juggernaut and the Dawnbreaker.
I feel like right now, the second phase of Team Spirit has not been addressed so well by Secret. I mean, it's kind of meant to be like that, right? Bristleback was the last pick of the second phase, but I think it's a very good Bristle game. Really hard to kill him. They had the Shadow Demon Axe later down the road, which is going to be very efficient. But besides that, they don't have a way to lock him down, so he's always going to get his back turned. You know, Chen definitely does not deal with Bristle. Bristle is more of a Chen counter. Same for the Dawnbreaker. I think they kind of ignore each other's. And the Juggernaut, sure, he has this one Omni Slash.
Oh, wow.
And it's the same for the Dazzle. I mean, now Dazzle got more addressed with the Storm pick. But, you know, Grave has a lot of value. They have only one way to get on top of the Dazzle. It is the Storm. Storm, a hero we do not see that often. It really, you know, got fall behind after the null changes.
Do you think they're just going to conquer again? Like, I feel like this is a game where Team Spirit just need to absolutely stomp them in the laning phase, right? You need to make sure that the Shadow Demon's not going to get to that point with the Aghanim Scepter, hell, even the Aghanim Shard, right? You mentioned before that the Viper Tiny is specifically there. I
think they need an instant stun, though. They need an instant stun. Okay, they go for the Pangolier.
Yeah. Somewhat there, if you get Blink Dagger on the Pango.
It's okay at being able to clear out a few of the Chen creeps as well, the big army. So it's an alright thing. I do feel a lot more confident in Team Secret's draft, though.
Yeah, I mean, this Pangolier, I've seen it go both ways. Obviously, if the Pango has a really good game and he gets an early diffu, it can be really annoying for Storm, even kind of kill your entire tempo. But I think Storm has a pretty good laning phase against Pangolier, so it's going to come down to the support rotations. And I think that once again, the Chen and the Shadow Demon may be more efficient, more effective, I mean, at rotating around. I'm not quite sure. I think it's really going to come down to this mid matchup also, you know, who gets the most out of his lane.
Some lucky power runes even could be the difference maker.
Definitely. Storm and Pango, both heroes that rely heavily on power runes and can make a lot of impact with them.
Yeah, love that point, because that was the two counters. Quap and Storm were the two counters, so the Pango mid meta where Call of Pango was the thing. And then will it work again? We'll have to see here. How is your trust level in mid Pango in general right now, Dano? Do you think it's still strong?
I like it a lot. I think offlane Pango just doesn't really work, but mid Pango, you get a lot of those levels. You have that much lower cooldown. You're able to duck in and out of fights a lot more effectively. I think it can work.
Okay. Well, we're going to have to see as Game 2 is upon us. I think the Storm is in the shot right now. And with its electrifying jump, we're going to go to Game 2 between Team Secret and Team Spirit. Take it away, Garrett McCosta.
Yeah, Game 2, here we are as Storm's hat flickering in front of his face as we get ourselves underway. Spirit changing the tempo right, more in your face, run at you. DOTA, Secret going for a similar style to Game 1 though, Lacoste.
Yeah, Team Spirit going for this Bristleback plus Dazzle combination. We're gonna run at you. They're focusing heavily on the laning stage. We see Tiny and Viper combo. Every single time there is a Viper pick from the offlane, you need to have some kind of a lockdown so they can't get away. So usually paired up with like Tusk, Tiny, Dawnbreaker position 4. Mid lane, Pango against Storm Spirit. can be sometimes difficult. Like I don't think you have a kill threat on a Storm. There, you're playing like melee into Storm, so Storm should have definitely an edge in this matchup. But once you get to level 6, maybe like still looking in how that one's gonna go. Panel touched upon the Bristleback, the break mechanic with Shadow Demon Aghs. It's a lot of farm. It's gonna take a lot of time for him to get there, and we're talking about breaking Viper as well, and yeah, getting into the game. We can hear the crowd as well.
Yeah, getting sucked into the Dota 2 universe. We're talking about Team Spirit being a very fast tempo draft, and Secret was so speedy, they'd already smoked and moved out of their fountain before I'd loaded into the game. They're so ready to get themselves across the river, get some early wards down. And Team Spirit doing a very similar job. Early ward in the Radiant Triangle.
This is something that LGD has done against OG, holding the high ground. It's being pinged out. Rezo, he knows something is up.
He's got a very good read on that. He was pinging right on top of them. And Team Secret is going to hold the low ground close as their tier 1 mid lane. And expecting that wraparound play, like you say, we saw from LGD coming behind that top rune as the Dire team and backstabbing the Radiant ones.
Blocking the small camp.
Something that you were looking for in the previous game. This time it does come to fruition. Rezo gonna poke his head around the corner and say hello to Team Spirit as they move on forward. Quick disruption though. Not even time there for Mira to level up. Avalanche, never mind, cast it. Still holding on to his point.
Shadow Demon. I just want to mention one thing. It's I think it's a good response to. You have another layer of save because you have a Dawnbreaker, you have Chen coming in with the heals, but also it's very good against grave targets. Someone gets graved, disruption, and then you focus him after. Team Secret a little bit limited on stuns and control. They have Electric Vortex and Dawnbreaker stuns, which is kind of meh. No real stuns. On the bottom lane, Juggernaut against Tiny and Viper, you have a built-in magic immunity. If you feel threatened about the poison attacks, you can try to spin it away. Poppy one more time on his Chen. Starting with the same items, headrest. But this time around, instead of getting the aura, he is going for penitence.
Yeah, give the extra attack speed to the Jug if he's able to chase into people. Just peeking into that mid lane, Storm Spirit already heavily bullying Toronto Tokyo. Nisha 6-0, Pango trying to catch up. An additional 2 creeps arriving for the Storm though, as he should be able to hold this wave right in front of his tower. And allow the second wave to come up as well. That's really nasty for the Pango, who wants to get into the middle of the creep wave and then has to contend with the static remnants. And then up at top, Rezo there on the Dawnbreaker, of course. Zayat's the Shadow Demon. Yeah, back to him. You were looking for the OD for Secret at some point in that draft, right? Shadow Demon, a similar concept, being able to get the grave target, keep Bristleback away from charging.
Yeah, to have something better against the Bristleback, either that or I believe Void Spirit was also available, because there's not enough lockdown on side of Spirit. They have Pango roll and they have Tiny. That's about it.
Yeah, everything else very focused on that lane and the early tempo and momentum they can try and build up around the Bristleback and his item timings. Of course, like Vanguard, Aghanim Scepter, and get Yatoro into a good place.
Nisha already picked up Water Rune in the bottle. Bangolier did the same thing. And we can see Nisha 4 CS ahead of Bango and catches him mid-air. What? Nisha, he's been on point. Like all these small things, using Lightning Bolt to stop Phoenix from diving. As you said, zoomer reactions.
Yeah, that's a sick little move there. Any one of those moves that is able to displace or shift the Pango while he's mid-air and the shield crash stops a spell from being utilized properly. While Yatoro, he is graved up, but he's got poison stacks on him. Already spent his stick. So Rezo and Zayat finishing off the Bristleback.
Going in for the Grave, trying to buy some extra time. A little bit surprising. Like, Grave's a good ability, but I would maybe prefer if that's a Shadow Wave, just to be able to get that sustain, deal some damage, because Dawnbreaker is in your face, and that's going to be the first blood. Zayat's getting it.
Yeah, felt like they needed it as well. Storm Spirit in that mid lane for Secret doing exceptionally well on the CS board. You see the other two cores, Dawnbreaker was having a few problems, and of course Juggernaut in that bottom lane. Like the panel was saying, he kind of has to 1v2 while Puppey, the greedy Chen, is going to be farming his mech.
I would love to see Zayats going for stack in the triangle and securing the top rune, because Pango goes in, he gets a disruption, and he's already doing really good on Nisha, and then Nisha can't be the one going for the bottom rune. And taking away something from Toronto Tokyo, we can see Toronto already struggling on the Pangolier.
Yeah.
Going for that 3-minute bounty rune.
Yeah, has to track back into his own jungle for it. That'd be a good move. Accelerate Nisha even further ahead.
Zayat's trying to stack up. Toronto Tokyo showing himself full HP, gets the bottle, gets the water rune inside of it. Mira does the same thing, the mirror movement that we talked about.
He can grave it. Oh, no, he can't grave himself. The Centaur. Oh, cheeky little neutral creep comes in.
Thanks, I guess.
Helping out Team Secret, the 6th man. Resolution and Zayat starting to dominate this lane now. As we see a rotation coming into mid. Team Spirit want to make up for that in other areas of the map, but it's scouted out. Puppey has a Centaur Corsa scouting as Mira tried to make that move.
Nisha knows that Mira is missing, and he also doesn't have a small camp to farm. He would definitely love to have that available. Zayats.
Zayat's on the way out.
Gonna replenish the poison touch.
Keeps it going. Well, just disrupt him, stack the camp again, and run himself back. These stacks, of course, are under dire vision, so Team Spirit know that they're being built up and could be contested by the Bristle. Nisha has hit level 6 in the mid lane, though. Empty Bottle has Stick, delivered Tangos, and Observer Ward. So he'll be sticking around at mid lane for a while. And he's got a sentry to deward his small camp too, because he's missed out on 5 minutes of farming that.
Puppey bought a sentry for him, just so that he can farm the small camp. Sentry's gonna expire anyway. You're gonna get it on the 6 minutes.
Oh, with things going so well top and mid, someone's got to suffer. Crystallis 14-4 with 20 denies on Collapse, but they're going on top. Miposhka slammed into the ground by Rezo.
That's the only kill they can get on the top lane right now, because Yatoro does have a Vanguard, does have a stick level 5, so a bit difficult.
But 20 denies on Viper, Lacoste. Collapse is having a cracking game, isn't he?
Really punishing
the Jug.
His Viper. Jug 15 CS only, like lane dominator. This is looking a bit rough. They will need to find a way how to make Crystallis what he was in the previous game. I'm talking about like Nisha making the rotations, giving him the last hits, and kind of sacrificing his own game so that Crystallis can shine one more time.
Yeah, or even think about in the next few minutes maybe shifting him up towards top, giving him that top lane farm. As Resolution, once he hits level 6, we'll have the Solar Guardian to join fight.
Oh, the stacks are being pinged out. Toronto Tokyo, he wants to go in, potentially even bring Yatoro, because they caught a glimpse of it. That first ward that they placed down.
He can't do it alone. He needs some help from his friends. Well, Zayat is here, sees the Pango, shows himself, Toronto Tokyo. A couple of stacks of poison, there's the third one. Zayat's able to keep tabs on him. And the Pango is going to be forced to roll here. Won't be able to connect it onto anyone. It's a fully defensive Rolling Thunder to get away.
They see me rolling, they don't care. And this stacks now belongs to Storm Spirit most likely, unless Yatoro decides to make a move. And here he comes.
Yeah, he's coming alone. He does have a couple of heroes backing him up, slowly moving up to this triangle. Miposhka and Mira trying to make their way across there. But now you see Nisha, Rezo joining the fray. And we're going to have a big old scrap in the Radiant Triangle. Yatoro spamming out quills, but Storm is in. Nisha dragging Mira back. Toronto Tokyo trying to deal with a creep wave in the middle of the river as the stack does get cleared out. A bit going to Spirit, a bit going to Secret. Not sure who got the most out of it.
The biggest winner of this is Collapse. Left alone, on top of net worth, has power treads finished, and he has a Void Stone as his first item, just to have a little bit more mana sustain.
Curious.
Yeah, very curious. It seems like it's going to be Orchid. He wants to be able to scale. So against Storm Spirit, pretty good item. Because they are limited in terms of lockdown.
Makes a lot of sense for them. Nisha, Zayat, they are eyeing up Collapse and a ball straight on him. Solar Guardian there as well. And the big target brought to his knees. The highest net worth hero for Team Spirit destroyed. Another crisp, clean execution from Team Secret. Toronto, Tokyo wants to make a meal out of this. Secret have the first course, maybe now the main course for Spirit, but he's stuck between two pillars and he gets bounced around the crystals. Not being a great one for the Pango.
You know who placed those crystals? It was Crystallis. He's the one who placed them to protect Resolution.
That's why they brought him in, yeah? He controls the terrain of the map. Spirit now with a couple of heroes down bottom. Toronto, Tokyo, he doesn't know where he wants to be. Bit of a headless chicken moment. Do I want to go back to mid? I'm kind of stuck in the river. Now we've got Dazzle, Miposhka taking experience there, while the Pango with no ulti. Still down south. And Secret bringing numbers. Another ball in. Good avalanche. Mira trying to swing it back onto Nisha, but they've got the Vortex on the Tiny. And Spirit lose yet another small engagement. 5-0 start for Team Secret. And they have swapped Crystallis up to top now, so he's going to get that safer farm, the ability to fall back into triangle and be protected by the rest of his squad. While Puppey is closing in on that mech very quickly. 400 gold away.
That's a big timing. A lot of sustain gonna come out from that Chen. We're talking about the healing ward as well. Dawnbreaker ulti. Team Spirit, they will need to bring numbers. I'm not talking about like one extra hero. Potentially they need to bring like the second hero if they want to grab a kill. We already said they're very limited how they can control the Storm Spirit. One of the reasons why Collapse is trying to farm up Orchid. Also in terms of tower damage, they don't have much.
Yeah, very reliant on Bristleback having a good start and basically just charging in towards objectives. I mean, nobody has done any building damage, in fact. Zeros across the board. So both teams doing a nice job protecting their tier 1s. As we see there, Nisha building into the Witchblade. Looking for that more right-click focused scaling build on the Storm Spirit. Refills himself and TP's out. He'll take the mid lane farm. And Zayat is in just behind him. Could get ready to make a move on to Toronto, Tokyo. He'll spend a couple of spells to clear the wave. And Catapult should die.
They don't have much to control Pangolier during the Rolling Thunder. By much, I mean literally nothing, so that's going to be a good thing. The only one that can try to kill him is Juggernaut during the Omni Slash, and now the Mirror Movement. Team Secret making a rotation. Gonna go for that tier 1 tower. Puppey, level 6.5, about to be level 7. Finds Trust the Shovel one more time.
I'll see how many salves he can amass. He had like 6 or 7 or something in the previous game. Mira coming into mid with
instant D-Ward from Zayat.
He knows exactly what Mira's up to. And he's just holding out on that mid lane, spamming poison. I do still have that high ground observer watching into the triangle though. So if they do build up stacks for Team Secret, Spirit could be quickly up in their face. And Yatoro already making that move. Broken by one of the neutral creeps. That's not ideal, but Team Secret not taking that opportunity to jump in towards him, and they will. Avalanche toss, roll in towards Nisha, but he's vortexed up Mira, and Storm Spirit zaps away from danger. Still has a bit of mana pool, and it so cleanly gets away from the initiation of Team Spirit.
And nothing has been done with these 2 Rolling Thunders. This was supposed to be their big teamfight ulti, their control in the teamfights. Yatoro, Hood plus Vanguard this time around, having a bit even more sustain, a bit more damage block overall. That means that Aghanim Scepter is going to be delayed, but this is a big kill. They want to delay as much as they can. Oh, not in range to use the Shallow Grave.
Yeah, the Wild Wing pushes him out of place. Disruption won't save the day for the Shadow Demons, so Spirit gets something. First kill up on the board for them. Toronto, Tokyo, and Miposhka slaying the Zayat Shadow Demon. But collapsed down for quite some time, delaying that Orchid, like you say, gives Nisha so much confidence to continue playing aggressively as he has been doing.
And he sees what Viper is going for, so immediately queues up BKB on a Storm Spirit. So that's going to be his next item after finishing off the Witchblade. Witchblade gives him solo pickoff potential. Like, even if they feel like they don't have enough, having Storm Spirit zip in onto the target allows just enough time for Dawnbreaker to use the Solar Guardian and connect onto the target. And Rezo, he's going for the scaling build.
Oh, yeah, Echo Saber phase boots. But yeah, you see that Nisha.
Nisha all over the place.
I like the line from the fountain to the mid lane. Traversing out across the map, refilling his bottle a few times. Beautiful graphics coming in. And a lot of room for Crystallis, right? All of this noise being made around the Ancients, mid lane, bot lane, has allowed the Juggernaut to at least stabilize and pick up some net worth after his torrid laning stage against the Viper.
They're making him stacks. They want him to have a good time, drops the healing ward, will farm the Ancient stack. Toronto Tokyo getting very close to his Diffusal Blade. That's going to be a big item, so you can like burn Dawnbreaker's mana, burn Storm Spirit's mana, so they can't get out. Like, even Juggernaut has very limited mana pool, so that means that maybe he's not going to be able to get the Omni Slash in a fight.
And these kind of slow and steady games, what? I see Team Spirit smoking now. Is this the right kind of move?
It is. They want Storm Spirit with this Orchid. Like, even Juggernaut, if they can catch it. Puppey is ready with Mech and Hand of God.
Roll. Silence. There on the Jug. I should be able to kill him off. Oh, maybe not. He's pushed onto high ground, gets the spin out, but he's killed off. Spirit.
I think they could have saved him with the Hand of God there. Initial heal 200. Maybe would have been enough for him to TP out.
And there was the potential. And off the back of that kill, Spirit straight into action on the tier 1. Team Secret not in any position here to really contest it, just allowing the tower to fall. And they will glyph because it's a freebie glyph. But a couple more hits here. One, in fact, from Collapse's Viper. And this ward coverage from Spirit, you know, that one in the triangle, of course, found the Jug kill. But also the one down in bottom jungle. They saw the rest of Secret and where they were located, which allowed that smoke gank to connect so perfectly.
Illusion.
I see Yatoro down at bottom now, Team Secret. He's about halfway towards his Aghanim Scepter. Not a hero they can particularly just go run out and kill straight off the bat.
They've been just farming up. They want this big timing on a Bristleback. Get the Aghanim Scepter, which is going to be done in 1,500 gold, and then go for a smoke, get a pick off, transition then into Roche.
Stacking Ancients for himself. Get that timing a little bit faster. As Rezo holds out on the top lane. Zayat's just in behind him in case danger comes, but again, Observer Ward sees everything. Team Spirit much more on the money with their vision.
Oh yeah,
but
Observers have been on point.
Zayat's also on point with his dewarding, right? A couple of instant sentries have come out knowing that that's the place where if there were to be an Observer Ward would undo the moves they're making.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Having a pretty good read on where and how Team Spirit is going to make a move. Gotta give credit to Zayats for that.
That's been perfection. Puppey continues jungling. What's after his mech then? Go for the Locket again? Is there something else he needs?
It is Locket. Look at his little army. The Troll Priest with 15% heal amplification aura, a bit more speed coming out from the Kobold Foreman. And again, the Hurricane. A lot of value from that one.
So that heat map, you want to focus on the sort of paler, the whiter spots on it, because those are all the neutral camps where Puppey has been standing in. And you walk in between camp and camp. Decent timing on the blink there for Mira's Tiny, 17 minutes in.
Considering that he's 0, 1, and 0 means like no gold coming into his pockets from any rotations, but they did kill 2 towers, so at least something. They found a big boy Philly. Tiny will definitely hold that one. Oh no, never mind. I remember watching Toronto Tokyo stream because you one-shot the waves with Swashbuckle and Shield Crash, and he was holding the Philosopher's Stone on Pango just to get like more gold from it.
Yeah.
Because you don't farm with the right clicks. You only need mana.
Keep on scaling. Well, we saw that Juggernaut. He's only done, what is it, 266 damage to heroes this game. He needs to start picking things up, Crystallis. He'll get there eventually. No, he's now overtaken the Pango in net worth, slowly edging his way up. And this Viper, yeah, the Orchid has got them 1 kill, but in a slow game, they've invested into aggression and they need to see some kind of return on investment. Getting some more deep wards, hunting for Secret. But it really is just this beautiful dance Secret are doing. They are hiding. Yeah,
Dodging
Nisha
the
in the
fight,
trees.
trying to get a BKB on Storm Spirit. Nisha will TP out.
Catch me if you can.
What a read. He knew exactly what's cooking. And now in the top lane, they can... I want them to prioritize Zayat's farm a little bit more than Puppies in this game, because having that break mechanic and having charges on Demonic Purge is what's going to make the difference. Breaking Viper, breaking the Bristleback.
You know, it's a team spirit, you know, TI winners, they're no slouches, but it honestly feels like they're playing against robots. Team Secret are just so good, executing their drafts to perfection.
They have been on point, reading how Team Spirit and where they're gonna move.
Yatoro plants himself in Radiant Triangle. Secret looks like they want to combat this. 2 heroes still up top. Zayats and Rezo not super near, but they will TP, return to tier 2 mid and go for this smoke move out, as Roshan is a potential for Team Spirit to go into.
Creep dies, they know something is up. Dawnbreaker ready with ulti to join a fight.
Yeah, trying to de-ward and move themselves through the triangle back towards them. Secret move the Wildling forward, Storm zips in. Dawnbreaker with a Solar Guardian, they've graved themselves there on Miposhka's Dazzle. Rolling Thunder bounces him to the high ground, and Nisha balls away. Safe and sound. He's not going to be found there by Team Spirit. They do get the Juggernaut though. Taken out by Collapse with a slow and the poison attack stacking up on him. No buybacks out, and Storm did die in the end. Mira, you're right, jumps back in. 3 down on Secret, and Team Spirit will claim the Aegis.
And now, for 5 minutes, they will do whatever they want with the Bristleback. They will try to punish these cooldowns. We're talking about the Omni Slash, Dawnbreaker ulti, Chen heal. They're gonna be fight ready. They don't rely on any cooldowns whatsoever. And we can already see Team Spirit knocking on tier 2 towers.
Straight in towards it. This is the timing. The aggression will only become stronger for Spirit. And all those crisp, clean moves from Secret being undone. Rezo has to BKB and TP home. There's Yatoro. He's on that tier 1 tower again. Does have a speedy BKB there on Resolution's Dawnbreaker. 20 minutes in, a little bit faster than average. Restless has a lot of catching up to do though. Maelstrom Yashi, yeah, but he needs his Manta, needs plenty of items.
No answer for Bristleback whatsoever at the moment. He's way too tanky, has a full Eternal Shroud. There's no break mechanic. They will need to dodge the Bristleback, try to kill the rest. Also in that fight, Dazzle did get the Grave off. Not a perfect sync with the Dawnbreaker ulti.
He had to grave himself. We are looking at Zayat wanting the Aghanim Scepter, that upgraded Demonic Purge, but if he dies like this, it will be delayed. Storm trying to focus Mira's Tiny, looking for the trade out for the grave. Miposhka saves Mira, and turning now onto Chrysalis Jug. Turn into a piggy, Omni slashes into Yatoro, but Nisha's out of mana. Zips back closer, but still falls short. Yatoro diving. Aegis should be claimed up here.
The grave is ready.
And Mira straight back in. They pop the first life with the Bristleback, and burning through Puppy's Chen. Toronto Tokyo making short work of him. They lose Mira to the dire tower hits, but Chrysalis and Rezo have no answer to Yatoro's tankiness.
And that's a fight without Collapse. Collapse has been farming on the bottom lane, trying to farm up his BKB, and they're like, yeah, Viper is missing. We just took a fight 4 versus 5, and we still lost it. But yeah, they did manage to kill the Bristleback, which is a bit surprising considering that they don't have like real answers for it. But once they respawn, so they gotta put off some pressure off their team for the next couple of minutes.
I mean, if you're diving tier 3s 20 minutes in, those towers do chunk away even at the tankiest heroes. Playing back into their vision though. Team Spirit heading down south for the tier 2, where the creep wave is already
Zayat's getting another observer ward.
It's de-warded so many wards this game.
Online video game with real people, you can't just talk.
7 from Miposhka, though, is out ahead of him. Only 4 from the Shadow Demon. And Spirit ready, prepped behind Yatoro. Front lining on the tier 2. Secret do not want to match this. They know Team Spirit far too strong, and it's only compounded there by the Viper picking up a BKB now.
Those tier 2 tower, that tier 2 tower is now gone, taking the outpost. They want to take the fight. The double damage is on Pango. That swashbuckle damage can be a bit overwhelming, and we can see the power of the Fusel Blade, burning the mana on Storm Spirit, like even Juggernaut, not allowing him to get the mana.
Rezo. Yeah, BKB jumped to the low ground, TP out as well, nothing to cancel it. So Toronto Tokyo spending his ulti, but it's not that long a cooldown. He'll have it next team fight. No worries there. Well,
already in 60 seconds, Toronto Tokyo has Basher and his quick buy. That's going to help out with Juggernaut trying to spin TP out. Rezo that he already done with the 2 BKB charges. Yeah, they even popped the glyph to be able to stop Crystallis from getting some extra CS.
Yeah, it's annoying collapse, but he's going to TP out. Like, he's forced to TP as well. Collapse taking quite a lot of damage, in fact, just from that. Shadow Demon alone.
This is a big... They need to find a way to farm Aghanim Scepter on Shadow Demon. Unfortunately, they did not find Philosopher's Stone. This is an item that really does help out with the Shadow Demon. So we'll need to find a way. Right now, 1,400 gold only.
Hey, he's a good hero in his own right, but he's an exceptional hero when he gets that farm. Aghanims, Aetherlands, all the good stuff. Reclaiming their own outpost. Slowly trying to delay and weather the storm. That is being brought to them by Team Spirit, who are smoked up and heading into mid. Radiant scan connect on someone bottom, and Team Secret, are they going to get caught out by this? Zayats, he's hiding in the fog. Going to get scouted now by Toronto Tokyo, and it should be a quick and easy one over on the Shadow Demon.
We talked about the importance of Shadow Demon getting his Aghanim Scepter, but he just died. Bought an Ogre Axe, didn't lose too much gold, but still every gold matters, because right now, Team Spirit, they are ready to go.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Up to high ground. Force the glyph. Creep wave all cleared out. And Toronto Tokyo actually running himself back. Mr. Carty, a little bit delayed. Late to the party. Very patient from Spirit, though. We've seen plenty of mistakes made around Roshan and pushing high ground too early. They're making sure that they are absolutely 100% ready to break the base, especially against a team like Secret with buybacks available.
2 minutes left until the respawn, and they will have 2 Bashers. One on Bristleback, Nisha, zipping in, zipping out. He's going to be out of mana.
Yeah, he's going to get caught by Mira. Yatoro there, but the same with the disruption.
BKB is available.
Trying to buy time for it. BKB up with the Vortex around. In comes the Solar Guardian as well. Keeping Nisha alive. And hiding in behind that tier 3. Dawnbreaker trying to slam into Toronto Tokyo, but...
That's a lot of ultis used. This tier 2 tower is gone. They don't have what it takes to... Nisha with a little bit of a miscalculation there, how much mana he needs.
And Crystallis is going to try and push out the top wave, getting what he can. Well, the map getting smaller and smaller. But Team Secret, they can't push out mid. Bottom lane's dangerous too. And Team Spirit plant themselves in that top triangle. And Juggernaut, I don't know, he's not caught up as much as I thought he would. He's still down at the bottom of the cores, isn't he? Secret, what have they done wrong here? Crystallis, he needs more room, or what's happened?
He's struggling. They cannot leave the base, especially now with these Bashers online. He's going to get even less farm.
222 last hits. Barely ahead of the Pango. 0-2-0. He's not been involved in any of the team fights, and look at that difference. Pretty even in terms of neutrals and ancients, but the lane creeps, a 3 grand gap between the Bristle and the Jug.
Viper completely ruined him in the laning stage. You talked about the CS on Viper. He had like 20 or 30 denies. Nisha still finding some farm on the mid wave.
Can Mira jump him? He'll try to.
Dazzle with the shard will get the Hex.
Gets the Hex in there and he's gone. Beautifully executed out of Team Spirit. 1 minute with no Storm Spirit now, and Roshan is 15 seconds away from spawning. A huge opportunity for Team Spirit now. If they can get one more bonus kill, it's absolutely a freebie.
Toronto Tokyo ready to punish any kind of split push.
He's biding his time, but he lets the tier 2 fall. Juggernaut is about to show on this top wave, and this might be his undoing. Radiant do have an observer ward there, and well, Team Spirit, they're not roshing. They're pushing high ground and, yeah, still coming back to find the Jug. With the Avalanche toss, he's forced to spin. The roll comes in, but Crystallis has a little bit of backup from the Shadow Demon. The trouble being Yatoro and Toronto Tokyo. Oh, he dances circles around the Pango, but the bash
immediately
gets stunned straight up. Can't TP home. Zayats and Crystallis in so much trouble. Hand of God with a bit of heal there. The save from Puppey buys the time for another spin to arrive. Toronto Tokyo and Yatoro with Mirror arriving. They'll find another Avalanche toss combo. Surely they'll see him. No way they can get away from this. Crystallis is found and down he goes.
It's a lot of time spent from Team Spirit just to be able to kill him. Also commitment. You saw Puppey using mech, using Hand of God just to keep him alive, but that also means that the rest of the team is getting the farm somewhere. I'm looking at this Shadow Demon, like this is the big one for me, and yeah, Nisha as well. He's thinking about getting the boots of travel.
Oh, Mira tumbles toy forward. Good disruption, but I don't think he's going to be allowed to get away from them. The toss of the Rolling Thunder. Tiny's chucking Pango around the place. And Toronto Tokyo clears up Zayats while Yatoro has killed Roshan, grabbed the Aegis. Puts
he gave shard to Viper, so he can be the one dealing extra damage to the tower.
Right, yeah.
Right now, Team Spirit, they're feeling themselves. They want to go in, they want to take the barracks. 13 seconds until Jug respawns. It's very difficult. With this Basher on Pango, Juggernaut can't go for this split push. Like, he can't just sit in a base because eventually they're going to lose. Nisha,
not again.
No mana.
He has to BKB. He cleared the wave, but he's gone.
Nisha's playing the previous patch where he thinks that he has 3 nulls.
Well, he doesn't, does he? He's going to have to buy back and fight because they've lost their mid-tier 3 and the barracks. Oh, some sloppy mistakes from Team Secret here in Game 2. But Team Spirit punishing them, showing that Game 1 may have just been a fluke. Tier 3 bottom, open the barracks. Crack this base wide open. Yatoro turns his back. Reza with a shard, and now the Omni Slash. Yatoro gets graved up, saved by Miposhka. And he does still have that Aegis of the Immortal to come back full HP and full mana. Toronto Tokyo trying to roll back into this Radiant base, and the Solar Guardian back defensively gets Resolution out of danger, but the Juggernaut always bashed up and stunned. He can buy back,
Avalanche.
But I don't see what Secret can do. They're being dived in their base. Team Spirit, they'll bail away with the Yatoro now. The Vortex in. The Storm Spirit tries to catch him, but he's graved up. He's perfectly fine. Oh, Collapse will die, but not before he killed off Misha. 3-man Avalanche in as well. Spirit are cruising towards this victory now. It's game over.
They're gonna call it no real answer for the Bristleback. Like, they try to go for buy some time, get the Aghanim Scepter done on Shadow Demon. Never happened. Like, he also did invest his gold into Shard, which is a little bit of a delay, but even without that 1400 gold, I don't think it would be enough for him to get to the Aghanim Scepter. Team Spirit did have a strong timing going for that Aghanim Scepter on Bristle, and yeah, completely ruined Juggernaut's farm in the bottom lane. He always try to play from behind, always try to farm another wave, and once they got these Basher timings on Bristleback and mostly Pango, like, he could have played the game that he wanted. Also, a couple of uncharacteristic mistakes from Nisha, where he didn't do the math correctly, and yeah, gets stuck in the middle of a fight, forced to use a BKB, and in the end, Team Spirit does win.
One of those situations, you know, drastic situations called for drastic measures. Nisha's trying to make the best out of a bad situation, but here in Game 2, Team Spirit kind of saying to Secret, you want to play these long, drawn-out, pressure-filled games. We're going to take it to you. We're going to run at you. We're going to break your ankles.
They took things slowly. Like, they were not going for these early kills because you do have Dazzle. At one point, Tiny was 0-1 and 0. We're talking about like 10 minutes into the game. And then he got the Blink Dagger, got those initiations, especially in the last fight, getting 2 and then 3-man Avalanche.
We can play just as crisp and clean as you, because there was no franticness, right? It wasn't hectic from Spirit. It was really decisive, clean Dota. Now, a couple of kills here from Secret looked like they'd give them a chance to come back into this, but when your Juggernaut is so underfarmed and Resolution not able to connect really into any of these team fights, here a moment where maybe they could have saved the Jug and fought around their triangle. But Team Spirit bringing numbers time and time again, as we can head over to Arvo on the panel to break down Game 2 a little bit more.
Thank you for that sign. What a viewer. And we would like to thank Aramco, of course, for providing us with these highlights. Game 2 goes the way of Team Spirit. As is tradition in this tournament, we either get 3 games or we get none. That's kind of the way. Team Spirit, they managed to win with a very exciting bristleback. That's amazing, right?
QW, very
wow,
exciting.
Dino. Seb, you spoke about this, you know, the whole way you stop bristleback as we get this scoreboard provided you by STC. The way you stop this bristleback is how do you prevent him from pressing Q and W over and over again, right?
Yes.
It didn't seem like they had any way to do that.
No, they did not, and I also think they didn't have ways to kill him.
Yes.
Honestly, I feel like it was a really good Bristle game. I feel like it was also a really good Dazzle game. Sure, it got addressed a little bit by the Storm, but then, you know, that's how Dota works. The Viper destroyed the bottom lane, which brought, you know, led into an early Orchid, despite Secret's best effort to slow it down. As you see on the scoreboard, the Orchid pickup was really huge because it then stopped the Storm from being able to kill the Dazzle and then enabled the Dazzle, which is, you know, I mean, if you look at Secret's lineup, the way they fight is they press their spells at single target. They're gonna Vortex somebody, Shadow Demon spells, Juggernaut, you know, Omni Slash, and that's kind of all they have. They don't really have team fight, and then that target just, it's already hard to kill the Bristle or the Pango with the ulti. It gets craved, now the fight is over basically, and you just get run down.
Yeah, I mean, it feels a little bit odd, especially on that Juggernaut pick. I mean, they picked this into a known tiny Viper lane, right? Like you did this to yourself, basically, on Team Secret. It feels a little bit odd. And another thing, Zayats, he had a good start to the game. The laning phase went pretty well, able to get that first blood, create a lot of pressure, made a bunch of stacks, but he was caught out a few too many times. He really needed to make sure he was alive, because if that's the case, then suddenly Bristleback can't run at you. Suddenly the slows coming out of the Dazzle and the Viper aren't a big deal.
I mean, I feel like the Secret lineup they needed, the problem is, the reason why the Shadow Demon is also getting picked off so much and jumped on so much is because he has no cores to kind of frontline. I felt like Secret, you know, they play these lineups where they have stable lanes and then they kind of group up together and it's hard to deal with. Juggernaut, really good hero at doing so, of course, with the healing ward, you know, the early high levels in the spin. So is Chen, but I feel like both Jugger and Chen this game, they were really shut down. I think it was just a drafting mistake by Secret where they probably did not understand that, because they saw the lane. This was the first pick Tiny Viper into the Chen, and then Secret probably just, I think it's just a mistake from Secret or Crystadis or whoever called for the Jugger pick. They thought the lane would be fine, and then they got completely dumpstered, which, yeah, I think they should have known, honestly. It just does, I just don't see how a Chen Jugger can deal with that lane. I don't think they misplayed. I think it's just theory-wise that lane just doesn't work.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are the options then that we could have seen here?
I mean, I was talking about the sniper in the draft. Again, just something that's able to stand back a little bit more, but it's not that frontliner that you were talking about.
Yeah.
I know we've hated on the hero a lot, but honestly, Troll Warlord wouldn't have been horrible this game, just because you're able to dominate the lane.
You need a, maybe,
lose the mid game.
You need a way to be aggressive on the Viper. You cannot afford the Viper to just right-click you. You need to be, if you can't threaten the Viper, you will lose the lane to the Viper. That's just how it works. There is no such thing as tanking Viper hits on any hero. So if your Go doesn't kill the Viper, I think you're in trouble.
So maybe, like I believe you suggested, putting the Dawnbreaker position 1 might have been the way to go about doing that.
It could be. There's also tricks that you can do with lane equilibrium, heroes that are allowed to push the lane and then pick their fights. It's probably too hard to break down how to counter Viper here. I would have to usually use the 10 minutes, but I'm sure they have other options. They need to put more respect on it because it was definitely Team Spirit's plan. They did not ban the Chen. They baited it, and it worked perfectly.
Now we'll see what they do in the third game, because we would talk about the fact that Chen has been priority pick for Secret for a while. This time, let them get away with it. They bait it out. Do you think in the final game they're still going to put Chen, or maybe not Chen in the first phase?
I think the first phase, that's the issue, right?
Okay.
You have so many more opportunities to be able to address it. So maybe moving forward, they'll see if it lasts into that second phase. Of course, Puppey, so versatile with what he's able to play. It's just that his Chen is a tier above. So I think he just needs to address a few more of the potential counters.
Yeah.
And I think we felt also the Dawnbreaker in the sense that, I mean, we were talking about it. Rezo played a really solid game. Honestly, I don't think he was the reason why Secret, had a rough one.
No.
But there's only so much Dawnbreaker can do, right? Like, he had a really good lane. I think he even got the first blood, or, I mean, worst part of it. They killed the Bristle, they killed the Dazzle over and over again. Dazzle Bristle, not the weakest lane out there. So, I mean, I think he did his job. But, so, the point I'm trying to make is, like, I like the approach from Spirit to let the Dawnbreaker through and prioritize more on getting rid of the Zeus, countering the Chen. I really think that it's more about the Zeus and the Chen than it is about the Dawnbreaker, or any other hero for that matter.
And he wasn't even just like taking a lot of farm away from Crystallis, right? They gave Crystallis the safe farm after the laning stage and put Dawnbreaker in the more difficult safe lane that you get after that. And yeah, it really felt like he was still able to get a lot of that farm.
Yes.
Maybe there were a couple of times where he could have joined the team fights a little sooner, but it honestly felt like once the Shadow Demon was dead, the fights were over. And he was just like, okay, fight's lost. Let's try and not lose too many other heroes, like chain feed one by one. Let's get my farm and maybe I can carry the game in the next fight.
Yeah. I also want to talk about the styles, right? When we were on the other panel, we talked about how the Team Spirit has a style where they enable their cores. They seem much more like the Team Spirit Comfort than we saw the first draft, which seemed more like LGD, honestly.
Yep.
Do you like that as well?
Very much. I think it fits much more, and also the pace at which they played. They were always taking the fights to Secret, kind of fighting for the runes, invading early. We saw them contest the stacks really early. I mean, last game, I don't even know that they crossed the river in the first 20 minutes, even though they won the lanes.
Yep.
This game, they had rougher lanes, but still, I think they're great players. They can click their spells as well as Secret can. They can take the fights as well as they can, as Secret, maybe even better, who knows. So I really want them to keep the aggression up, not necessarily go all in, but really play free, basically,
Yeah, and I know the Rolling Thunders weren't perfect out of Toronto Tokyo, but his use of the Diffusal was. Like, so many times he was able to catch out that Storm Spirit, make sure he had no mana. A couple of times Crystallis as well was just in the middle of a team fight, and I was like, why is he there? But he had spin-off cooldown and he had Omnislash. He just didn't have the mana to be able to use them to its full potential. So big props to Toronto Tokyo there.
Yeah, indeed. And also, let's talk about Collapse as well. He's been, well, the hero to a degree. We always talk about how he had found his hero pool.
Yep.
Last game didn't seem as much. This game with the Viper seemed to be impactful. I know he's known for these big team fight heroes, but how has he adapted his playstyle to these lane dominators? Very typical of Amar, actually.
Yeah, I mean, he adapted really well. We've seen him play, Bounty Hunter. We've seen him play Viper now several times.
Razor
and every time he has huge impact on the hero. I think his item choices also are quite unconventional. They're just really smart. We've seen him do the Orchid versus Abaddon, Skitter's Abaddon, now Orchid again. I think he's doing great, and it shows in, Team Spirit's results.
Yeah, and Viper is particularly great because Viper has a break, like the one we're going to take right now. So let's wait for that game number 3 to begin. Stay tuned for game 3 between between Team Spirit and Team Secret. Welcome back. We're here with the last game of this series between Team Secret and Team Spirit, and this is the decider. One team gets to go home, or at least they're out of the tournament, and one team will make it to the grand final. LGD already said in the previous interview that we're looking for Secret or RNG. RNG is no longer an option, so Secret it is, I guess. But can Team Spirit funnel their plans? We're going to have to find out.
I mean, either way is a hype result, right? Another TI-10 Grand Final rematch, or that rematch from the group stage where Team Secret were able to catch LGD off guard, get that 2-0 victory in very clean fashion.
I see. I am curious, but in this, first we have an obstacle, right? Which is either of these teams, depends on who you're rooting for here. For this last game, how is the adaptation from Secret going to go, Seb? Do you feel like that Chen is going to lose priority here for them? Is there anything they could do to Team Spirit's traditional form?
I feel like, I mean, I'm not exactly sure that that point is correct, the one I'm about to make, but I feel like Spirit has been drafting a little bit better than Secret has. That's the feeling I'm left with. Maybe Secret, you know, their players are playing incredibly well, and I think they could allow themselves to maybe have a wider hero pool when they look at what they want to draft, right? And they're smart enough, obviously, you know, the puppies and the resolutions, they've seen all the patches, all the ways of playing the game. And I'd like for them to have more tools to kind of deal with what Spirit's playing. I mean, if you think about what Spirit played game 1 versus game 2, you know, it was completely different heroes, different style. One game was very heavy on the team fight, you know, Kunkka, Phoenix, Warlock, the scaling with the Ursa. And now the second game, they went super aggressive, you know, tiny position 4, the Viper, the Bristleback position 1, even the Pango, that's super high tempo. And I feel like Secret, they're kind of doing the same thing against what they go up against. I mean, of course, they're switching some heroes and whatnot, but I think, at least in game 2, it really felt to me that they put themselves kind of downhill. It was an uphill battle for them to win, and I don't know that they have to be in that position.
When we were speaking with Misery in the OG series, he was mentioning the Viper, how you had such success with it in the group stage, you know, able to get multiple victories, be able to flex it around, whether it be a position 4, position 3, whatever you wanted, right? But Puppy, he's played a lot of Chen this tournament. He has played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games of Chen so far. By far his most played. So do you think it's that similar mold where really there is only one way to play Chen, and these teams have had so much time to be able to look through it and say, well, actually, we think we've got the better of you?
Yeah, definitely. I think they're adapting. They're getting smarter about how to beat it, about also which heroes are going to enable the Chen. You know, a Chen with a monkey in a good lane is going to feel much different than a Chen with a jugger that is getting super pressured, because all of a sudden you feel helpless as Chen. You know, you cannot fix this lane. If you leave your carry alone, he's dying. You know, so what is it really that you're going to do? You have no slows, you have no stuns. Compare that to, you know, a Chen with the monkey that's having a great lane. Puppy gets to quietly farm his mech, or to gank, or to, you know, he can just, and Puppy is probably one of the best supports out there. He's been doing it for so long now, to just, you know, kind of be free to look at all 3 lanes and kind of decide for himself, like have a lot of different ways to impact the early game. He's gonna pick the best one every time, but if your lane is going really badly, you don't get that chance.
So they've got a couple of options there, right? Like, again, it's going to depend who has first, who has second pick, but like, do you go back to the well one more time? Do you try and pick up this Chen? And if so, you would think that maybe you get rid of one of these huge lane dominators like the Viper in the banning phase. You know, a few teams have been doing it. It might mean that the Marcy slips through, for example. I know you're not a huge fan of the Wyvern first phase ban, but, you know, something needs to change if you want to make sure that that just crushing lane isn't going to happen.
I mean, to be completely honest, it's not that I dislike the Wyvern, is I actually don't understand it. You know, I don't know what they're looking at yet, and maybe that I'm hoping that will change for me before tonight. But yeah, I think most importantly, they need to allow themselves to play more heroes. I think you have to respect your opponent. At this point, all the teams that are left in the tournament are very smart, and it's like you tell them what you're gonna play, they will break it.
There was another hero that you didn't understand, or you thought was lazy, as you called it, which was the Marcy ban from Secret. They've been running every time. It's curious, because after that Viper, you know, you could just ban the Viper, maybe try the Chen a second time, but they still keep to that Marcy ban.
Yeah, I'm really surprised about it. I quite disagree with it. It could be a Chen
Viper
thing.
too?
Yeah, now they banned the Viper to protect the Chen, which I think is smart. The Zeus is banned, so I mean, this is much better. I'll be fair, I'll be totally honest. I very much dislike the Razor and the Marcy bans, but yet again, that's just my opinion. It doesn't mean anything. Yeah, I think, but you know, I could be 100% wrong. There's a reason why they're playing, and I'm just commentating on that. But as for the Zeus, you know, it's shown to be really good, and the Viper obviously had a huge impact last game. So the heroes that are going to be left in the pool are the Dawnbreaker and the Chen that have been super high priority. I think the Tiny also is something you could look at for Team Spirit. So Secret's just going to have to decide what they want to play with.
I mean, doesn't Team Spirit just pick up the Wyvern regardless of what Team Secret do? Like, you're assuming that they're going to be prioritizing the Dawn or the Chen. Wyvern deals with both of them amazingly.
True, and they actually beat Team Secret's Chen with a Wyvern lineup. So it's definitely something that they could consider. And I don't know if Team Secret is really comfortable snatching the Wyvern away. First pick Doom. Now that is very interesting, very unconventional also. I mean, I'm sure it's the first time we've seen it this tournament. What could that mean? What could that be? They're just laughing. You know, they had something planned and they seem quite. These guys are not laughing. These guys, they got some homework to do right now because you know, you don't want to miss out why this just happened.
So in this tournament, at least for Secret, right? We know Zayat is a big Doom player as well. Puppey has done the 5 Doom before in the past. We have seen Rezo Doom, of course, very popularly. Does Nisha do mid Doom as well?
I'm sure Nisha can play any hero.
There you go,
game,
easy,
so,
easy.
Yeah.
So we've had 2 from Zayats and 1 from Rezo this tournament so far.
So mostly in the offlane Doom. We'll see where this is gonna go because it does seem like a new strategy. Was it picked up before this early, Dano?
I'll have a look.
I mean,
about other stuff.
one thing that could motivate the not really the Doom first pick, but the Chen as a 8 pick. I call it 8 because it's the actually it's not the 8 pick, but like I mean as a closing pick, the first phase of Secret. It's a way to not expose the Chen, which it's been abused in the last draft by the Tiny Viper opening, and you could only assume that Spirit they have an answer, you know, against Chen, a second answer probably, else they would not let it through. And now Secret they're going to be able to pick the Chen on 8, I mean after the Doom, and to protect it with their second phase bans. That could be one way. I love the Monkey pick versus the Doom for many reasons. Monkey support bullies Doom in a one-on-one situation. Monkey core obviously does the same, and Monkey can just chase the Doom around the map. If it's a Doom 5, Monkey will go there. It's going to be a Monkey 4. If it's a Doom 3, Monkey will play position 1. And in the game, it's just a really good hero against Doom. Several reasons. You can place the Wukong, and Doom feels uncomfortable kind of going into the ring, and you know, the Wukong to place the Doom because he will just die doing so. Monkey, one of the few heroes that can fight through a Doom also, just, you know, right clicks and getting the Jingu. Just a great counter to Doom.
I think both of these teams are just trying to like out-mind game each other, right? Because Team Spirit, they can play the Monkey King in a couple of roles. You could play the Wyvern in 3 different roles on their team, both supports as well as mid. And even the Doom, 3 different roles Team Secret have been playing it on. So we've seen it a couple of times on Puppey, and of course the other 2 that we mentioned previously. So I want to see if that's the avenue that they want to go down, like try and bait out this Monkey King, which is of course a fantastic matchup against the Doom. But if it's just a position 5 Doom, what does it really matter?
And I feel like we're reaching, you know, the la crème de la crème, as we say in French. Like, you know, really the best that you get out of the draft, because there's so many mind games. Teams know each other so well by now. You know, this Wyvern pick, it blocks the Chen pick. So Puppey is now asking himself, do I want to Chen into the Wyvern anyways, or do I switch it up? And so Team Spirit, they successfully managed to not plant the Chen and have, you know, Secret not pick the Chen while getting a combo that they should be really happy with. I mean, Wyvern and Monkey, great heroes, good against Doom. Wyvern can just curse the BKB Doom to disengage, you know, and obviously embrace the target that has gotten Doom. So great hero against Doom. Great synergy also, you know, the curse into the Wukong, into the stacks for the Monkey. I love the opening by Spirit. I think it's really brilliant. And, you know, keep in mind that they have second pick. So their second phase is usually stronger even than their first phase. And I feel like they did really well already in the first phase.
Yeah. Here's the puck pick by Secret. That's going to be their 8th. Thoughts on this hero has been a little bit forgotten in the tournament. We talked about it, Danog, right, with the prevalence of the Tiny, not as many puck picks, but we see it back here. No Tiny as well on Spirit.
Insta-ban.
Insta-ban.
Yeah. And that is the strength of this pick on first pick. Like first pick, I think the strongest part of the first pick is this. You pick a hero and you get to protect it with 3 bans. So, you know, Puck is already great against Wyvern and Monkey. Tiny band.
Yep.
On the counter side to that, though, with the second pick, Team Spirit will have the first pick of the next phase, which is what they're banning to protect right now.
Yes.
They want to make sure that whatever they leave open with Team Secret to be able to have that dual pick in response, you're just going to say, well, we've taken away the worst of it, basically. I honestly, I don't hate both of these drafts. Like, obviously, Team Spirit, because of all the reasons that you mentioned, it's great so far. But Puck, probably one of the better heroes at dealing with the Wyvern as well. You know,
definitely.
Great way to jump on the back line, gets rid of a lot of that mobility with the Arctic Burn as long as you land the Dream Dream Coil. The silence is just so annoying to deal with, especially once you start getting talents into it. So yeah, it's a little bit tricky to play this Wyvern this game in particular.
And it's a way to... No, sorry, go ahead.
No, please.
No, it's like, I was just going to mention that because I was building the point where Wyvern is going to help deal with the Doom, but you know, it's this concept of like, sure, you counter the counter. It's like, now, it's kind of bringing pieces, right? It's like, okay, you got a Doom, I got a Wyvern. All right, you got a Wyvern, I got a Puck. So now your Wyvern is gone from the equation, my Doom is back on the table. It's a nice way to, you know, kind of counter each other's and make sure that my first pick Doom is still going to be potent.
Yeah, and just on your point from previously, look at the bans immediately after the Puck. Tiny, it's all right in the lane, but it's the mid game that it's really starting to pop off. Ember Spirit, even though the win rate is terrible this tournament, it's great against the Puck in the lane. So maybe they'll go down the route of the Kunkka, something that Toronto Tokyo has shown potential of playing before. Maybe they go back into the Pangolier with the ban again, just because it's again a lot of physical damage against a low armor hero in the laning stage. Could be anything.
I'm curious as well about how the Puck matchup goes against the Monkey King, right? We've talked about the Monkey being the other counter to Doom. Is that good against the Monkey King? I mean, it can escape the Wukong's command, but the stun can come from trees.
Both can be decent against each other's. I'd say it's a little bit more Puck favored.
Okay.
You know, it's quite easier to see how Puck would mess with a Monkey. You know, the silence, obviously very evasive hero. At the same time, Monkey is one of the few carries that has like an instant stun on Puck. You can stun him from the trees. If you have follow-up, I wouldn't say it's the worst matchup for Monkey, but you know, it's definitely not a bad hero to pick Puck into.
Sure.
But I don't think Monkey is... It's not a terrible Monkey game anymore. It's not like you're playing versus a Bat Strider, for instance. That would be like much worse.
I've seen some people that like to deviate the Monkey King into more of a supporting role, because then
could be that too.
You abuse the stun, right? We've seen a lot of Orchid Monkey Kings, for example, from the trees.
And Mira, very, very comfortable Monkey King player. Yeah.
Exactly. There's the Scarlet Mage as well to protect the Puck 100%, Ember as well. We still have Hexers in the pool though, and I know EU loves their Shaman. Do you think we can see that for Team Spirit, Danog? Or is it too revealing of the Monkey King flex?
I don't think it's too revealing. I'm a little bit worried that as a Shaman, until you get that Blink Dagger, you are a little bit more vulnerable. But
there's your answer. Instant stun.
Well, it is still open, right? Because Mipashka is one of the few players that have looked at the Rubik position 5, so it could still be a Monkey 4, a Wyvern mid, and a Rubik. So even though, for that team specifically, nothing is locked yet.
I think with the Wyvern, like, you can run it mid, right? But I feel like Puck is one of the better heroes, at least, of being able to deal with you. Like, even once you got your Aghanim Scepter, as long as you land that Dream Coil and you've got some damage to be able to punish the Wyvern, you don't have a ton of stats. You can get burst down pretty quickly. So the option's there, but I'm a little bit more hesitant about it.
So if Monkey King is a better core right now, looking at this draft, right? Do you deviate the Doom into maybe a 5 position so you avoid that lane matchup as well and you still have a useful Doom there?
It's a possibility, for
Most likely they would look at a 4, I would say. I mean, I'm sure Puppy can play it, but it's more like Zayak is probably really wanting to play it.
Yeah, sure.
He's one of the best, you know, post 4 Dooms. He's played at this tournament and with great success. So he's probably like trying to convince Puppy. Sure, it could be good as a 5, but I think it's even better as a 4, you know. And then the Jakiro comes. So most likely we're going to see the Doom, you know, play in the offlane. And the Monkey, I mean, once again, it's about, you know, re-enabling your heroes that got disabled by the enemy draft. It's like, sure, you have a Monkey versus a Doom and it can get rough, but what if Resolution is playing a Bat Rider or Venomancer? Now this Monkey doesn't get to threaten the Doom as much, and now the lane turned again. So there are ways to protect the Doom pick still for Team Secret.
Just wondering with this Jakiro, if it might even be a position 4? No, not a plus 3.
Are you sure? There's no chance? I mean, it does destroy the Monkey King completely.
It does a really good job against the Monkey King, for sure. But, well, maybe, might be the 3 Jakiro. I mean, you were talking before, Seb, about how you use the Cold Embrace coming through to be able to protect against the Doom. But now you just lay a Macro Pyre on top of it. You lay all of your high magic over time spells. It wouldn't be a terrible plus 3 game.
I love the Ench pick, and that's exactly what I was mentioning before this draft started. It's like, I wanted Secret to, you know, kind of get away from, you know, not be stuck with the heroes that have brought them here. Of course, it was, you know, a lot about the heroes, but mainly about the players, and they've proved that they're playing incredibly well. You know, I'm assuming this could be a Puppy Ench. It could be a Rezo Jakiro, by the way. Very good hero against the Monkey. With farm, very good also against the Winter Wyvern. You know, you buy the Witchblade. You have a lot of ways to scale into that, and the Poppy Ench, probably one of the best Ench players out there, as well as the Chen. And of course, you know, Wyvern counters Chen. It is true in the sense that you get a lot of creeps. It's gonna kind of turn against you, of course, because of the Winter's Curse, but Wyvern does nothing to Ench. Ench bullies Wyverns, actually, and Ench also has pure damage to go on the Embrace. It's the same kind of style. Poppy's gonna secure the lane, pressure heavily the game. But now, you know what I mean? Like, I think they really adapted well to what Team Spirit is trying to do. So, really high-level drafting from both teams right now.
Yeah, but even now, Team Spirit, they're going back and adapting to Team Secret. Like, they're going with the Void Spirit, you know, one of those Yule Scepter builders. So now they've got multiple ways of that instant catch for the puck. It's going to be a really decent response there. And even against the Enchantress, right? Lots of AoE damage that's going to be able to take her out.
But at the same time, I feel like Nisha allowed this Void Spirit to get through. So he has to be confident about the matchup. I'm sure they have asked him before they went to the Sky ban, you know, okay, we picked the puck, how do we protect the pick? You know, what do you want to see banned? And he probably mentioned the Tiny, the Ember, and I assume he was like, you know, what about Void Spirit? I don't care, I'll crush him. So hopefully, you know, Nisha's going to be ready for the Void Spirit coming. I love it when two, you know, players of that caliber both think they're right.
Yes.
It's going to be down to DOTA.
It's classic 50-50 matchups. You know, who is better, Void or Puck? Depends on who I'm playing, right? That's what mid laners
Probably both said, I'll crush the Puck, I'll crush the Void Spirit.
Exactly.
So please, have to fight. We're watching.
Yeah.
You know, to our greatest pleasure.
Final bans are coming here, so it seems like Team Spirit needs an offlaner. They get rid of the Slardar. That might be indicative of the last pick for Secret. Probably looking for a carry that's weak against Slardar. Melee carries here.
Crystallis heroes. What could it be? Bloodseeker is out. Monkey has been snatched away from him.
Jug is still there.
Jug is there. Yep. Slardar notoriously good against the Jugger.
Yep.
Maybe some PTSD from the last games, or maybe not. You know, you never know. What does he play? He plays Huskar. I don't know that he would have cared about the Slardar if that was the case.
Dawnbreaker still in the pool as well.
Indeed, indeed. It's funny to see how, you know, it does tell the story about how Team Spirit has adapted to Secret, because both Dawnbreaker and Shen, their most played heroes with the most success of the tournament, have been untouched.
Yep.
I'm still racking my brain here, to be honest. I have no idea what they're going to do. These teams are just full of like mastermind, giga brain chads coming through on both sides, and it's really on the back of Silent there. You know, you can see him referencing the papers, making sure that he's able to try and just get that little edge out, because that's what it comes down to. Winner of this goes through the grand final.
Yeah, we're looking at a Collapse hero. I think I'd like to see a Night Stalker, to be honest. I feel like it's one of the heroes that deals really well with the puck, also with the Doom. You get a vision advantage. It's also really good against the Jakiro. I think really helpless against Night Stalker vision. It's gonna help Monkey have a freer game, because for Secret it's gonna be about jumping. Team Spirit, they need the Rubik to die, they need the Winter Wyvern to die, but all of a sudden you're in the dark, you know, Dark Ascension, Night Stalker has the vision advantage. This whole team fight mid-game is gonna be really tough for Secret to play against.
Ooh,
so yeah, this is the situation where you might not want to play the Night Stalker, right? Into this
makes it
difficult
harder,
lane.
yes.
This or the Juggernaut were like the ones that if it came out, I was like, I don't know if you could possibly do that, because it is a great Night Stalker game. So again, this feels like one of those block picks where you don't actually have to ban the hero. Your pick on its own is enough to dissuade you away from wanting to go it.
It's a really scary lane to go against. I want to see Collapse, you know, man up and go for it anyway. It's so good for the game, but I mean, Ench Ursa, I can't. Probably one of the hardest lanes to go against, so I don't know if that is still an option.
Are you forced to go for like a good lane? Oh,
He
they
goes
are going to go for it.
I like the confidence. I mean, it is a great Night Stalker game, so I love the pick. I love the confidence. This is Collapse. Like, you know, they probably were doubting him. Are you sure? Bro, I'm a TI winner. I am sure. Give me the Night Stalker and just watch.
And
he'd sit back, relax, enjoy the ride.
And he even has the ability to keep up in farm. Doesn't need to go this Midas build. You're up against an Enchantress. There's almost always going to be a creep available for you to use that Hunter in the Night on. So that's going to be really useful for him there, just to make sure he's keeping up with the rest of the cores after what might be a difficult laning stage.
That is true. How do you take it when you know the lane is, you know, it's lost theoretically, right? How do you play that lane?
I mean, there's a lot of work that Mira has to do. You know, pull the waves, kind of put yourself in a position where you give your Night Stalker a little bit of space, and sometimes you just have to accept the fact that you're going to have a rough lane. And look at coming back, look at something else, pressure other lanes. These guys have enough experience to get through it. I'm sure, you know, you see Collapse in a pop game, you counter pick him, he's playing versus counter picks and like all day, all week. He's going to find a way. He's looking at what's more important is how do we win the game.
Yeah. Anog, what are your thoughts here? Do you think that they have what it takes to make sure that Night Stalker work?
Sure. Let's play some Dota.
Let's play some Dota indeed, as we're getting ready for the last game. This is going to determine if Team Secret or if Team Spirit stay in the tournament. So, will Team Spirit Boundless Strike pour Team Secret out of the tournament? Or will Team Secret enchant us with their plays and take out Team Spirit? We're going to have to find out with Gareth and Lacoste.
And an enchanting segue from Arvo there. And you're going to love the state of Dota 2. People picking heroes into counter picks. The drafting level of these two teams just amazing. Are you leaning one way or the other?
This is the elimination game. I'm a big fan of Night Stalker, I gotta say. I think he can get stuff done after the laning stage. Like we're talking about Ursa. Puck, like having silence on top of these heroes is gonna be very difficult for them to just deal with it. Like we were talking about the itemization, how much they're gonna be able to get done, and I like this is a third game. Void Spirit against Puck. Nisha scouting things out to see if there's any ward placed already.
Yeah, the confidence of these players, right? Like Seb was saying, Toronto Tokyo probably going like, oh yeah, destroy this Puck, and Nisha, the exact same thing the other way around. And of course, Collapse picking that Night Stalker into an atrocious lane, but we've seen this previously, right? Where we've had some of these melee heroes against the Monkey King, actually get away with it with some lane equilibrium shifting from their position 4.
Both offlaners don't want to play the lane. Position 4s will need to drag the creep wave closer to the tower, and okay, a little bit of a pause here.
Oh, crap. Yeah, we'll get ourselves back underway shortly. Sort out whatever issue there may be. But who was it? It was LGD that had some lane matchup that was going to be a struggle, but they broke out of it, didn't they?
It was against Nigma Galaxy. It was Doom plus Earth Spirit playing against Monkey King, and they found a way. And then they completely ruined Monkey, forcing him to get Hand of Midas and losing the game.
We'll see if Spirit can do a similar job here.
A lot of the time, what I feel about Ursa is similar to how I feel about the Troll, is where it looks like a good pick, but then the hero doesn't get anything done in the game. There's way too many counters, too much kiting. Yule Scepters, Heaven's Halberd.
Even the Crippling Fear, if Night Stalker can get on top of him. Puppy taking a tremendous amount of damage early on, but there'll be a Tango eaten and wanders back to lane. And it feels like we've started seeing a shift in these warding patterns, right? We talked about the Chinese teams at LAN, PSG, LG in particular, that international play between teams. And we're seeing a lot more of these triangle wards early on.
Scout things out, potentially go for a kill, hold the high ground, but also scouting out the stacks. If there are any stacks being made this time around, they don't have heroes that can clear the stack, so I don't think both teams are going to be stacking the triangle anyway. Maybe the big camp, but that's about it.
Crystal is playing forward with the Earth Shock, keeping Mira away. And Poppy with that enchant level 1, just trying to chip away at his opponents. We saw a very similar move up at top. I was watching at the same time. Miposhka as well as Yatoro were playing up in the face of Zayat, who was bodyguarding the Resolution Doom. Very similar lanes on both sides. Monkey and Ursa. The archetype of hero that lane dominated with the stacks and the damage.
Ursa did play very aggressive first wave. I don't think they won that trade battle. Collapse making adjustment on his item build. 4 branches, Tango bringing Boots of Speed to be able to outrun Ursa.
That's clever. Adaptation. Give you the upper hand here and there. And looking into that mid lane, that matchup between Puck and Void Spirit. Currently Toronto Tokyo out in the lead at 7-2. And both of them very, very low on HP and regen, right? Waiting for the bottles to come in.
Fairy Fires are available, so you know these players are gonna overextend. Try to see what happens if they poke like one more time, if they use another spell. I like Void Spirit matchup against Puck, even though Puck has been one of the best heroes in the last month. Yatoro.
And Puck, one of those heroes against Spirits that's always been incredibly good. Knife's Edge Dota in that mid lane. Yatoro farming under his tier 2.
Almost impossible.
Tower does too much damage.
CS.
A little rough for him, 7-3, but a little bit ahead of his counterpart, the Ursa, who's having his own worries. But Enchantress will return to the lane with the little Wolfie. Tag teaming up against that Mirror Rubik. And Collapse. Just placing himself in front, force them back, while Nisha now getting the upper hand, it appears, in terms of the regen trade at the very least. CS is a couple ahead as well. Yatoro getting run at, not something Monkey King enjoys. He wants to be the one doing the running at, not being, as Mira getting found out by Crystallis and Puppey. The impetus, no, he stops. Stutter
Last
steps.
second, gets the magic stick off. Still, Collapse, 15 CS, very impressive. Doom on top of CS. Both starting with the boots of speed pretty much. And Resolution has a full wave to farm up.
Yes, beautiful stuff. We saw him in game one as well, be incredibly farmed, getting the most out of his lane.
Zayat did a very good job playing with the enemy creep equilibrium. We saw Yatoro struggling to get some CS underneath the tower.
14-5 Yatoro. The difference between this Wyvern and Jakiro is apparent, isn't it? Jakiro can just shove spells on the Wyvern, especially if Arctic Burn's on cooldown. You're doing so much more harassment back into them, as it looks like Collapse going to take a few swipes again. He does have those boots, like you mentioned, to deal with that kind of aggression, so he's able to get himself away from them. His Mira was going to grab the Water Rune. And Toronto Tokyo bottles the top one, so no refill for Nisha.
Big moves from Mira, securing the lane for Night Stalker, keeping back, not dying, using the stop function, very powerful.
Still gonna die though. Oh, maybe not. They find him in the end. Puppey with a final touch, but a good attempt by Mira to drag the Ursa away. But Puppey well positioned there.
Collapse also tried to use Void on neutral camp, so maybe they get in and get the deny, but didn't happen. Also, I put it out to Mira because he TP'd mid, refilled the bottle, also secured the rune for Void Spirit, which is pretty good. Still, Puck having a good time. This time around, they didn't block the small camp, so Nisha will be farming that one as well.
Time for some vengeance here, maybe. Oh, Puppey, tanky enough, gets out of danger, and Crystallis trying to 1v2 Collapse
6
and Mira
charges
now.
of Fury Swipes.
He's stacking them up, but nighttime comes. The clock strikes 12, and Collapse, a stroke of midnight, speedy. Maybe even going to turn here with a Fade Bolt. Collapse is he looking for Enchantress? She's nowhere nearby. She's already bailed on this bottom lane. Looks like it might be wave dragging, farming in between tier 1 and tier 2. Collecting as much farm as he possibly can.
Radiant's bottom tower.
He drags it to the small camp.
Pulls it across. Well, Nature takes a beating there. And Miposhka, Yatoro. It's just constant harassment out of this Jakiro and the Doom. He's got phase boots up on Resolution already.
Monkey King does struggle against the attack speed, overtime damage. There's no Scorched Earth, but one that's back online, they might start to play a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, they can throw the Infernal Blade in towards them. Another Dual Breath will take Miposhka low.
Also, they found the best creep mana aura, mana region 2 with the Jakiro. That's going to be constant pressure. Miposhka using the healing salve on himself. Yatoro's very low.
Yeah, it's a spooky place to be, and look at Zayats with his positioning. He's got one value point in the ice path.
And they see him with the ward that they already placed.
Know exactly where he is. Well, bottom, the first rotation, the DD Rune Void Spirit clears through Crystallis in that bottom lane during this first nighttime, so a good move there to help Collapse in his laning stage.
Courier is being pinged out. Deep Observer Ward gonna scout it.
Puppey knows.
Will move the Courier.
He's got a Centaur tracking back. Watching Mira on the retreat. While Nisha comes top, snaps the coil. Got it onto the two of them, but Monkey King safe on the canopy. Focusing the Wyvern rather. See if they can do a bit of damage and chip away at that tier 1. Well, Puppey down bottom. Toronto Tokyo stuck around, so him and Mira give chase to the Enchantress. Another little freebie there, 2-2, 7 minutes in.
Yatoro did very well, snapping that coil immediately, jumping onto the tree. They lost vision. A lot of damage on this tower. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to defend. We see Wyvern deeping out. Usually Wyvern is one of the better heroes that can do it, but it's damage has already been done.
Yeah,
Catapult is still alive.
Barely.
Can he get the deny? Not gonna go for it.
Oh, we might try now. He's waiting. Oh, but Resolution is there. And they know the Wyvern in the trees is an easy target. Rezo unable to catch up to Miposhka. Of course, going for the Hand of Midas on the Doom to accelerate his farm even further, along with the Devour.
Doom becomes ridiculous in the mid and late game. The amount of farm that you get, it's also damage output and removing one of the cores from the game.
I was like, oh, it's 25 minutes in. What's the Doom got? Oh, he's got Midas, Blink, BKB.
And
Halfway to refresher.
Yeah.
Zayat looking for the monkey, nearly had him. Nisha gonna waiting rift in onto them, and another 2-hero coil. Focusing Yatoro as Resolution's arrival should clear through him. All the Monkey King life sealing up. The Doom now finally arriving. They'll finish off the Monkey. The deny from Mira. Wonderfully done as they swing back and punch into Secret. The Astral Step and a double kill for Toronto Tokyo. Well, Collapse. He's hunted by the bear, but it's not a spooky bear. Little teddy bear.
They lost Monkey. He's gonna respawn full HP, full mana. Still chasing Mira. Nisha does have Illusory Orb, but does not want to go for it. Was hoping to get a rune.
It looks so decent.
9-minute rune. He's
out-clicked.
Toronto got it.
He did indeed. Astral Step, the last one remaining. Nisha, he wants this pretty badly. Chasing forward. Doesn't jaunt to the orb. Hiding in the trees. Toronto Tokyo's going to bottle up, and Nisha stuck here with no resources. Being blasted down by the Splinter Wyvern. The Boundless Strike and the jump back in. Nisha couldn't evade the danger in this jungle, and Secret twice in a row now, playing aggressively and losing out.
Super deep into enemy jungle.
And Collapse.
Losing 2.
He's going for the 1v1.
Crystallis.
He's winning the fight.
There is no enrage for 10 seconds. Collapse getting a solo kill with the freshly bought armlet.
I thought Ursa countered the Night Stalker, not the other way around. Armlet first item, 2 minutes faster than patch average.
Collapse performance has been top-notch, I would say, and it's gonna take out this tower. 220 damage, 10 minutes into the game.
Nisha wants that top rune real bad. They'll coil the 2 supports. Mira has to hand his life over to Secret, but in comes the Void Spirit, blowing up Zayat. Nisha under the guise of invisibility, trying to chip away at Toronto Tokyo. Crystallis arrives as well, but he has that escapability through the Astral Step.
Ursa joined the mid fight. I thought they might go for Roche, considering that Crystallis just moved with the Alpha Wolf. Maybe Alpha Wolf could have tanked Roche.